understand, with these constant warnings that are coming in from China, how is Taiwan preparing themselves?
So, Taiwanese side has said that they have activated their military infrastructure that can be used against any, possible attack on Taiwan, that if we can say. But so far, in the kind of might Chinese military has in and around Taiwan, which is sort of unmatchable with the Taiwan's current, defense deployment. However, Taiwan will solely be relying on its peer group and, especially the G7 members who have also come in support of Taiwan and its democratic government. So, in a way, this is a very big psyop from the Chinese side. They also want to, gauge the kind of actual on-the-ground support Taiwan may get in case of any adventure that China would like to do in future. Like a former diplomat is also explaining, this is in a way also, letting China have more information and know-how of the operation very close to the Taiwan island in case of a future aggressive, reunification attempt that China might do over Taiwan. So in a way, this military deal is also in a way trying to have more operationable information in and around Taiwan state. This is what Chinese military is gaining out of this, expression of military might in and around Taiwan.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us those details. Would like to thank Rubinder Sachdev as well. This is the big global story that we'll keep tracking in terms of what will play out in the next few days and weeks to come. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more. Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. but none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest ranked
Then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police.
These Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. A big expose on Chinese loan apps here on CNN News 18. The Enforcement Directorate cracked a whip on scams being carried out by these loan apps. While the borrowers were being promised quick loans, in return, they had to pay a much bigger price. The Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached bank balances worth rupees 105.32 crores lying in various accounts with payment gateway accounts of 12 MBFCs. Now, CNN News 18 brings you an exclusive report on the same. Let's take a look.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank, no one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via 2 means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier, they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they are continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they are continuing the contact, and they are convincing the people here in India, and they are asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NX Cloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I am Anand Narasimhan, and at the outset, ladies and gentlemen, 15 weeks, #1, it cannot be without your patronage, your support, your viewership. And we here at CNN News 18, thank you for your support and your viewership, for backing the ACE #1 news channel, getting you the stories like they should be. Right now, this edition of The Nation at 5, as we come to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18, we get you another story which again was broken here on your show. This was about a crackdown on radicals and terror outfits that are operating on Indian soil. This is the presence of illegals, especially those who are affiliated to outfits like the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent and its offshoots, or its inspired outfits like the Ansarul Bangla. This happened in Assam, where we told you that there has been arrests which have led to the crackdown and nabbing of 11 radicals/terrorists from various districts that includes Golpara, Guwahati, Barpeta and Morigaon. So the increasing terror footprint, where these people use Assam and its districts as a hub as they come in from Bangladesh and then distribute across the rest of the country. So this model now has been cracked down upon. It is here at CNN News 18 where we demanded a thorough cleanup and an internal strike against radicals and radical factories. And that's exactly what seems to be happening with the central intelligence agencies, the investigation agencies, going straight across and cracking down along with the various state units and their task forces and rounding up radicals and shutting down these radical terror factories. Now, this is exactly what's happening even now as we speak in Assam. Now, there was a cleric by the name of Mustafa who was arrested from Morigaon. This man operated a madrasa there. It was called the Jamiul Huda Madrasa, which acted actually as a safe house for these radicals and terrorists who are coming in from Bangladesh with their affiliations to the Ansarul Bangla and the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. Now, the police say that this madrasa was funded by the proceeds from Ansarul Bangla operations in Assam. So, if these outfits are operating on Indian soil, isn't that a bigger concern? We've got more news coming through at this point, and this is coming in from Morigaon itself. The Morigaon district administration now has demolished this madrasa. 19 students of this madrasa have also been questioned on alleged terror links. What were they taught? What kind of literature? What kind of information was being fed to them? And what was being taught to them has been questioned. And were they being groomed or primed to turn radical and also beyond that into terror operatives? That's a subject matter of investigation. But these are pictures that we're getting you of the entire madrasa being demolished. It's being bulldozed. So bulldozing radical factories, is that the right way to go ahead to send out a very strong message? That's the question that we ask. We'll play out the reactions, starting with the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, and other reactions that have come through as this hard action has now been taken.
Basic indoctrination started from this core team which has come from Bangladesh. So we arrested Mohammad Suman, resident of village Atadi, PS Arai Hajar, district Narayanganj, Bangladesh. He was leading the primary module. Police recovered incriminating jihadi literature used for indoctrinating and radicalizing gullible youths to join the outfit. Jihadi literature Bismillah hi Allah Alhu in Arabic was seized in this case connection.
How do you look these proceedings of state government in Assam?
देखिए बाय लॉ बाय कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है जो बुलडोजर चलाए आप अगर कोई किसी ने गलती किया है उसको पकड़ना चाहिए उसका ठोस एविडेंस निकलना चाहिए उसके मुताबिक जो लॉ बताते हैं उसको हमको लगता है लाइफ लॉन्ग इम्प्रिजन में भी रखना चाहिए क्योंकि हम लोग नहीं चाहते असम में या इंडिया में कोई ऐसा देहाती कामकाज चले या इसी में कुछ एविडेंस कलेक्ट करना चाहिए उसके बाद उसको सही तरह जो हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बोलता है वही तरह करना चाहिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में कोई किसी में ऐसा लिखा नहीं है कि किसी क्रिमिनल के ऊपर आप बुलडोजर चलाइए
Sir, how do you see this action? Because some parliamentarians from your state are alleging that law should take its own course. No injustice action should be taken and no innocent must be punished.
देखिए जो असम गवर्नमेंट अभी कार्रवाई कर रहा है अगेंस्ट जिहाद तो ये कार्रवाई जितना हो सकता है इतना मजबूती से होगा और हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अभी जो मरीगांव में एक जिहादी पकड़ा है उनका जो घर तोड़ दिया है तो ये जायज़ है मेरा ख्याल से इसमें कोई अनजायज़ काम तो नहीं करता हमारा बुलडोजर हर जगह में नहीं चल रहा है तो जिहादी का अगेंस्ट में तो बुलडोजर जरूर चलेगा और उससे भी ज़्यादा कार्रवाई लगेगा तो उससे भी ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगा
So the bulldozer template from Uttar Pradesh finds its way into Assam, but more importantly, if you are a radical factory, then you will be razed. So you'll be bulldozed. Preeti Priyadarshini now joins us from Morigaon. Preeti, you've made your way all to the spot where this madrasa was. Whose land is it? How long has this madrasa been operational? Who's funded this madrasa?
This is the madrasa which belongs to Mustafa himself, and this has been running since quite some time now, but today the place has been bulldozed by the authorities, and while being questioned about why the place has been bulldozed, the Chief Minister of the state stated that they did not have permission from the authorities to build the madrasa, and also because there are some links found with the terrorist activities activities with Ansarul Bangla Ansarul Islam team, which is why the place has been bulldozed today. And it belongs to Mustafa. He had his residence just behind the madrasa where he, his wife and his parents used to live. And his wife is now in the custody of the police because there was a cell phone recovered from his place, which could not be recovered since on the day of his arrest because his wife had broken the cell phone on the venue itself, in the madrasa itself. So the police had to go back there and search for the things, and then they found his broken phone, from which certain things have been found, and which has linked Mustafa to banned terrorist outfits, Ansarul Islam.
Right. Preeti, you had sent us a ground report. We're trying to connect with you live, and I know they have some bandwidth and technical issues, but you had sent us a ground report from this very spot a short while ago. Let's play that out for our viewers. Stay with us on the phone. Well, this is the entire area. Now what Preeti is telling us, Preeti, you are saying this land belonged to Mustafa, the madrasa belonged to Mustafa. How did he purchase and where did he get all this money from? And how is it that the locals never objected to what is going on? And are there other outfits like these too? Are there other places, institutions which are now under the radar of the officials?
Definitely, Anand. I have to tell you that there are other institutions where the Assam police is now keeping a strong eye, especially the madrasas, because in the recent times we have seen that certain connections have been found with madrasas, because these places are very much easier for the people to use to create the religious sentiments and incline them towards the jihad. So certain places, especially certain madrasas are in the radar. And regarding the locals, I have to tell you that they are still denying the fact that there were certain activities going on inside the madrasa. However, now that his wife has broken his cell phone, they have got certain intuitions that definitely there must be something which Mustafa did not let the people know, because it was their children who were studying in the madrasa. There were 42 children studying in a madrasa, and that was a residential school. As per as stated by the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, they were given certain teachings day and night, which is very much alarming, because those are just children. They are studying there, and propagating jihad into them can lead to a mass join into the jihadi activities. So that is the intention, as far as said by the Chief Minister and the BJP today. That is the intention. How these people are working in the state. They were not giving any kind of arms training in these madrasas, but it was the teachings and the preachings which inculcated dark jihad into the students. Yeah.
Right. Preeti, thank you for your inputs. Let's listen in and have a look at your ground report.
We came here to show you the madrasa, and today this is the scene of the madrasa. It has been demolished by the Assam government, and as far as the statement of the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is concerned, he has stated that he did not have permission to make this madrasa, for which it has been demolished, and also because certain terrorist links have been found with the madrasa, they have demolished this madrasa. But yes, behind this place is his house. I'm trying to show you where he was actually residing. That is his place, and from where his wife, who had a 18-days-old daughter, has been arrested, and they both are now in police custody. And also he has his parents. This is the place from where certain suspected documents have been found, where financial transactions of Mustafa with the band outfit Ansarul Islam was found.
I have Dr. Janendra Burman and Rupam Goswami joining us. Rupam Goswami is Assam BJP spokesperson. Dr. Burman is the assistant professor, Cotton University in Guwahati. Rupamji, namaste. Let me first ask you straight up, how is an individual who is not an Indian national able to acquire such a huge land and property and build something like this, and it escapes the attention of the local authorities? We'll try and connect with Rupam Goswami again. Dr. Janendra Burman, does this not worry you? Are there other factories like this too?
Yes, it's a matter of serious concern for Assam and for the nation as a whole. it is now clear that Assam is fast becoming a hotbed for Islamist fundamentalists. And we have seen earlier also in Nalbari district, Sahanur Alam, who was responsible, the mastermind behind this Bardhaman blast in West Bengal. And he was preaching in a madrasa. He was also running a madrasa in Nalbari district at Mukalmua. So now a same thing is being repeated. So these Islamist activities have become a recurring theme in our socio-political discourse, very, very alarming, and it has assumed an alarming proportion. And in those areas where immigrant Muslims, they are highly concentrated, in those areas we have seen such activities. We have seen jihadi activities, and we have seen a few days back when Assam was reeling under flood in Silsar, the water jihad we have seen where Kabul Khan, Mithu Hussein Laskar, Nazir Hussein Laskar, Ripon Khan, they have been arrested for breaching the Betukundi dike in Silsar. And their activities actually led to some 2 lakh people. Some 2 lakh people have to be displaced because of their activities, because they breached the dike at Silsar. So, and it has its national security perspective as well, because once you breach the dike at Silsar, then you are delinked from Mizoram. So it has security concerns as well. So we are becoming victim of this land jihad. Our lands are being occupied. 63 lakhs bighas of land, as Harishankar Brahma Committee report says, have been encroached by these immigrant Muslims. And Assam has become a hotbed for these jihadi
It's a simple point, Dr. Burman. If they are not Indian nationals and if they have illegally entered the country, then they need to be accounted for, and they need to be, they cannot have a free run. And amongst these illegals, a lot of them seem to be radicals with a pan-Islamist intention, and more importantly, with an intent to stoke terrorism and social unrest in our country. Rupam Goswami ji is with us, and he's through with us. Mr. Rupam Goswami, let me ask you this. How is it that somebody like Mustafa had acquired so much of land and built a madrasa, a radical terror factory there? In the name of a madrasa, he was harboring operatives. It was becoming a safe haven for Al-Qaeda and Ansarul Bangla operatives. This is illegal.
And
he himself is not an Indian citizen.
Definitely, these are illegal. And as you know, the Assam has been targeted not from now, from since 1971. In fact, in 1971 also, they tried to assimilate Assam with Bangladesh. But for some or the other reason, somehow, for Gandhiji, we are now with India. So the strategy has been made long back, and they are keep on working, and we are also fighting. But before 2016, during the Congress regime, they have got a free hand to work. So that was the very sad part for Assam as well as for India. And also that was the reason why the Assam agitation was held. So this is a long pending issue, and lots of controversies and lots of intentions are there. So after only 2016, when BJP came to the power, slowly and slowly these things are unearthed from the ground.
So no, but Mr. Goswami, you came to power in 2016. This is 2022. 6 years later, the bulldozer has first applied itself. These bulldozers should have started from day one, because you have no other option but to go hard and crack down on these radicals. You either you have to have the strong arm of the law on them. Their establishments and their existence on our soil itself is a danger. Look how many Bangladeshi nationals who have used Assam as a hub are being arrested from rest of the country. Even as far as Bangalore, the murderer of Silhet, who was hiding in India, he came via Assam and then from Assam found his way into Bangalore. So this has to stop. And what is the guarantee that it ends with this one Jamiul Huda Madrasa and with Mustafa? What is the guarantee? What is the guarantee that there aren't other terror factories like this?
No, you rightly said about it, but you know that this thing, India got independence almost 75 years back. And these things are going on from day one itself, from 1947. In fact, So it is not so easy to unearth them within a very short span of time. So from 2016, the government is working, and now one by one another one, they are coming into the light of the society, and they were arrested, and simultaneously government is working on it. And definitely under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, nobody will be spared. Definitely everybody will be taken into in hand. So
here is the question. The question, Dr. Burman, is how are they able to get these fake Aadhaar cards and fake PAN cards and fake documents? Who is helping them? Those people who are giving them and making these for them, or the offices from there where they are getting this done, those are the bigger criminals. They should also be treated as terrorists only.
Definitely, because I told you before.
Shocked to know that one person named Kamaluddin, he even contested election. And of course, in the High Court, it was proved that he was an illegal infiltrator. So then he was only stopped. The High Court stopped him. Guwahati High Court stopped him. So yes, this remains a matter of serious concern. There is a gang. It seems there is a gang, Islamist gang, operating in Assam and working towards Islamization of the state. I have a few suggestions for the government. Number one, a section of the Muslim youths have been de-radicalized by these fundamentalist Islamic groups. So government must start a mission to de-radicalize these Islamic youths, number one. Number two, in some of these Islamic colonies where these activities are taking place, government must start military operation. Number three, government must, that the disproportionate increase of this immigrant Muslim population is a matter of serious concern. It is posing a serious threat to our identity, to our existence. So what is the need of the hour? Government must control, take some strong measure, to fence the border, number one. Then government must take some strong measure to control the disproportionate increase of the population. And as
that can only be done if the state decides to maintain a state population register, which is updated once in every 6 months in every ward, every taluka, every district. That's what you need to do.
Yes, exactly. Actually, a foolproof. We need actually, a foolproof.
That's why we have started the NRC, but unfortunately, NRC could not got success.
No. NRC is a rational registry of citizens. Here, you make a state population register. State can do its own stuff. State can make its own law and rule, and it can instruct the district administration and the local village taluka administration, and also keep a check on the land. How much of land is being encroached upon, who these people are, and if they are illegals, then you have to deport them. You got to push them back to where they have come from.
Yes, definitely. Work is going on. After this government came into power 2016 only, the encroachers have been evicted from their land. So it's a huge work. They have been into this mission from long back. So this government is only 6 years. BJP is only 6 years in this land. So we are working on it, and it is really hard for them now to do all these mischievous things. So slowly, one by the another, they are coming into the hand of the Assam police. So definitely, under the leadership of Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, they will.
My question to you, Rupamji, is I appreciate this bulldozer running, but the fact is that this bulldozing of radicals should have happened, and radical factories or their outfits or institutions should have happened long time back. But my question to you is, what is the guarantee that they are not going to settle in some other village, some other district of Assam? What
is working hard on it, and definitely all will be unearthed very soon.
Dr. Burman, are you convinced? Is this enough? Is bulldozing one madrasa or one such radical factory, is it enough? Or there needs to be a thorough immediate audit of the antecedents, the papers, the accruals, the source of funds of all such organizations and groups which are dubious?
The surveillance must be increased, there is no doubt. And yes, Assam Chief Minister, he is taking some strong steps. We need iron hand, and so many steps need to be taken. Now, as I have already mentioned, that you have to keep vigilance on those institutions, those areas, keep surveillance, and at the same time, population, as you have suggested, rightly suggested, that we have to have some mechanism to keep, what's on the population, disproportionate increase of population, because from Bangladesh people are coming, as if we have opened the floodgate. So it must not happen. It must stop. And we are like a dying people. We are like dying people, because one by one, district after district going into their hands. In some 15 districts, we have lost control because the immigrant Muslims, they are dominating the socio-political scenario. And this I'm not saying this. Assam government formed Harishankar Brahma Committee, and that Harishankar Brahma Committee said that the indigenous population, they have lost their dominance control in some 15 districts of Assam, and in some 50 constituencies now immigrant Muslims, they have come to play a dominant role, and this is very, very alarming as far as national security is concerned, as far as our identity is concerned. Yes, government must be vigilant, and government must take strong action.
And not just that. This one bulldozing, one such outfit, one such factory is not enough. Terror factory or radical factory is not enough. One hub destroying one hub is not enough. These bulldozers should be run across the board and with far much more alacrity and seriousness, and perhaps far more frequency than what is being done. This is a great step, but it's happened 6 years after the BJP has come to power, and of course this entire matter has come to light. One does not know how many more radicals have used this as a haven and then gone and infiltrated into other parts of our country. That's the bigger worry and question. I thank you, Rupam Goswami and Dr. Janendra Burman, for joining us. We're going to take a short break, but on the way out, here's a detailed report from Moregaon. Preeti getting us this.
We are in Sohoria Gaon, and this is the place. This is the madrasa from where we reported to you a few days ago regarding Mustafa's arrest. Mustafa was a teacher here in this madrasa, and there are allegations made by Assam police that he was linked with certain terrorist activities of the banned outfit Ansarul Islam. And we came here to show you the madrasa, and today this is the scene of the madrasa. It has been demolished by the Assam government, and as far as the statement of the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is concerned, he has stated that he did not have permission to make this madrasa, for which it has been demolished, and also because certain terrorist links have been found with the madrasa, they have demolished this madrasa. But yes, behind this place is his house. I'm trying to show you where he was actually residing. That is his place, and from where his wife, who had a 18-days-old daughter, has been arrested, and they both are now in police custody. And also he has his parents. We'll try to talk with them. But yes, regarding the demolishment, you can see this is the place from where certain suspected documents have been found, where financial transactions of Mustafa with the banned outfit Ansarul Islam was found. Not just that, certain documents which had certain terms to propagate jihad was found. Today, the Chief Minister of the state, while addressing the press conference, he stated he read out the documents in order to let us know how such documents were actually preaching dark jihad into the students here. There were 42 students here in the madrasa, and now they are being taken to general schools. It has been promised that they will be given admission in the general schools. However, regarding the demolishment, there are certain oppositions as well, there are oppositions reacting to this and saying that the law should have taken its own course, but the government has already put some bulldozers here, and they have broken down this madrasa. So about that, the Chief Minister's answer was simple and straight. He stated that they did not have certain permissions, and because this place had some terrorist connections, which is why it has been demolished. And also the Chief Minister has clearly stated that from now on they will be putting sharp eye on the quasi madrasas, from where he states that certain activities, certain such kind of activities have been reported.
Faces a choice between autocracy and democracy. China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 Special Report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy. China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington.
Back on the Nation at 5 with very, very disturbing news, ladies and gentlemen, that the Dragon's designs don't stop at just salami slicing. They are also trying to infiltrate into our society. And there is a huge presence of Chinese nationals who are illegally in India. That's the biggest crackdown and the latest that's come through on that. Let's go straight across to these developments where CNN News 18 is getting you these exclusive details of the Chinese infiltration threat that also looms large as a mega crackdown that's happened. Now here on the Nation at 5, we're getting you these inputs that as many as 30 Chinese nationals, 30 Chinese nationals have been busted for illegally residing in India. Their presence in India is dubious. They had fake papers with them. Fake IDs have been recovered from Chinese nationals who have been illegally residing in India, and that too just about in the vicinity of the national capital. In the national capital region, these people have been nabbed. Fake Aadhaar cards, passports, they've been obtained from these Chinese nationals. The agencies believe many Chinese nationals have entered the country illegally. These nationals have been taking advantage of porous borders for infiltration. They've been coming in via Tibet into Nepal and from Nepal into India. They've also been trying to surreptitiously enter and perhaps float around regions like Arunachal and Himachal. But most of these people were found residing somewhere near the national capital. Its central agencies are actually coordinating with the states to track a lot of Chinese nationals and their presence in India, especially illegals. Cases are emerging, like I said, in the national capital region, in Haryana, in Bihar, in Himachal. Chinese nationals are repeatedly trying to change IDs, and it is becoming very, very tough to track. So it compounds problems. We will get into the cyber threat via loan apps in just a bit. Khushbu Jain, cyber law expert and Supreme Court advocate, is with us. Namaste, Khushbu ji. And we also have Pathikrit Pain, geopolitical analyst and security analyst. Pathikrit, so it's not just limited to Bangladeshi nationals or Pakistani nationals who have links with radical outfits and terror outfits, but the larger question is the presence of these Chinese nationals. Are they spies? Are they members of the PLA? Are these people here in India with nefarious intent? Are they running a loot and scoot scam? Are they running a spy and then dry out India's resources kind of thing? Most importantly, how are these people able to change IDs? How are they able to procure fake IDs?
Number one, the most important reason is the limit to how much the agencies can track the Chinese till the time we have an open border with Nepal. It's not even a porous border. It's an open border. Whatever has been the legacy of the past, we can't continue to have an open border with Nepal at a time when the kind of stranglehold that China has in Nepal is so very profound and prominent and for everyone to see. So first and foremost, we need to have at least a workable line of control or a border, at least put up a fence, because otherwise for SSB and other border guarding forces, it is impossible. Secondly, it's not necessary all the time. They're just coming here for a specific kind of a physical sabotage. Financial sabotage is something which is so very devastating. We have seen one of the top, telecom manufacturing companies of China has been caught for siphoning off more than 65,000 crore from India for tax evasion. These monies actually go out of India at times in rupee currency so that they can get laundered back to India for funding nefarious activities. Third is, of course, the cyber fraud and the loan app syndicates. Let me tell you, it is so very unfortunate that all these people would always have some people to help them out to get those passports, to get those fake Aadhaar cards, and also, if I may say it with the gumption, to actually fight for them in the courts. So we have a real problem in this country where there is an external dimension to internal security challenges that we face today, wherein the conventions of the past, where we had to have an open border for good relation with Nepal, will no more hold good. We need to have a foolproof border, number one. Secondly, I feel appalled at times that why is it always the central agencies that will have to do the needful? What happens to the state level organizations? Why are they simply not aware? You know, the basic architecture is when somebody comes in, he has to inform the SP's office within 15 days. That is gone. If you are caught staying illegally in this country, there should be very strong anti-infiltration law in this country. There are countries where if you are caught staying illegally, there is a punishment for 15 to 20 years of imprisonment. People know in this country, even if you're caught for staying illegally, the punishment is minimal. And there is so much of benefit of doubt that you're given to you that you simply can go scot-free again and do the same thing again. So we need, first of all, fencing of borders. Number 2, strong anti-infiltration law with stringent punitive punishment. And number 3, the law enforcement agencies are doing a good work, but at the same time, the cyber capacity has to be increased manifold.
No,
and
see, a lot of the infiltration is not just happening from Nepal. They are also coming in via Ladakh, parts of Himachal, Uttarakhand. There is a certain level of porous approach, and there is an ambiguity with the LAC, and a lot of these Chinese nationals are able to pass off as the hill people of India, and somewhere then make it into our country. But the bigger threat is that if I have a secure biometrically driven system like Aadhaar, then just having a printout of an Aadhaar is not going to now be enough, Khushbu Jain. And if there are 30 nationals who've been Chinese nationals who are illegally residing only in and around the Delhi NCR, and some others, some of these people have been caught from other states like Haryana, Bihar, etc. How many more are there in our country? And what kind of damage are they doing? What kind of identity they have done? They are as good as sleeper cells who will manifest anytime they need to.
Absolutely, I agree with you that there is a need for a proper authentication of, which can be done by Aadhaar. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please.
So I completely agree with you that yes, there is a requirement for authentication to be done, because it's not just this. If you look at the entire crime system, entire chain of crime, if you look into, you will see that right from getting SIMs, the numbers which are used for sending messages are for fake SIMs, and they are not authenticated, or they have been used on your or my name. From there, when WhatsApps are being used to send messages or to call or to give threat recovery calls, those numbers are used which are not original. Now the payments which goes to these accounts are also dummy or shadow accounts, not belonging to them, but are used by them in your and my name. And the people. So now I think the entire answer to the entire thing is a proper authentic mechanism to be in place, and which Aadhaar was bringing in, that not just the card, but yes, you can authenticate yourself maybe by whatever, and it can reach to the center system and comes back that yes, it is you. What was happening in the between was also a good move, that for any SIM cards which are there in your and my name, we have to go and authenticate that yes, it is me, for that SIM to continue after 3 months. That was another good move, so that none of those numbers which are being used by your and my name are in existence, because the moment law enforcement agencies go, they will reach to you and me, not the actual culprit. So I think I completely agree with you on that aspect. Coming back to you have a question, or I can go on?
No. I will come to we will talk about the loan apps. Let me just set this up. There are two dimensions. One is the presence of Chinese nationals who are illegally in our country. So are they sleeper cells? Are they plants? What are they doing here? Are they trying to, is their role to try and clearly diffuse or to perhaps destabilize India from within? So are they going to play the role of termites who will try and damage the nation from within? Are they involved in stoking some aspects of social unrest? Are they running some of these scams sitting on Indian soil? These are all questions which remain, but along with that comes this this aspect of loan apps. Have you as a viewer known somebody, or have you yourself fallen into the trap of these loan apps who give you quick fix loans, but then they hound you, threaten you and push you into suicide and to far more dire trap? They're just to try and collect the interest. They give you 10-day, 12-day, 15-day loans, but after that they just become a huge menace because they have access to data and information, and they have totally robbed you of your privacy. Let's try and look at this, because this is a big expose on these Chinese loan apps, with the ED now cracking the whip on these scams being carried out. While the borrowers were promised quick loans, in return they had to pay a much bigger price. The ED has provisionally attached bank balances over 105 crore lying in various accounts with payment gateway accounts of 12 NBFCs that have now been frozen. This is an exclusive report. Have a look.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my morphed photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank. No one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via 2 means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they are continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they are continuing the contact, and they are convincing the people here in India, and they are asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NX Cloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
And CNN News 18 has access to the modus operandi of these loan apps. Viewers, beware, because these fintech companies were backed by Chinese funds and they entered into arrangements with NBFC companies, 12 of them, now who are for providing instant personal loans. The said fintech companies falsely claimed that they were providing technical assistance, customer outreach services to NBFCs. In reality, these fintech companies were actual lenders and controlled the entire lending process. Fintech companies themselves developed their own digital loan app. The fintech companies were piggybacking on the license of the NBFCs and doing large-scale lending business. Micro loans were given for a short period. Lending mobile apps to control of the social media data of the clients. Very high rate of interest and steep late fee were imposed. And then thugs and of course mercenaries were used to try and brazenly go and physically intimidate those who are under pressure to pay back or who could not pay back on time. Companies were operating on the basis of instructions from Chinese, Hong Kong-based beneficiaries. Ashish Merishi has been able to access all this information, joining us with more details. Yes, Ashish.
So, Anand, this scam basically came to light when a few people committed suicide in the south, where these individuals were basically intimidated. Their social media profiles were used, and the information was disseminated about failure or default of payment to people who were basically friends and relatives of those individuals. So the Enforcement Directorate basically got into the crux of the matter. They tried to find out who are the people behind this, and they ultimately found that the travel of money was basically coming from China, and it was basically Chinese individuals who were controlling these small fintech companies in India, and loan was being distributed to people who were in need at very, very high rate. So ultimately, the Enforcement Directorate identified the proceeds of crime. More than 200 crore rupees of assets have been attached. Many people have been arrested in the past. And, ultimately, the government of India is basically trying to stop this menace. So most of it has been found. At least assets of 12 companies have been identified who have been attached till now. We have the list of that companies as well. So, the menace needs to be stopped, and the Enforcement Directorate is trying its best to do it.
Well, thank you for your inputs. Thank you for your inputs, Ashish. We're going to take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it's the celebration of India at 75. Har Ghar Tiranga anthem is out. And also, it is this entire aspect of putting 20 crore flags, 20 crore households across the country is also becoming a source of sustenance for many. We get you that story too when we come back. Stay with us.
Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The government has modified the flag code and the rules so that Har Ghar Tiranga becomes a reality to facilitate it. 13th to 15th August is the Har Ghar Tiranga move or the initiative. More than 20 crore households across the country. You can order the flag online, or you can walk up to your nearest post office, where my VJ Arpit is telling us that at 25 rupees you can just get the national flag. So that's how the Tiranga is now becoming accessible to you. It's also becoming a source of sustenance to many, many people across the country. Here's a story from Tapi in Gujarat, where the Adivasis of a village are busy making the bamboo sticks that will hold the flag aloft.
The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign goes much beyond the expression of pride in our nation ahead of the 75th Independence Day. In the district of Tapi in Gujarat, the campaign has given employment to many tribal families. Villagers in the Chindia district do not have time these days, as they are busy making 5 lakh flagpoles out of bamboo.
સરકારના આદેશ મુજબ અમારા સમાજમાં અમારા ગામ છીંડિયામાં જે હર ઘર તિરંગા અભિયાનનું જે કંઈ કામ ચાલુ કરવામાં આવ્યું એમાં મોટી સંખ્યામાં જે વાંસની સ્ટીકનું લાકડીનું જે જરૂર પડી તે અમારા ગામના સ્કોટવાડિયા સમાજના સખી મંડળના બહેનોએ તાત્કાલિક કામ શરૂ કરી દીધું. અમે કલ્પના પણ ના કરી શકીએ એ રીતે ડીડીઓ સાહેબના.
Orders are pouring in from Jamnagar, Amreli, Valsad, Surat, Bhavnagar and many other districts across the state.
ઘરે ઘરે આવીને વાત કરી અને એમણે કામ આપ્યું એટલે ભાઈઓને પણ ઘણી ખુશી છે અને બીજા જિલ્લાઓમાં પણ આ કામ આવવા લાગેલું છે એટલે ડીડીઓ સાહેબને પણ આભાર માનીએ છીએ અને ભાઈઓ જે મહેનત કરવા લાગે છે અને કામ પર આવે છે એમને પણ આભાર માનીએ છીએ.
Tribal families in these villages who specialize in bamboo work have taken it as a challenge. With the rising demand, each worker is estimated to earn 10,000 rupees.
Here's a quick reminder. You have to join us live for the Tiranga quiz 8:50 p.m. tonight, 8:45 p.m. tonight on the right stand. Do you know the tricolor and the stories around the tricolor? Those who have held the tricolor aloft. Plenty of questions. You can participate live or also join us and answer the questions on our web streams or at CNN News 18 across Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you'd like to participate. Join in on the Tiranga quiz. We leave you with the Har Ghar Tiranga anthem, ladies and gentlemen. Bye for now.
घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा, घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा. घर घर तिरंगा, रथ घर तिरंगा, घरों घरी तिरंगा, प्रत्येक घरी तिरंगा. आसमान को पाना है, आसमान से आगे जाना है. नए भारत की नई कहानी अब आसमां को सुनाना है. गर्व है इस तिरंगे पर, सारे जहां को ये दिखाएंगे. अमृत काल मनाएंगे, घर घर तिरंगा लहराएंगे. घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा. इंटिंटा झंडा बने बने गु त्रिवर्णा. इलमेंगल वर्णतोड़ी दीर्घदोरा त्रिवर्णा. केसरिया रंग है क्या? ये रंग मेरी शक्ति का है, ये रंग मेरी ताकत का है, ये रंग देश के माथे पे सजा. श्वेत है क्या? रंग सत्य का. ये श्वेत रंग शांति का है, ये श्वेत रंग एके का है, ये रंग देश के दिल में है बसा. रंग हरा तो खुशहाली का है, ये धर्म चक्र विकास का. इन्हीं उसूलों से है ये बना तिरंगा हमारा. तिरंगा प्यारा. घोरे घोरे तिरंगा, शौक घोरे तिरंगा. तिरंगो ज्योति घोरे पताका. घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. The visit of the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has led to escalation of tensions in the Taiwan Strait. Today, the Chinese military announced joint air and sea drills near Taiwan along with test launches of conventional missiles in the sea east of the country. China fired ballistic missiles and deployed fighter jets and warships as it held its largest ever military exercise around the island nation. This is a clear escalation by the Chinese, and experts are worried about the peace and stability of yet another region in the country being jeopardized. While the key question is whether this is another confrontational front that the Chinese will indulge into. Can US and China afford another confrontation on the world map? Can the international community come together to douse this fire before it gets too big to contain? Our top focus on Viewpoint.
Live fire missile drills. Choppers and jets deployed. Long-range rockets launched. A day after Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, the Dragon is breathing fire. China is holding its largest ever military exercise in the seas around Taiwan. The exercises are taking place in multiple zones around Taiwan. Some are just within 20 kilometers of the island. In the border island of Pingtang, Chinese military choppers were seen flying past. China has also deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the north and south of Taiwan. According to Taipei's defense ministry, China fired multiple ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Beijing has defended the drills as necessary and blamed the US for the escalation.
We are left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And will this become a new normal? It hinges on the action of the US side and the Taiwan independence forces.
Despite China's fury, Nancy Pelosi's extraordinary stopover in Taiwan was the first high-level visit by a US official in 25 years. But by pledging support to Taiwan's democracy, a shadow has been cast on Washington's One China policy.
America stands with Taiwan. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time.
So given the backlash that we're witnessing from China, has Pelosi's visit caused more harm than good?
Well, getting you some more latest updates coming in. The Taiwanese army has begun moving 155 mm M114 howitzers and 120 mm mortars closer to PLA's exercise areas. This is clearly the defensive front that the Taiwanese would want to put forward in the wake of a very aggressive Chinese posturing along the Taiwanese Strait. And that's the concern that most experts have said, that one has to wait and watch how this really goes to play on in the next few hours and in the next few days. Will this lead to actual confrontation? Will we also see other international players like the US really get involved into this conflict? Or will this be resolved after this aggressive posturing by the Chinese? We all know how it really started after the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, a visit that was frowned upon by Beijing. They had condemned the visit and they had said this is in stark contravention to One China policy, something which has been recognized by the United States of America. While many experts also argue that this is also reminiscent of what we saw in 1995-96, where there was a similar confrontation between Taiwan and China, and even that time a visit of a Taiwanese president to America had irked the Chinese. Will this once again lead to some kind of aggressive posturing in the days to come? Well, on your screen right now are the exclusive visuals that we are getting for you, which the Taiwanese media has put out. These are visuals that tell you how Taiwan as a nation, as an autonomous region, as it recognizes itself to be, India doesn't recognize that position, is guarding its own territory and its interest. That's what most journalists and experts from Taiwan have also been saying, that Taiwan wants peace and stability, but it's going to defend its interests. Let's see how that really plays out in the next few days. Well, joining us on the broadcast are our esteemed panel. Professor Brahma Chalni is joining us on the broadcast, who's a strategic affairs expert. Andrew K. P. Leung, who's an international independent China strategist based in Hong Kong, is also joining us. Manju Seth is also with us on the broadcast. She's a former diplomat. And Dr. Nancy Snow is also joining us. Professor Chalni, I'm coming to you first. How do you view this situation? Is it likely to get worse in the next few days? Is it reminiscent of the third Taiwanese Strait crisis that we had earlier seen?
Well, it's not so much about Nancy Pelosi's Taipei visit. It's more about U.S. policy.
Yes.
And the policy of appeasement that Joe Biden has been pursuing since he took office. He's been making a series of concessions to China. He's now even thinking of rolling back the Trump-era tariffs on Chinese goods. And more importantly, Beijing has seen that its expansionism in the South China Sea, its gobbling up of Hong Kong, its detention of more than 1 million Muslims in Xinjiang, all that has been cost-free for China. No tangible sanctions have been imposed on China in response to its expansionism or draconian steps. That is what's encouraging China. And if you look at the live fire drills that began today, they have effectively encircled Taiwan. They are creating a temporary blockade of much of Taiwan. These exercises are a dress rehearsal of what an invasion would look like. The drills simulate enforcing an air and sea blockade around Taiwan. And the target zones of the drills are the closest to Taiwan's main island that we have ever seen, because these drills have reached into waters within 12 miles of the Taiwanese coastline. So the actions are highly provocative. But these actions will not lead to war. What will lead to war is if Xi Jinping continues to perceive American weakness.
If Xi Jinping continues to perceive American weakness, is that the message that America has really put out? Andrew K. P. Leung, I'm coming to you. What is your view? What Beijing or the posturing of the Chinese, and this is not the first confrontational front that they have opened, they have adopted a very confrontational tone and tenor with multiple countries across the world. This is a very aggressive Beijing in China. Is it because of some kind of appeasement by the US? Or the changing dynamics of the geopolitics? And more importantly, what lies in the days to come? What is your assessment?
Well, let's face it. It was the United States, the Pelosi visit, which thoroughly provoked China into this, because China already warned very sternly, even at the level of President Xi with President Biden, that this is really the Rubicon. And then if that happens, then China would have to take drastic action. And in spite of that, Nancy Pelosi went ahead with it, poking China in the eye. So you've got to relate to what has happened, what has caused this. And if for China to just turn the other cheek, that's simply not possible. Because otherwise, the one China policy will continue to be all about, because in spite of the lip service paid by the United States government, pondering China policy is keeping on hollowing out the whole concept by feeding higher and higher level officials to visit Taiwan and creating more and more diplomatic and other space Taiwan today, as if Taiwan was a separate country. So the red line was drawn firmly in the sand, and someone just walk over it, trample over it, and what do you expect China to do?
Well, but Andrew, there's also a caveat that had come from the United States of America. They were not exactly very happy with Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan. And in many ways, the Biden administration tried to maintain an arm's length with that visit.
Well, I mean, of course, there was an initial sort of displeasure, and of course, the United States government cannot order the Speaker of the House to do. But on the other hand, Nancy Pelosi is the third highest ranking official. It's the second in line in succession to the president. So it's no wonder that China feels extremely provoked, extremely feeling as blighted. And this is the reaction. Now, it's not as if China is mounting an invasion, because according to assessment given by the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, at his hearing at the Senate a couple of months ago, the conclusion was that Beijing has not yet possessed 100% confidence to prevail over Taiwan, because and so that was a very dangerous move, in fact, a very rash if China wanted to mount an invasion. But China needs to teach Taiwan a lesson, and this is not being taught.
All right, I want to bring in Dr. Nancy Snow also into this discussion. Dr. Snow, we've heard two sides. I mean, Professor Brahmachalani is of the view that this is somewhere the appeasement policies adopted by the United States of America and China has not been responded with in the adequate measure, versus what Andrew is talking about, that China had already drawn the red line, and it's in fact the US administration or people from and top leaders from the United States of America which have urged the Chinese. Between this dynamic going on between the Chinese and the Americans, there's the peace and stability of an entire region in jeopardy right now. What lies ahead?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. You raised the idea of the international community response.
Yes.
And this is more critical than ever now. We can talk about US and China. In this context, it's the regimes, it's the militaries, but there is global civil society. Wherever I go in the world, people don't want war. They don't want provocation. Now, interestingly, though, there were some in Chinese social media who were disappointed. I don't know the percentage of them, but it's an extreme position. They were disappointed that China didn't go far enough, that should have been more aggressive with its military response. Now, that's the kind of response we don't need. We need the cooler heads to prevail. I thought the G7 statement was very appropriate. It said there's no reason to have this military response to the visit of a high-level Washington official, and let's have now more reasoned approaches. I'll quote here that there is no justification to use a visit as pretext for aggressive military activity. And it urged, the G7 urged all sides, including really the global civil society, to remain calm, exercise restraint, act with transparency, and maintain open lines of communication. We cannot give up on diplomacy here. I know this is dramatic and it's worrisome. I can't imagine what it must feel like for the 24 million Taiwanese people seeing their island encircled. But we've got to diffuse this situation.
And Dr. Snow, I agree with you there. And the job of the international community and the regional blocs is far more important than ever, especially after what we have seen in Ukraine. Manju Seth, I'm coming to you and taking that point forward that Dr. Snow was mentioning, that we can talk about what US did right, what China did right, and what they both did wrong, and what lies ahead. But it's the future of millions of people at stake, the future of a region, the peace and stability at stake. What kind of role can international regional blocs really play in dousing this situation?
As you said, the situation at the moment is extremely, it's scary, and it's not something, at the moment, it's not actually a direct attack or a direct invasion, but at the same time, it's a very scary situation. It has jeopardized the regional security atmosphere entirely. And and who is to blame? As you said, it's difficult, everyone may be to blame. But China has also, perceived that it is now a powerful, powerful enough nation and will not tolerate these kind of pinpricks. So it is sending a message, and the way they have surrounded Taiwan right now with their military exercises, it is extremely, they've infiltrated, I mean, they've sort of infringed the maritime space of Taiwan, but they say this is part of our country.
Yeah.
And so this is the biggest dilemma for other countries. And the US has always been saying that, been always some kind of strategic ambiguity on the part of the US, saying that it recognizes the one China policy, but at the same time, it will come to its defense, to Taiwan's defense, if it is threatened or if its independence is threatened. So you see that kind of ambiguity that is there has also, and with this visit, the visit that took place 25 years ago of the former speaker, the situation was entirely different. Today, it is entirely different. And regional blocs or other international organizations, I think, are not going to be able to get much success, even if they do try. They should try and put pressure. But I think neither the ASEAN nor G7 will have, or the UN will be able to actually make, I think, much difference at this point of time, because China says this is, I mean, you talk when you're attacking another country. They're saying we are not doing going to another country. This is part of our territory. It is part of China, and we can do what we like.
And this is the discourse that China has maintained in its territorial confrontations with various countries. And in fact, that's the stand that it has partly adopted with India as well. I'll come back to our guests. I request all of you to stay with us on the broadcast. There are some updates coming in on the story. Let's go to that. Well, there's a stunning claim by Japan. It says that 5 ballistic missiles launched by China's military have fallen into Japan's exclusive economic zones. The EEZ are recognized as legal zones for a country to conduct their business operations. There is certain degree of business exclusivity that the nations recognize in exclusive economic zones. Defense Minister has said that it marked the first time a ballistic missile belonging to Chinese military had landed within the waters. And I'm quoting what he said, what the Japanese minister said. This is a grave issue that concerns our country's national security and the safety of people, unquote. Kishi further said that the Japanese government also lodged a diplomatic protest and they will continue to oppose such moves by the Chinese government. That's the word really coming in. So the Chinese aggressive stand is not just against Taiwan, but it has clearly led the entire maritime region into a tension area, and there are multiple countries which are involved there. There's US, there's Japan, there's China, and if there is any kind of maritime conflict that, God forbid, emerges, it's going to impact multiple nations, and that's the situation that one needs to avert. And this is also happening at a time when Pelosi is reaching Japan. Well, Nancy Pelosi, you remember that visit. When she was in Taiwan, it raised a huge ruckus. The Beijing was not clearly happy. They said, we've drawn a red line. Then why is it that Nancy Pelosi is visiting? Will China also open or put forward a very aggressive foreign policy towards the Japanese as well? The two traditionally have had issues on multiple occasions. And along with Taiwan, is this the building up of tensions with yet another nation, or there is likely to be some kind of retreat? So let's see what happens. Those are the visuals on your screen right now. Nancy Pelosi arriving in Tokyo. And with her visit, we're also witnessing these kind of tensions really play out. I'll go back to Professor Brahmachalni, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Professor, you pointed out that US perhaps has not put China in the right place. There's a certain policy of appeasement. Is this the policy of appeasement, or perhaps an indication of the changing global order where China is increasingly dominating and becoming more and more aggressive?
Well, it's also about politics in the US. The Democrats tend to be more focused on Russia, and the Republicans tend to look at China more closely. The issue is really this, that the future of American power will be determined not in Ukraine, but in Asia. And the conflict over the future status of Taiwan will determine the new global order. So if the Americans don't wake up to the new challenges in the Indo-Pacific, the US will not be able to retain its global preeminence. A Chinese takeover of Taiwan would upend the balance of power in the world and damage America's reputation as a reliable ally.
Professor,
Here I want to...
Professor,
Yeah,
I want to understand this from you directly. Sorry to interrupt you, but if I were to ask you very directly, what would be the right action for the Americans right now, keeping in mind the regional stability, the power balance that needs to be maintained, something that you're talking about?
Well, the Americans should be focusing on deterring and thwarting a potential Chinese attack on Taiwan. That should be the focus. The focus should not be on seeking to offer concessions to China, including potentially rolling back trade tariffs on Chinese goods. The focus ought to be on shoring up the defenses of Taiwan so that if the Chinese were to attack Taiwan, they would get a bloody nose. That should be the policy and strategy of the US.
Okay.
But you know, here, whatever things that we are seeing today, for example, the firing of ballistic missiles or ballistic missiles falling into the EEZ of Japan, or these provocative actions against Taiwan, nothing would serve Taiwan's defense interests better than a Chinese counterproductive action that serves as a wake-up call for American power elites, which largely remain fixated on Russia.
Okay. Okay. Point taken.
If the Chinese do something that is counterproductive to China's own long-term interests, it will serve Taiwan's defense interests.
Okay, I'm going to take that point to Dr. Nancy Snow and Manju Seth. Both of them have limited time. Dr. Snow, we were talking about the role of the regional blocs or the civil community and ensuring that there is peace and stability in the region. Perhaps Professor Chalani is giving us a reality check, and he's saying China needs to be responded to. They need to be told that their might can be countered, and perhaps that deterrent and that bloody nose is the only way possible. Do you agree?
Well, no, I don't agree with that. I think there are many different types of responses you can give. And what we're seeing now is strength is begetting strength. And so it's a tit for tat. It's the old sort of, you do this, I do that. It sort of at times looks like kids on the playground. And he made me do it, that type of language. Let me speak to why Pelosi is in Japan. Japan plays a critical role here. Japan and the U.S. combined, the two largest democratic economies in the world. They are a counterweight, a counterbalance to China. I've lived in Japan the last 10 years, off and on, in Tokyo. And it is now taking on a larger role, a more assertive role. It's a member of the Quad. There was just the Quad meeting at the end of May. These are important regional dialogues. They're not treaty organizations, but they do have a role to play. And bloodying each other's noses is not the sort of picture I want to have.
I'm very short of time, hence I'm interrupting you. Manju Seth, I'm coming to you. A very short response from you. What is your bet? I mean, is it time to give up on diplomacy and administer a bloody nose to the Chinese, who have been trying to dominate the world and at various other scenarios with their aggressive posturing, or perhaps time to retain the dialogue and diplomacy?
I think giving a bloody nose in actual this thing would be very counterproductive. Economic bloody nose is what needs to be done, and to decouple the economies and the economic dependence on China, that would hurt them. I think those are the actions that need to be taken. And of course, diplomacy and dialogue should continue, but I don't know how effective, as I said, I don't know how effective it's going to be, because China does not feel that it is, it should listen to anyone, because it says it is, a very powerful country. And in Asia particularly, it says, I'm numero uno, and this is my sphere of influence, and it is telling the US. And as Professor Chalani said, it is a decline. It perceives U.S. weakness as a weaker state, and that is why it is becoming more assertive.
Well, here's hoping that we don't see another escalation in the Taiwanese Strait. Thank you, Professor Brahma Chalani, Andrew K.P. Leung, Manju Seth, and Dr. Nancy Snow, all of you, for joining us on the show and in this special conversation. We also get you a special conversation with Ting Ting Liu. She's the Foreign Affairs and Military Correspondent for TVBS News from Taiwan. Let's get in a word from her and try and understand what exactly is happening. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. How is it that the Taiwanese administration views the Chinese action and aggression? And more importantly, how will the region guard its democratic interests?
Yes, we actually been seeing really very high military tension by the PLA around Taiwan. So the latest numbers I have here is that the Taiwanese Defense Ministry has confirmed that the PLA has actually fired 11 Zhongfeng ballistic missiles around northern, eastern, and southern waters in Taiwan.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they are also the PLA also actually fired live firing exercises consisting of long-range rockets around Taiwan, especially near the outer islands. So, these are a pretty strong military action we are seeing from the PLA army. And the Defense Ministry in Taiwan strongly condemned such a move. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan has just also released a press release, not only condemning, but also saying that such action is very similar to North Korea. So in a way, is that we are seeing a very strong condemnation and words coming out from the Taiwanese government.
Yeah, Leo, what kind of support and help can the international community, really give Taiwan? What is it that Taiwan expects from them? And the bigger concern by Chinese action is the threat to overall regional peace and stability.
I mean, like the Defense Ministry in Taiwan has said it very clearly, is that Taiwan do not seek for war, but Taiwan is definitely prepared for war. But no doubt, I think nobody, especially in Taiwan, people in Taiwan are peace-loving people. People in Taiwan are resilient people. And then with that, I don't think anyone hopes to see full escalation into war. And but the problem now lies in whether there may be any miscalculation or mishandling of a situation, which result in a more or less than desirable development in that sense. So I think everyone is watching the situation really closely. And as for the international community, I think the Taiwanese government is actually actively seeking more international attention in this region. We are actually seeing Taiwanese ambassadors or representatives around the world giving interviews and also raising attention to the Taiwan issue. Now it's currently unfolding in Taiwan, and the pressure and tension, military tension that we are currently experiencing. But as to how to really diffuse the situation, I think it is not entirely up to Taiwanese to say that, because the current military drills and exercise are actually conducted by the PLA army.
Yeah. Leo, the Chinese argue that the present tensions are provoked after the visit of Nancy Pelosi. What kind of help does Taiwan expect from partner countries like United States of America? Because that's going to be very critical for Taiwan.
I think the Taiwanese government also do hope that the international community continues to monitor and pay attention to the tension we are experiencing here. But as we actually did see improvement and warmer ties between US and Taiwan over the past few years. And as to especially, I mean, and that is not only in terms of governments, culturally, economically, Taiwan it has actually been actively working with US and other democratic country counterparts.
Yeah. My last question to you: the Chinese are not just indulging into military action, but also threatening or are indulging into economic consequences as well. What are the fears of the business community post the Chinese threat?
I mean, after Pelosi's visit, we have seen very strong reaction economically from the PRC government. They have actually imposed sanctions, so they have banned the imports of more than, I think, from 1,400 companies which produce food products in Taiwan. So basically, they have banned food imports from Taiwan, and also and on top of that, Taiwanese citrus fruits. That's actually a lot, and also fishes from Taiwan, 2 types of fishes. And we are also seeing the Taiwanese business community watching this really, really closely on how things will eventually unfold. And I think, as in terms of the Taiwanese stock market today, there was actually a bit of tension there. It actually opened on more on the low side, but I think currently it is still everything's still under control, and the government is telling people that no doubt Taiwan will actually experience a lot of trafficking is coming out from the PLA, coming out from the PRC government. And I think the Taiwanese people are freedom-loving people, Taiwanese people are resilient people, and you need to know that actually this kind of threat has always been around there for quite some time.
All right, Leo, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and getting us all that perspective from the ground. The next 72 hours are going to be very, very critical, and the entire world watches with a bated breath about what happens in the Taiwan Strait. With that, it's a wrap. Ridhima joins you on the other side.
Then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police.
These Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Good evening. You're watching the biggest exclusive right here on CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Over the next 30 minutes, we will blow the lid of a scam that identifies, targets, and then harasses unsuspecting individuals. Now, these are individuals who are vulnerable and desperate for cash. This is part of an investigation carried out by my colleague, Swastika Das. We bring you a big expose on how Chinese loan apps are working in India, targeting vulnerable people. These people borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides just in the last 2 months, the latest of a 17-year-old Harita Vashni from the NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she just couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. So what really led to these people wanting to end their own life? We break the modus operandi of how these loan apps actually scammed people. Let's break down those details for you. We're going to do it stage-wise. We're going to first tell you what these apps look like, how they identified the people, and then eventually scammed and even harassed them. Take a look at all of this very, very carefully. The first stage is the setup. There are fake Chinese fintech companies. They linked a loan app, created it, and then uploaded it. Email IDs are used, traced back to China, Hong Kong, as well as Macau. After the setup is done, then we move to stage 2. And this is very, very crucial. Let's break down those details as well. What do you see in stage 2? You see advertisements on social media, emails, and even TV channels. What does the ad say? Look at this language carefully. Loans in just one click. It's a click and bait. Interest just rupees 400 per week. But people don't know what is going to follow once they fall under this trap. Target audience or the victim for them is small businesses or hit by COVID or even the lockdown. Once these advertisements are done, once they've identified these vulnerable people and victims, what happens next? Let's break down those details. Then we move to stage 3, which is the loan which eventually gets released. The victim is approached on the loan app. Then what happens? After you've made a contact with the victim, the loan app communicated with a payment getaway. Once the amount is decided upon, then the info profile of the victim is taken, and this is where the problems begin, because all your personal information is now in the hand of these scammers. The loan is given out, remember, from a fake fintech company. This is where we started from. Let's now move on and talk to you, where does the harassment begin and what is the kind of aspects that we need to be very, very careful about. The fourth stage is the recovery. Data on the victim is harvested. As I pointed out, all your personal information is with these scanners. Call center units deployed, Indian callers. Victim shamed among contacts, pictures of the victim morphed and then distributed. This is where the harassment takes place as far as these scammers are concerned. This is why I said this is a story that has a lot of relevance for people like me and you. So as I said, over the next 30 minutes, we'll be discussing how you can protect yourself as far as these scams are concerned, because you could be next. We will tell you how to protect yourself. First, we want to bring you a victim who's now joining us from Mumbai. The identity is held on request. We appreciate you taking out the time and joining us here on CNN News 18. Could you begin from where it all started? What is the kind of loan that you wanted? Which was this app that you saw on social media, and what happened from there on?
Hi. Basically, in 2021 on September, actually I was watching something on YouTube. So there was an ad came for a Lendmall application. So at that time I just ignored it, because at that time I was not in need of money. But after some days, actually I was in a need of money due to my financial crisis. So I opened the Google Play Store and I downloaded the application. So in the beginning, the process was little bit easy. They take your Aadhaar card, they take your PAN card, and in the last process, it's like there is a video in which you have to put the camera in front of your face, and there is a video recording hardly for 20 seconds. You need to move your head from left to right. So that is the last process. So in that, the amount which has been shown, they don't provide you that amount. Okay. If suppose, for example, they are giving me 1,000, and in 7 days I have to pay back them 2,500 in 7 days, and in the 5th day they start calling you. There is a due of your loan, so you have to make the payment before the due date. They will continuously call you.
Okay.
Until unless you won't pay it back.
So before we just go forward as far as where do the calls and harassment begins, so you said in the initial stage your documents are taken, like your Aadhaar and your PAN card, and those details are kept with them, and then a time period is also given to you, and how long you have to return that money, and when do the calls begin and what do they look like?
There is a due date of 7 day time period. Okay. And on the 5th day you get the calls. You have to your loan amount is pending. But one more thing, in the application it is clearly shown that it is RBI registered and NBSE financial.
Okay, so I just want to go back to the interface. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting, because a lot of viewers could not know that they could also become the next target. So I'm just breaking this down point by point. When you looked at the interface as far as this app is concerned, as I pointed out when I started, these are fake fintech companies. So there was no red flag for you. It was just like any other app that me and you use on a day-to-day basis. How did the interface look like?
Means it was like a normal, means the ratings all were in the ratings all was good in the Google Play Store. And once you open the application, actually people, they won't doubt looking at the application. They made the application in such a simple way. Once you open, it is clearly written, it is RBI registered, NBFC. So people think, yeah, it's a genuine application.
True. So I want to understand. So you're saying that people won't be able to identify that it's a dubious app, or there could be some sort of harassment that follows. I just want to understand, what is that initial amount of loan that you wanted, and what did you end up paying, and in how many days? What did the harassment look like?
Actually, I took a total loan of more than 3 lakhs from total 11 applications. So I made the payment. Till now I have made the payment more than 15 lakhs.
It's terrible.
More than 15, more than 15 lakhs I have made the payment. So what happens is, for each application there is a due date of 7 day. Okay. Of 7 days. If you cross the 7th day, at the 8th day, the executive, he will call you, and the way he speaks, seriously, that is totally terrible. And the language which they use, seriously, very vulgar and very bad language.
We said this when we started the show, that the biggest problem for most of the victims like you is that all your personal information is in their hands and they're misusing it. How did they use your personal information? Did they also morph your pictures? Did they reach out to your family members as well?
Yeah, they morphed my images. one of my images, and they have shared it to one of my colleague. And secondly, I got a WhatsApp messages. The WhatsApp message was so vulgar, I can't even show the message to anyone. So dirty text there were in the WhatsApp messages, and they call you continuously. They call you once you receive the call. The way they speak, seriously, the day which I removed, seriously, it's a terrible nightmare for me. I just want to suggest one thing for the youngsters and for everyone. Please don't get trapped into this mess. The day which I have seen, please don't get into this.
Stand another aspect. You said whatever loan you took, you paid almost 15 lakhs. That's almost double or triple.
More than 15.
More than 15
more
lakhs.
than 15.
So that's almost more than triple of what you had initially taken. When
Yes.
does it all stop, or does it actually stop?
Now, actually, what happened when it stopped? When I reached BKC Cyber Cell in Mumbai, BKC Cyber Cell, I told them the scenario. I gave all the supportive documents. I told them they are harassing me. I gave them all the details, the WhatsApp messages, from the number which I used to get calls. I gave them all the details. So after that, they started tracking them, and after that, seriously, now I'm feeling much better. I don't receive any calls and messages now.
Okay.
Because they helped me a lot, BKC Cyber Cell.
So what happens to the money that is already gone from your side? What are officials telling you? Is there any way of getting your hard-earned money back? Because if you took a loan of just about 3 lakhs and you paid over 15 lakhs, what happens to the buffer amount? Is there any way of getting it back?
Yeah, they are trying, ma'am.
Okay. You know, you're not alone, unfortunately. There are multiple people like this who have fallen prey to scams like these. These were people who, as I said, were vulnerable. They were desperate for cash, and they thought this was the only way out. If you would just be kind enough to just stay on with us, because I also want to get in our other guest, a cybersecurity expert, Jiten Jain. He's joining me here in the studio. And we also have Hemraj Rajput. He's the DCP of Cybercrime, also now joining us, because the other part of the show we want to now focus on how do we crack this nexus and what happens from here on. Jiten, good to have you on the show with us. Hemraj, good to have you on the show with us as well. Jiten, let me begin with you first. If you heard the story that we just heard from the victims, this is just one of those stories. What he said initially is very, very interesting and crucial. He is saying that when you look at the interface of these apps, these are fake fintech companies, but there are no red flags. They look like just any other app. They're available on Play Store. You download them, and that's where the harassment begins. So how does one then even identify where the problem is? Because even if I open the Play Store and if I see an app and I don't see anything suspecting, I could be the next target as well.
Look, Riddhima, you don't have to identify whether it is genuine and fake, because these are all 100% fake. Anybody who's promising you to just give you a loan without any surety guarantee just by giving your Aadhaar card and ID documents are all fake. And the modus begins by you get these fake marketing SMSs from some random databases that you can get 20,000, 30,000 rupees instantly within 5 minutes by giving your Aadhaar card. And they're targeting, youngsters who are between 18 to 26, 27, who are college going, who need money for college life, who has less money. And initially, the interest rate, what I promise is like 25% in a month. But once you get the money, immediately 20% money goes as processing fee. So if you take a loan of 10,000 rupees, you get 8,000 rupees. And from that very moment, this vicious cycle of endless trauma starts. Interest rates, some apps have even charged 200% for 3 months. I mean, if you don't pay on time, the interest rate doubles. And then if you don't pay, they send random vulgar, absolutely ridiculous messages to all your family, all your friends. This is a scam number one. Now, there is a bigger thing at play over here.
Okay, Jiten, I'll just pause you. One second, Jiten, I'll just pause you here, because as I said, this is very crucial for our viewers. When I started the show, as I said, some of these email IDs of people who are running these fintech companies and apps have been traced back to China, Hong Kong and Macau. So talk to us about the modus operandi. How do they ensure that they don't come under the scanner anywhere for these apps to be brought down?
No, see, the amounts which are distributed as loan is 50,000 rupees, 60,000, 10,000, 20,000. They are not giving 20 lakhs or 15 lakh rupees loans. Idea is to stay below the radar and make the volume of transactions and victims very high. Second, Chinese citizens have made fake ID cards, Aadhaar cards, as Indian citizens, and they are most of the time proxy directors in the companies, and at times they themselves are the directors. But 80% of these fake loan scams, which are acting as small fintech companies, are all in a way proxily managed by Chinese citizens, and the scam is much bigger. It's not about thousands of crores which have been like laundered by these apps. All the apps which you download on your mobile phone also act as a malware. So they steal all your personal photographs, data, contact books. Moment you decide not to pay, and even if you pay, at times you've been blackmailed by using personal photographs. People have been driven to commit suicide.
Yeah. As I pointed out,
even
7
when you have paid the
suicides
loans,
just
even
in
when
the
you have paid the
last
loans.
2 months. But, Jitin, I'll request you to stay on with us, because this is also a crucial point for us to talk about. What are the options as far as these victims and their families are concerned? Hemraj Rajput, I want to bring you in here. As we were hearing from our victim earlier on the show, approached police officials, but till now, none of them have been nabbed, and there is no way of recovering that money. What can victims do in a scenario like this?
Yeah, rightly said. Actually, Mumbai Cyber Crime Branch has so far arrested 14 persons throughout the India from different locations, and we are able to identify more than 350 such shell companies or fake companies which were operating these fake loan or online fraudulent loan apps. So in these companies, so far we have freezed more than 14 crores of rupees. Along with that, more than 10 crypto wallets also have been identified, and in these wallets 7 crore plus of amount of these currency has been freezed by Mumbai police.
Okay.
So in these cases so far we are able to nab the structure of these fraudulent loan app companies and the modus operandi of these companies. So what we would like to suggest rather advise the civilians that they should be stay away from all these instant loan app kind of things, and because they are not only using their money, but they are also using their data also.
Correct. And that's where the big problem is, as our victim was also pointing out. These scammers approach their colleagues, their family members, they morph their pictures, and then they start harassing them. I quickly want to go back to our victim as well. As you were pointing out to us that when you saw the interface of the app, there were no red flags for you. Then when all your information was given to them also, at that point also there were no red flags for you. When did you start realizing that something is wrong and possibly you were being scammed?
Actually, when I came to know, it was actually I missed my payment. I missed one of my payment, which crossed the due date.
Okay.
So on the 8th day, when I got a call, when I answered the call, so the person, he started abusing me, he started threatening me. So at that time I realized that there is something wrong with this application. Then I started searching in YouTube. What are the loan app scams? Are they legal or not? So then later on I came to know that these all are scams and all. So after that, when I paid a lot of money and I didn't had any much more money to pay them back. So that is the reason I approached BKC Cyber Cell for a help, and they helped me a lot.
Okay, that's very good to know. We need to have the support of officials. But Jitin, I want to come back to you and I want to understand, as he was pointing out, there were no red flags for him, right? It's only when he started to get abused by these harassers, he thought possibly something was wrong. He also said something at the initial part of the show. He said when he opened the Play Store and he saw this app, it was verified as far as the central bank is concerned. So what is the role of the social media platforms themselves? How are you having these fake apps even working without anyone having any scrutiny on them?
No, you see, first of all, there are hundreds of such apps operating. They are very beautiful looking, professionally made in a way, because if you have to give instant loans, you have to drive more customers, you have to scam more people. So they are nicely made. And second, I mean, on the onset, it looks like a genuine app that they're collecting your, location information, like which every bank does for your account safety. But here, the data is not taken for your safety, but to blackmail you. And second, it has been happening from last 2 years. RBI even formed a committee to deal with it. I remember, I think transactions were 20,000 crores were tracked and traced by Andhra Pradesh police. They arrested several Chinese citizens. And then, a racket of almost 10 to 12 apps were busted. There are still 50 to 100 these apps are operating. And you see, Ridhima, this is not about these apps. This whole culture of this gold, easy for gold loans, which are also charging obnoxious rates like 40% for interest. Everything has to come to stop. And any app which is offering any sort of loan should not operate unless and until there is an express permission from RBI. But what is happening today? They tie up with some NBFC somewhere, and then there is a chain of other people, and they come up as an IT company which is offering a loan backed by some unknown NBFC, which is like again a scam.
It's crucial that you're talking about NBFCs, and I just want to put out this data that we have in terms of how this mega scam actually was taking place. They developed a loan app. Via the app, they took control of social media of clients. They fixed interest rates, processing fee and a platform fee, controlled all onboarding, lending as well as recovery, and then piggybacked on license of NBFCs. And this is what we're picking up by the means of what ED sources are telling us. So this is exactly how it played out. But Jitin, here I also want to understand from you is, as you were pointing out that, it's not just about these apps because they're beautifully created, but what can one do? What are the red flags that one should watch out for in a case like this? Because this is, the reason that I'm asking you this is because their identification of targets is done in a very specific way. You're finding the most vulnerable people. These are people who are desperate for cash. That is why take your Aadhaar card. And it becomes a clickbait, right? Look at the ads that they're putting out. They will give you a loan in one day. Look at the interest rate that they're putting out. So what should be the red flags for people to know that maybe something is not right here?
I think the first thing, what you have to understand, there is no free lunch in life and there are no easy loans. Anybody who is promising you an instant loan by just taking your ID documents is likely fake. And especially when you don't even have to walk into their office, right? Number one, never download any app to take a loan, number one, unless and until it is from a reputed bank. Second, I think cyber agencies, including the cops, have to, proactively look out for such apps and burst them instead of waiting for people to come and complain. Because I think you go on Twitter, there are hundreds of people who are complaining about these fake loan apps. I think someone should scout the social media. If they're able to, scam the people and victimize the people in mass, I'm sure they are very easy to detect if you act proactively. And just Google search instant loan apps, you'll find hundreds on there on Google Play Store. I mean, find all of them which are not located in India, just stop all of them.
Hemraj Rajput, I want to come back to you. As our victim was saying, he did approach the officials and they were very helpful. But the net result is that all this hard-earned money still hasn't come back. So what is the protocol in a case like this? What is the kind of drill that is undertaken to ensure that we target who these scammers are, and there should be some way of possibly getting this money back?
Yes, so far more than 21 CR has been freezed in this case. So basically we are just mapping all these things still now. We are just mapping the other fraudulent accounts also. So through the Honorable Court's order only, we can be in capacity to distribute these to the victims also. So basically these things are dynamic in process, and still we are in under investigation process. So in this kind of scenario, every single victim should approach the nearest police station, and if he is not physically not in capacity to go there physically, so ultimately he can share his crime with 1930, which is a online helpline portal of Government of India.
That's crucial, sir. So could you elaborate on what is the portal or a grievance portal where victims could reach out to police officials if they're unable to physically meet officials on the ground?
Yeah, even Mumbai Police has started this 1930 helpline in the month of mid-May, and so far more than 6,000 victims have approached Mumbai Police through this 1930 online helpline portal. And through that only we are able to identify the case, and we are able to take down the data. The 1930 helpline is something which is related to instant. We can take down the data of the victim, and that can be worked. And even one more portal is there, cybercrime.gov.in. It's a government portal. Through that portal only, we can immediately file our complaint also.
So cybercrime.gov.in and the helpline number, as was mentioned by Hemraj Rajput. I want to go back to our victim. I also now want to focus that this is not just about the money, but there is physical and mental harassment as well. Because as I pointed out, just in the last 2 months, there have been as many as 7 people who've taken the extreme step of ending their life because they just couldn't deal with the harassment. I want to understand from you, what did the harassment look like? What did you feel at that time? And if you could explain the harassment, you said they were abusive calls, but did it just end there? Because it would have resulted in a lot of mental trauma for you as well.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, they used to call me continuously. If suppose I am not answering the call, in the next moment they will call me from the other number. So if suppose I disconnect the call, they will call me from other number. If I receive the call, the moment I receive the call, they start abusing me in a very bad way. I can't even imagine and I can't even tell the way they speak to me. And the messages they have sent me in WhatsApp, I can't even tell to anyone ki this is the message or something. Seriously,
I just want to ask you
worst.
something. You know, you said that there were abusive messages. Was there any point of when this harassment was going on? Did you ever tell the scammers that if this does not stop, I will approach the police? Was there any change of tone at that point? Did that conversation ever take place?
Yeah. Yeah, I told one of them ki boss, don't harass me. Though then I will go to the nearest police station or cyber cell. They were like, do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
We don't care about that. Do whatever you,
So
you
they were
want to do.
extremely brazen. They were not even scared
Yes,
as far
yes,
as
yes.
any action that could be
Yes.
taken. And that's very crucial. Final word to you, Jiten. A message to people who are watching, to youngsters, individuals who could be in that vulnerable stage. How do they protect themselves?
I think if you are receiving any such, abusive messages or harassment by any loan company, which you think is not moral or legal, please approach the nearest police station. And if you are scared to reveal your identity, if you do not feel comfortable going to a police station, as Mr. Rajput pointed out, please call up 1930 or go to cybercrime.gov.in. It's a very simple, very nice portal. You can, and it is especially for financial frauds. You can just put in the details, the name of the app which you downloaded, the money you took, and the account number which is the money was given to you from, or the mobile numbers which are calling to harass you. Rest will be taken care of by the government. But do not be scared. Stand up to these bullies. They cannot do anything to you. And the people who are calling you on phone, abusing you, are the guys who do not even know whom they are working for. They themselves are normal people who are working it as a call center job.
Yeah, that's a very crucial
do not be
point
scared,
that
stand
Jiten
up,
is
abuse them
making,
back.
that
and
if
keep
you
the
stand
phone
up and if you send out a message that the police can be involved, it will send out a strong message to them. Unfortunately, I've completely run out of time. I'd really like to thank the victim, Hemraj Rajput and Jiten Jain. We're now shifting our focus to some other updates coming in. This is the big global story that we're tracking. The PLA Eastern Theater Command of the Chinese People's Liberation Army has deployed more than 100 fighter jets, bombers and other types of warplanes to the northern and southwestern and even southeastern airspace of the Taiwan island. The Taiwanese army has begun moving 155 meters M114 howitzers and even mortars closer to the PLA's exercise areas. All of this as Nancy Pelosi has reached Japan. That's the big update that's coming in. So look at what we are putting out. China continues as far as its offensive is concerned. They've been very clear with their messaging that this is against the One China policy. This is against the territorial and in sovereign integrity as far as China is concerned. And there will be dire consequences for both Taiwan as well as the United States of America. The Taiwanese army is also now preparing in case there is an invasion that takes place. Abhishek Jha now joining us with more details. Abhishek, talk to us about where things stand. What is the offensive that we are seeing by China and the defense that is being prepared by Taiwan as well?
So Taiwanese side has clearly activated their defense mechanism. They have said that PLA has conducted live firing, including long-range rockets near Magzu, Wukyu, Dongjin, and other outer islands. In fact, Chinese Defense Ministry has given a list of 6 small islands, near Taiwan where the exercise and drill is happening. But before that, this whole outrage of China in the aftermath of Nancy Pelosi's visit, which is apparently leading to this military might, expression of military might from Chinese side. There is a longer repercussion which is also going to happen because there have been reports that certain missiles fired by the Chinese military have fallen into Japan's special economic zone. So we must also understand the fact that when Chinese side were trying to do their drill and they were aiming and firing rockets, they always knew the kind of range this ballistic missile would have and where it's going to fall. So probably this is another callousness or arrogance that Chinese military is trying to exhibit in and around Taiwan.
Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us that quick update. With that, it's a wrap from my side. Plain Speak is up next with my colleague Shivani.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The ED heat over Congress leaders Sonia and Rahul Gandhi is all set to increase, with searches continuing at the Young Indian office and fresh allegations of using Hawala route coming out. Even as the Congress frets and fumes, it is becoming harder for its first family to evade questions on the alleged fraud. It's also becoming a full-blown war, with Congress making its intentions very clear in the past and now, that they will react to any further action by the agency with protests and possibly anarchy as witnessed during the questioning of the Gandhis earlier. Does India need to see chaos because the Gandhis are facing heat? Or is this a desperate measure by the party that is already at the fringes? After all, if the Gandhis become any more implicated, then what is left of the Congress? Are they intentionally raising the stakes in case the ED takes further action like a search at 10 Janpad or even an arrest in this case? Time will tell. But what we do know right now is that the trouble is increasing for the Gandhis. Here is what ED sources are saying. That AJL received money through Hawala channels. Shell companies have been established for this purpose. At least 7 to 8 firms, in fact, are on the radar of the Enforcement Directorate. And entry operators who routed this money to AJL through these shell companies are all set to be summoned as well. ED, though, is tight-lipped on the names of the companies and the quantum of money involved. Congress, though, maintains that all of this is vendetta politics.
अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो इतना डर क्यों है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं में, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं में, और खास करके सबका एक ही कवायद है, सबकी कवायद है कि किस प्रकार से एक ही परिवार के लिए हम आंदोलन करें, एक परिवार को कैसे बचाया जाए।
ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है और जो बीजेपी के विरोधी दल है उन दलों को खत्म करने की कोशिश वो कर रहे हैं।
But since the Congress doesn't want to be seen as fighting for the Gandhis alone, something they have been criticized for in the past, they have planned major nationwide protests on Friday on price rise and unemployment to build pressure on the government. Let's hope we see only peaceful protests this time. Those protests have turned into a face-off, but that's not all. Today, the Congress also opened up another front against the government via RSS on the Har Ghar Tiranga celebrations. And that's the big debate coming up today. How the BJP versus Congress war is snowballing on all issues, but very much because of the escalation of the ED heat on the Gandhis. Here's more.
After the Prime Minister of India asking for the Tiranga to be made as DP, but RSS is not doing it.
तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए।
The Tiranga face-off that erupted yesterday after opposition MPs boycotted the tricolour bike rally has become a full-blown war today after Rahul Gandhi accused BJP's fountainhead RSS of not hoisting the tricolour for 52 years after independence.
सद्भावना आना चाहिए, ये सोच के हमने किया है। आज अच्छा भी हुआ है। मैं पूरा उसमें उसके देख के आई एम वेरी वेरी हैप्पी। फिर भी नहीं आते हैं तो क्या करें, हम तो ज़्यादा इसमें, क्योंकि हम I do not want to make politics out of it.
Even the AIMIM jumped in, accusing the RSS of being anti-Tiranga.
ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए। सितंबर 14, 1947 के उन्हीं के ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने कहा था कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है। तो प्रधानमंत्री को इस बारे में कुछ बोलना चाहिए कि 1930 में जब हम लोगों ने उस वक्त एक तिरंगा बनाया गया था, जो आरएसएस के उस वक्त के सरसंघचालक थे, उन्होंने लोगों से कहा कि नहीं, आप लोग उसका साथ मत दीजिए।
Meanwhile, there is another face-off brewing with Congress planning nationwide protests on Friday on price rise and unemployment. Senior Congress leaders plan to gherao the PM residence and party MPs plan to march to Rashtrapati Bhavan from Parliament. Congress has already accused the government of suppressing their planned protests.
इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहिए कुछ भी करो।
आप डरने वाले नहीं? ना, बिल्कुल नहीं डरने वाले। और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं।
और सर, आपको जिस तरह से कल एआईसीसी मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया,
को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता।
इनपुट्स यही मिल रहा है अलग अलग सोर्सेज से कि प्रदर्शन करेंगे और हो सकता है कि वो पीएम के घर के पास भी चले जाए। तो अभी तैयारी चल रहा है हमारा और हम पूरा इंश्योर करेंगे कि इस तरह के माहौल क्रिएट ही ना हो कि उधर तक चले जाए।
Congress protests are certain to become an intense face-off between the party and the police. But will the party allow its protests to descend into chaos and anarchy again? First up, I want to go across to my colleague Ashish Mehrishi, who's tracking more of the ED investigations into the Herald scam. Now, Ashish, how serious is this Hawala angle? Is this the first time something like this is coming out? And how confident is the agency that they can actually, get the money trail and put people in dock as far as the Hawala angle is concerned?
So, the Enforcement Directorate is very tight-lipped. In fact, I tried my best to get information from ED on, the kind of money trail which was leading to certain companies, which looks to be Hawala transactions. My sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me there are around 5 to 6 companies through which it seems to be that there was an entry which was taken in lieu of cash, and the money came into Associated Journal, and that is why these raids were conducted. But this raid is, a part of the investigation which is more than a decade old now. So there are certain companies which are under investigation. They were raided. What I have been told is that 2 Hawala operators, which are basically involved into this money transaction, they are in all likelihood going to be called for investigation, they will be summoned for questioning, and we can expect more details in days to come.
So for the longest of time, Ashish, the Congress has been saying, where are the proceeds of crime? What's the laundering angle here? Do you think this Hawala probe or this Hawala angle probe will answer those questions?
Act investigation, the Enforcement Directorate tracks the money. So money which is basically in lieu of some crime. So here it seems to be that money which could be a part of some sort of kickback would have landed into hands of an entry operator, and the entry operator would have given some sort of entry to Associated Journal. But this is very far-fetched, very early to comment whether something like this has happened or not. So there could be a chance. The Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at certain money transactions where money has come from certain shell companies. There are around 5 to 6 shell companies. We still don't know the correct number because the Enforcement Directorate is absolutely tight-lipped. What I've been told is that there are certain Hawala transactions that they're looking at. They're going to certainly summon 2 individuals who were involved into this. So a person who is basically given entry for this transaction, their statement is likely to happen in a day or 2, and they will be summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. So let's see how things move forward. Too early to comment whether these were kickbacks or not, but certainly there are certain companies which are under investigation as of now.
All right, Ashish Mehrishi, we'll leave it at that. Big thanks for joining us and putting this into perspective. Let's take it to our guests now. Tom Varakan of the BJP is joining us, Swati Malik of the Congress Party, Satyendra Singh is former Deputy Director of ED, Varun Singh is political analyst, and Radhika Ramashesan is a journalist and columnist. Swati, I'm beginning with you. All of this huffing and puffing that the Congress Party is doing, that our voice is being silenced, that we are under siege, all of this is technically to raise the fever pitch on the ED investigation, isn't it? But why? Why do you want to evade the law? Let the process happen. Let the investigation happen.
Shivani, how have we evaded the law? Mr. Rahul Gandhi was questioned for 50 hours. More than 50 hours, he was there very much answering all the questions. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi was called for 3 days. She went, she joined the investigation. The other leaders, Mr. Bansal, Mr. Kharge, all of them have joined investigation. How are we evading the investigation? But what we are opposing, what we are raising a voice against is the selective use of or misuse of powers by ED. That is what we are objecting to. We are not talking about that ED should not investigate. Of course, it should investigate, but it has to investigate all parties, all people, everybody through parties fairly.
No,
Not
that's fine.
not
But as
just
far as
those
the allegations in the Herald scam are concerned, there is no real explanation coming in from the Congress party. Do you not find it serious? Now there's a Hawala charge coming in. We'll of course wait and see how the investigations proceed. I mean,
Yes,
why
ma'am.
this hue and cry? What was the Congress party and its leaders doing yesterday? For what? Just because the Young Indian office was sealed? It's under investigation.
Let me put this in the right perspective for you. The kind of action we have seen by ED in this case. First of all, usually the practice is that first there is a raid and then people are questioned. Then if you feel that there's something wrong, then you are questioned about it. But here what's happened? First, Mrs. Gandhi, everybody was questioned first, and thereafter raids are happening.
Because there is a court order for the
found-
agencies to proceed. Let's not forget in this case, Subramaniam Swamy has gone to court and asked for the investigation. Let's not forget that.
Let's not also forget that in 2016 this case was also closed. Please understand that also.
But there are different agencies, no? They always open it. Let's also not forget in 2019 there is a fresh order.
Absolutely, and that's why we have joined investigation. That's why we are going to ED for more than 50 hours, more than 3 days. And these are just the top leaders I'm talking about. I'm not even mentioning the other people who work at Herald House or who work at Young India Company who've been questioned. When have we evaded it?
No,
Please
the
tell me
question
that.
continues to be, what's the big deal? Why is the Congress party acting like it is under siege or that some heavens have fallen? We know this case started even when the UPA was in power. You'll have to see the process through. And, when you threaten protests, we are reminded of what happened when Rahul Gandhi first went for his questioning.
Please
We don't
tell
want
me,
to see those
is
scenes.
the protest about ED out here, or is the protest that the Congress has announced for tomorrow, is it that about ED only, or is it about inflation and price rise?
Clearly,
What
you've
is-
learned
what are
your
we
lessons
protesting
there,
against?
Swati. Clearly, you've learned your lessons there. Last time around, when it was only about Rahul and Sonia Gandhi, there was a lot of criticism. That
So
the Congress is
therefore, now
only
we
on the
should not-
streets when it's about the Gandhis. Clearly, you've learned your lesson. And
So
I have nothing
therefore-
against your protest.
therefore-
It's the manner
therefore
of
we should
protest that is
not-
the problem.
Therefore, Shivani, we should not protest against inflation anymore.
No, absolutely you must. But in the boundaries that have been set for protest.
That's what we are doing. That's what we are doing. How are we not within the boundaries? Please tell me that.
Okay.
And as far as ED is concerned, while the debate will continue, I'm sure I will have another round. You will have more questions for me. That's when I will show you how this selective power is being misused by ED. I'm not
those
even going to go-
selectivism, Swati, I get your point and I'm not taking anything away from them. We have questioned the BJP on the court selectivism of the agencies, and I think the action that the agencies are taking from Sanjay Raut to Partha Chatterjee to the Gandhis, we know that it's primarily the opposition leaders who are under investigation that the BJP has had to answer for and they will continue to answer for. That does not explain the allegations in any particular case. That's my point, and I'll focus myself on the Herald case. Tom Varakan, please respond to what Swati is saying, that you are deliberately building this pressure on opposition leader. You must have heard what Rahul Gandhi said today. We are not afraid of the PM. We are not afraid of the Home Minister.
Shivani, this is a decade-old case. This started during their own period. And as of the lower court, they were found guilty. And then it went to the High Court. The High Court upheld the issue. It went to the Supreme Court. And the matter, they said they will not interfere with the High Court. And this matter is within the judicial jurisdiction. The BJP has nothing, I repeat, nothing to do with it. Now, here we find that, well, when the opposition is only charged, when opposition parties like the TMC, when you had this issue about Bhattacharya and company,
Chatterjee.
not Bhattacharya, Chatterjee, it was the Congress party that said, well, ED is doing a brilliant job. And when this thing happened to AAP, the ED was spotless, wonderful job. When it comes
I don't think
to
they put it in
Gandhis,
as many words. I think they welcomed the investigation against Satyendra Jain, but they didn't quite give a clean chit to the ED.
No, they didn't. But then point is, when it affects them, when the dynasts are affected, they come to the street talking about price rise. When price rise is discussed in Parliament, they walk out. Threadbare discussion was happening, a long speech by the finance minister of this country. But no, they had no time. They went out and spoke something else. They want to grab headlines. Now, this cover fire for price rise and concern for the people is just an eyewash.
Okay,
The whole
Swati,
issue
can you
is
respond to
about
that particular
Gandhi.
question? This is just a ruse. ये तो बहाना है, असली तो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि ईडी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है.
नहीं, अभी इन्होंने बहुत बोला भी that we only object when the Gandhis are being questioned. I'm sorry, even when Mr. Sanjay Raut was being questioned, we did raise our voices
We have
against
not
that
seen
too.
Congress come out on the streets, even for your own leaders before, even for Mallikarjun Kharge or Pawan Bansal. That's a fact.
I'm sorry, your network broke.
Continue, Swati.
Shivani?
Yes, Swati, if you can hear me, continue, please.
No, what I was saying is we are in this together, and the entire opposition is in this together against ED, against the misuse, whether it's just a bahana or not. Obviously, BJP will always use everything as a bahana, right? They will say whenever we question, either we are incompetent or hum bahane bana rahe hain. Whatever said, and please tell me. I'll just make 2 points out here. First of all, we've not shied away from investigation. We have always joined investigation. Second of all, when nothing has been found, please tell me more than 50 hours, more than 3 days, and when all the senior leaders also question, when nothing has been found, this is just witch hunting that ED is doing.
How can you say nothing has been found? Come on, Swati. The ED hasn't gotten back after that those questioning. They're raiding the Young Indian office.
Absolutely,
clearly the investigation is pursuing.
Shivani, there is a gentleman from ED also in the panel. You may also ask him what is the usual procedure that is followed. Do they question?
But Tom
first or
Barakan
do they
wants to
raid
respond.
Very surprising, the kind of accusations that are being made. I can only tell them that when Kharge went and Bansal went, there was no band, baja and barat that went with him. I mean, they were clear-cut attempts to threaten the ED. An institution is being threatened. They're trying to tell the ED, if you do, I mean, they're telling officers openly, look, we'll get at you if we come to power. That's no way. They say they're cooperating with the investigation. This is certainly no way of cooperating.
Okay.
You can't threaten the ED. What are you worried about? If the courts are not providing you cover fire, the basic thing is you fight it in the courts. You tell the court that we are clear, and why not? But no, you won't. You have to have this band baja, arson in the city. You create a havoc in the country just because the Gandhis are being interrogated.
Okay, let me take that question. Let me take that question to Satendra Singh, who's the former deputy director of ED. Before I come back to the political slugfest, सत्येंद्र जी, ये जब लास्ट टाइम क्वेश्चनिंग हुई थी तो हमने देखा था कि दिल्ली, कर्नाटका वगैरह में बहुत सारे प्रोटेस्ट हुए थे, कुछ गाड़ियों को भी आग लगा दी थी. आपको लगता है कि ये ईडी पे प्रेशर बनाता है या ये प्रेशर टैक्टिक है?
शिवानी, ये जो भी कुछ होता है जो हमारे ऑफिस के एजेंसी के बाहर होता है, उससे हमें कोई बहुत असर नहीं पड़ता है. ईडी के ऑफिसर्स को हम अपना जो भी लॉफुल ड्यूटी है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, उसकी जो पेस है वो उसी पेस पे करते रहते हैं. ये एक परसेप्शन बनता है कि फर्क पड़ रहा है, नहीं पड़ रहा है. मुझे नहीं लगता कि हमारे ऊपर कोई फर्क पड़ता है.
वो तो अच्छी बात है. That is what I think all of us wanted to hear, that these protests don't make an impact on the officers who are conducting the investigation themselves. But सत्येंद्र जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि इस केस में, जैसे स्वाति जी कह रही हैं कि कुछ भी नहीं है फिर भी आप ईडी रेड कर रही है, कुछ भी नहीं है फिर भी क्वेश्चनिंग कर रही है, क्या ईडी ने कोई गलत स्टेप लिया है इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, आपको लगता है?
शिवानी, मेरी नजर में तो ये ईडी जो है, ईडी का इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर है, अपनी पावर्स को बहुत ही तरीके से, बहुत ही स्मूथली यूज कर रहे हैं.
Okay.
अभी इन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, प्रोसीजर ये है कि पहले सर्च होती है फिर क्वेश्चनिंग होती है. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. ज्यादातर केसेज में देखिए प्रोसीजर क्या है, सबसे पहले इनपुट आता है, इंफॉर्मेशन आती है, उसके बाद उनको कलेक्ट किया जाता है, वेरीफाई किया जाता है अलग अलग सोर्सेज से, बैंकिंग चैनल से और भी एजेंसी से, कई जगह से. उसके बाद आईओ डिसाइड करता है कि मुझे अपनी कौन सी पावर यूज करनी है. सम्मन करना है पहले, या हमें पहले सर्च करनी चाहिए जिससे कि एविडेंस इधर उधर नहीं हो जाए. तो ये डिसीजन उस पर बेस करता है कि इनपुट क्या है.
राइट.
अब सम्मनिंग पहले हो गई, सर्च पहले कर देते हैं, कई बार होती है, उसमें क्या है. तो ये हो सकता है इस केस में सवाल उठता है कि साहब तलाशी कर दी, पहले पूछ ही लेते कि सब ठीक बोला जा रहा है, नहीं बोला जा रहा है.
राइट. No, that's true. If the search had happened before the questioning, then also there would have been questions. If the questioning has happened before the search, then also there are questions. But those are obviously political questions. Swati, you've got a former officer here saying, this is the power of the ED. You've gone to court. Leaders of your party have gone to court, questioned PMLA provisions. You've come back empty-handed. There is a limit to how much chaos the Congress party can create just because the Gandhis are being questioned. Abhi to kuch hua bhi nahi hai.
Shivani, why do you keep coming back to the Gandhis being questioned?
Why does the Congress party keep coming back to the Gandhis?
The Gandhis questioning is over. It is not the Gandhis who are being questioned anymore.
Yeah, but the Gandhis are the one implicated in this case. That's why the whole hullabaloo is the maximum in this case from the Congress.
We don't even know the findings of the ED after the questioning, right? So how do we know whether they've been implicated, already found? How do we know all this?
Well, they are implicated.
Right? So
they are out on bail in this case.
Well, yes, they're out on bail, but we don't know the result of the questioning.
Yes,
right?
but you just gave them a clean sheet just 2 minutes ago.
Mr. Singh himself, he just admitted that it is a prerogative of the IO whether to search first or whether to summon first. Right? That's what he just said. So that's what even I'm saying. The powers of the ED, whatever has been vested even by the Supreme Court, the judgment which 17 leaders of the opposition across all political parties have also written a letter to the Supreme Court. I'm sure you've read that as well. So I'm not even going there. My Congress party is only focusing on one thing today. Please tell me, who are the other leaders that you have questioned? Who are the other and I'm not only talking about just BJP, I'm talking about BJP allies also. I'm not only on BJP leaders. Please tell me where your supporters are. Please tell me when these 3 MLAs from Jharkhand, when they were arrested, a 4th MLA registered an FIR, which named Mr. Hemant Biswa Sharma. Where is ED in that? 48 lakhs just found in the back of the car, and the reason they gave it, they were going to buy saris from Kolkata. ED should jump in there. I am saying that wherever there is a BJP person,
there's a
BJP ally, that is where ED goes quiet.
I'll give Tom Vadakan an opportunity to respond to that, because I have debated this endlessly and ad nauseum. I can't waste more time on this, but I'll give Tom Vadakan an opportunity to respond to that. Radhika Ramasheshan, I'm coming to you. How do you see the escalation from the Congress party? Is it because they fear that tomorrow worse could happen and therefore they're upping the ante today itself?
Definitely, the path that the ED is pursuing in the case of this, the young Indian, I mean, strangely, it does remind me of another incident which had happened in the 90s, the Jay and Hawala diaries. So, I mean, there again, the temptation was to accuse the ruling regime of carrying out politically motivated investigations against the opposition, against internal dissenters within the Congress, and so on, So this now, if every such case has indisputably a political motive, we cannot deny that. However, the investigations are also following a particular trajectory, and that trajectory is the money trail is leading to the existence of shell companies, which seem to be a part and parcel of any such money laundering cases. So therefore, I think the Congress and the Gandhis have a lot to answer for. Doubtless, they've been questioned for 50 hours or whatever. But the point is that they still cannot recuse themselves from what is happening in this particular case. And I am sure that it's going to lead to more and more serious charges. I mean, that is what it looks like, regardless of whether the ED is being used as an instrument of the ruling regime or not. Now, we are talking about escalation outside Parliament, outside on the streets. There's no getting away from the fact that within the Congress, if an issue touches the Gandhis, that's when the party gets animated. No matter what the fig leaf for a protest is, whether it is inflation or unemployment, I think in this case, in this particular case, it is about saving the Gandhis. It is about earning a reprieve for them and, reinforcing the perception that minus the Gandhis, the Congress is just a shell of a party.
And therefore, this hurts where it hurts the most, isn't it? Because if this was to implicate the Gandhis any further, then, I mean, there are going to be, it's going to be virtually end game for the Congress party, Radhika. That is why we see this animation.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be end game, but I don't see it being the end game.
Okay.
On the other hand, I see the party rallying behind the Gandhis. There are leadership questions. I mean, who will Sonia be permanently instated as the party president? Because Rahul seems markedly indifferent to taking over the reins of the party, or will they bring Priyanka? I do not see the leadership of the party going into anyone else's hands. This is going to be an occasion to reinforce the Gandhis and their leadership and the command structures.
I want to go
over
back
the
to
party.
Satendra
There's
Singh
no
in just
getting
a bit,
away
but
from it.
before that,
However
Varun Singh,
terrible
I'll
it
give you an
becomes.
opportunity. Do you feel that the Congress is browbeating the agencies? They're sending a message to the government, the people in power also, because some of the messaging from some of their leaders has been about, talking about virtually a war. Do you think that's browbeating the agencies at this stage?
First of all, let me tell you, the most difficult job right now is the job of being a spokesperson for Congress. Swati Malik says so many things and then goes back on it. She says ki kuch bhi nahi mila, and then she says the ED hasn't come to them. What kind of fair investigation are you asking for? और अगर कुछ भी नहीं है तो फिर डर कैसा आपको? कुछ भी नहीं है तो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे कल नेशनल हेराल्ड के ऑफिस से ईडी के रहते हुए क्यों चले गए? यंग इंडिया के ऑफिस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन सर्च के लिए क्यों नहीं रुके? जब कुछ भी नहीं मिला, then why do you want to hold this protest? जब कुछ भी नहीं है तो हवाला के ऑपरेटर्स को क्यों इन्वेस्टिगेट किया जा रहा है by ED? There are many questions that the Congress just wants to avoid, and we have seen there are serious concerns about Congress holding this protest. We have seen how poor people, their bikes were burnt in Telangana in the guise of satyagraha by Congress when they were walking to the Raj Bhavan. In the guise of Satyagraha in Karnataka, in the guise of Satyagraha in Delhi, we have seen how their protest has turned violent. So if there's nothing to worry about, and I don't understand why it is only about Gandhi. Today, Mallikarjun Kharge is being investigated. He was being questioned by the ED. Not a single Congress person on the road. No satyagraha for him. Is Congress only about Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi? That party leaders are leaving left, right, and center. They do not want to do anything. Every blame has been put on Mr. Motilal Vora. Poor chap. He's not here to defend himself now, but that's what's happening. Everything is put on him. The case is clear case. It's anybody with even an iota of understanding can tell you that 50 lakh रुपए देके 2000 crore की property कैसे करना है. I am telling you, Rahul Gandhi gave that fake theory of आलू डालो सोना निकालो. The real money earning thing is over here. How to give 50 lakh rupees and get 2,000 crore worth property.
No, it's
so
not just that. It's not
needs
just
to
about the
recover.
loan anymore. It is also about the profiteering, allegedly, of properties that are meant to be
The
not
whole
for
thing,
profit.
your reporter rightly pointed out about the Hawala operations. If there's nothing,
Hawala
why
will
is the
come out
ED
now,
summoned
but
in?
what we do know is that a lot of these properties that belonged to AJL and others were being rented or leased. They weren't
Absolutely.
functioning for the longest time
In 1983,
for their stated purpose.
In 1983, in Mumbai, there was a huge plot in Bandra that was rented out to AJL. It was for what? It was for a printing press. It was for running a research center of Jawaharlal Nehru and a library where people can go and do their research. But what it is turned into now, there's a huge controversy going on over here, and I hope that all these things come out so that the land that should be used for that specific purposes can be brought back.
Swati, how will the Congress party defend itself? It's not just about legality; it's also about propriety. How will the Congress party defend itself from the very obvious fact that in this case, in the name of freedom struggle and freedom fighters, what was going on was something entirely different?
Shivani, I'm going to leave the merits for the courts, because if we start debating the merits out here and what our defense is going to be out there in the legal battle, that will really diffuse this debate as well. But what I want to really tell Mr. Varun right now, I think the only one good job that any other spokesperson is doing is to be speaking for the Congress right now, because this is the only party where you're allowed to speak your mind and you can raise your voice and you can talk against the present government, which is actually working like a tyrant. Coming back to the fact that
Sanjay Jha has been
there was
suspended for
one
speaking his mind. Sanjay Jha was suspended from your party for speaking his mind. I didn't wanted to interrupt you, but just wanted to tell you some facts.
Varun, and secondly, I would like to also correct Varun here, because I think he believes in his WhatsApp university student about that Alu Dalo Sona Nikalo. if we do a little more research about that
speech by
speech
Rahul
also.
Gandhi.
No, Varun, I did not interrupt you. I heard you very
There's a
patiently.
speech by
I
him.
heard you very
It's a clear
patiently,
speech.
Varun.
You
I
say
heard you very
he never said
patiently,
it.
please.
You
I
mean
heard
to
you
say he
very
never said
patiently
it.
putting all kinds of allegations on the party, on the leaders, on the spokespersons. So please kindly
Madam,
let me
you
finish
can
now.
make allegation
Please
on
do,
ED, you can make
please do
allegation
a
on
little. No,
Prime
you were
Minister,
the one
you
who
can make
made these
allegation on the
Sona,
Home
whatever
Minister,
these
you can make
comments.
allegation on everyone,
You
but
were
no
the
allegation
one,
on you.
Varun. I can't do this cross talk, please. I mean, I kept quiet. I was listening to you very patiently. Please, allow me the same time and
Please go
allow me
ahead.
the
Please
same
go
respect
ahead.
that I'm giving you, please. As far as the Alu and Sona is also concerned, Shivani, I'm sure you would have seen the clearer video where these were the words of Mr. Narendra Modi, which were repeated by Rahul Gandhi. But the whole WhatsApp university got, the whole brigade rather, the WhatsApp brigade got after it, edited it, and kind of. Anyways, let's not even go there. You're talking about how this investment became into how many crores and whatever the benefit or the income earned by the Young India company. Has anybody questioned Mr. Jay Shah about it? His company before 2014 was 71 lakhs. Today he's 120 crores. How does that
Swati,
benefit
how is
work?
that
Where's
a
the
comparison?
EPS?
Come
Where
on.
is the EPS there?
Jay Shah is
No.
running a business. This is a
Please
non-profit.
understand this. Please understand this, Shivani. The fight is not against the Herald the litigation out here or the Herald case out here. Our fight, we are telling you, please investigate. We've joined investigations. Please, we
Yeah,
will
the
join the
Congress says
investigation
that,
further.
but every time the
Today, the leader of
investigation
the
continues,
opposition,
or
Shivani, let me.
but
Shivani,
every time the investigation
let me just
raises
finish,
its
please.
step, then
Just 30
suddenly we are
seconds,
told
Shivani.
that there is going to be some.
Shivani, just 30 seconds.
Okay,
I just
go
want to
ahead.
finish one point. Today also, I'm sure you would have heard that the leader of the opposition was summoned by the ED at 11:30 while the 12 o'clock while the 0 hours was going on. Why could the ED not wait? He's a leader of the opposition, Mr. Kharge. He's sitting in the parliament and he's summoned by the parliament to join ED investigation today. While the parliament is in session.
Swati, sorry. The problem is that you raise these things. I don't even know how to respond. But anyways, I will give Satyendra Singh the opportunity to respond to this. Satyendra Singh, लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन को 11 बजे का क्यों समन दिया? उनको पार्लियामेंट खत्म करने देते। ऐसे काम करती है एडीए, फिर सवाल उठाते हैं लोग।
शिवानी, मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा इस बारे में कि कल ऑफिस सील किया गया, जो ये सब मीडिया रिपोर्ट्स है, मेरे पास कोई ऑफिशियल जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन कल यंग इंडिया का ऑफिस सील किया गया। उसके साथ ही पूरे मीडिया में हंगामा शुरू हो गया कि साहब ये तो ऑफिस बंद कर दिया है उन्होंने। अब ऑफिस की सर्च करने के लिए ही खड़गे जी को बुलाया गया, क्योंकि किसी भी प्रीमाइस की यदि सर्च करनी है, घर है या ऑफिस है, तो उस परिवार के या उस कंपनी के रिस्पॉन्सिबल आदमी के सामने तलाशी ली जाती है, जो वारंट पे साइन करता है, जो सर्च के दौरान मौजूद होता है, इंडिपेंडेंट गवाह होते हैं। अब यदि खड़गे जी को नहीं बुलाया जाता तो क्या सर्च रात को की जाती? और ये फिर ये सवाल उठता कि साहब ये ऑफिस बंद कर रखा है इन्होंने, तो कोई तो आएगा, खड़गे जी आएंगे, जो भी पदाधिकारी, उन्हीं में से किसी एक को आना पड़ेगा। मुझे नहीं पता और कौन कौन पदाधिकारी है।
नहीं, खड़गे जी को बोला गया था। इनफैक्ट what ED sources have even told us is that they willfully went away. They came to the premises yesterday and then left, even as the searches were going on. Tom Varakan, you wanted to come in?
Very interesting, Shivani. I want to inform the former director, deputy director. I'm a very humble Karyakarta of the BJP, but the reality on the ground is, he was there in the evening. Then suddenly, when he realized the matter was getting too hot for him, because there were certain leads there, he decided to walk it out. He walked out. He said, well, he has some pressing engagements. What else does the Enforcement Directorate do to get a man who escaped from the site? Because essentially he had pressing engagements, it seems. Now, let that rest. And as to the question of what the former deputy director said, if you don't have somebody from the office to have an evidence, they are following a protocol, Shivani. And
he's not raising that question. Swati Malik is raising that question. Swati, in fact, is raising the question that why did the ED have to call him when Parliament is going on?
Shivani, my question is, why did he run away yesterday evening? He ran away as fast as he came in.
They could have called him on Saturday. They could have called him on Sunday.
No,
they could have called him on any other day while the Parliament is in session. By then, and that too when he had already moved a motion to speak. First it was denied and then the 0 hour was happening. That's when he was called to join. So let's be fair out here,
When you
Shivani.
can walk
Let's
out,
not,
when you can walk out, when the parliament is session, an enforcement directorate, which is constitutionally has a right to call anybody, whether it's a member of parliament, it's not a privilege issue. A member of parliament can be summoned if it's an extreme situation, and
has it
under
happened
the
in the
law.
last 75 years? Have other members of the parliament ever been summoned? But has it happened during the parliament session going on? Have you ever witnessed this kind of high-handedness?
Has corruption reached such a point? For 50 lakhs, you get 2,000 crore. That's how it is done.
Please send
This
ED
is
up
a
to
loot.
Jay Shah and find out
This
from
is a
75
loot
lakhs to
government.
120 crores.
The
There is a lot
UPA
more money
government
there.
headed
There is
by
a lot more
Manmohan
money out
Singh
there than this.
was all
One
about
example we
loot.
keep giving.
This is all about loot and a cover-up operation on price rise. Unfortunately, people of India have woken up and they know your game completely. Their eyes are open.
Mr.
They are
Varakan,
watching you very closely.
Mr. Varakan, what about the charge that the BJP consistently faces, and I will ask Tinder Singh also, that the agencies are only active on opposition leaders, as if nothing else is happening, nothing else shady is happening.
I'll tell you, no investigation has been slowed down. All the files are open. Investigation is on.
But no action is
There is
happening.
actionable will be taken when there is evidences coming in. And believe me, under the Prime Ministership of Modi ji, nobody is going to be spared, especially the corrupt.
Hani, please ask them, when are they starting investigation on the Madhya Pradesh paper scam? When are they going to question that FIR which has been registered by the 4th MLA of Jharkhand? When are they going to question about the PP scam of Himachal Pradesh? When are they going to talk about all that? Why are they going after states which are non-BJP states? Only those states which are non-BJP are facing investigation. Maharashtra. Also, if ED has a very important job under PMLA. Today, when MLA from Maharashtra to Goa to Guwahati,
Party is the mother of corruption. I'm sorry.
Where is that cash coming from? That should not bother
This is the corruption.
You should
If
go
this
after
is the
that also.
mother of
That is where
corruption.
real corruption lies today.
I
When you are taking MLAs
I
from
can write a
non-BJP
book on
parties,
corruption.
when you are offering
Swati,
them money,
I'll ask you
where is
one
money
question.
coming from?
Can you hear me?
Please tell
Can
me.
you hear me out? I'm asking you a question. Have you been to the accounts department of the AICC? Have you seen the huge paper shredder and the office shredders at every general secretary's room? What are they hiding? What is the paper shredders doing? Huge paper shredders. I've never seen such sized paper shredders. Go
Please
into
tell
your
me
office.
who is paying
Check
for
out.
all the
Check
MLAs
out, find
from
out.
non-BJP
You're
parties
being a
who are
Congress
paying those
spokesman.
MLAs from where?
Go and have a look
We
at
should
them.
investigate
Go and have
that
a look.
amount
Can
as
I-
well.
What are you hiding?
Investigate
What are
corruption,
you hiding?
investigate every
Well,
kind of
the
corruption.
reality
Why
is
this paper
the
shredder?
reality
Not
also is,
just-
Mr. Varakan, the reality also is that the longer these cases drag, the charge on the BJP also will come that you are dragging these cases because they give you political
Shivani,
mileage.
this is
Let them,
10-year-old
no, if
case.
you
And
believe
why
something
is
so
it
wrong
a
is happening,
10-year-old
then let
case?
it come to a
This did not
finality.
happen yesterday.
Let it come to a
Shivani,
finality. You cannot use it politically
Shivani,
alone.
This is a 10-year-old case. This not happened yesterday.
Sure enough.
And
Satendra
it
Singh.
takes time.
No, fair enough, fair
Investigation
enough.
takes time.
I'm just saying, as far as these big high places and important individuals' cases are concerned, which of them have come to a conclusion? That's also a benchmark we have to set. But Satendra Singh, I'm giving you a final 30 seconds. एक सवाल उठता है कि एजेंसीज सिर्फ सिलेक्टिव टारगेटिंग कर रही है. आपको क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
ऐसा नहीं है शिवानी. एक्चुअली जो भी डिस्कशन या हाइप क्रिएट हो रही है वो हो रही है जो पॉलिटिशियंस या पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से रिलेटेड लोगों पे कोई एक्शन हो रहा है. इसके अलावा जो कॉर्पोरेशन साथ साथ चल रहा है, अभी एनएससी का स्कैम है, अभी संजय पांडे फॉर्मर सीपी बॉम्बे के पीएमएलए में अरेस्ट हुए हैं, कोई पैनल डिस्कशन नहीं है. क्या ईडी वो केस नहीं कर रही है? क्या ईडी सिर्फ पॉलिटिशियंस के केस कर रही है? तो मेरा कहना है, मेरा तो ये कहना है कि ईडी अपना काम कर रही है, जो उसको काम मिला और जो केसेस मिले हुए हैं और उनको बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कर रही है. लेकिन कॉर्पोरेट्स पे जब एक्शन होता है उसका कोई जिक्र नहीं होता, सिर्फ पॉलिटिशियंस जब इन्वॉल्व होते हैं तो ये थोड़ा डिस्कशन होता है.
आपने सही बात करी. I don't think we can disagree with what you're saying. I do thank all of you for joining us. I've run out of time. We'll see how it plays out tomorrow when the Congress plans its nationwide protests. I'm shifting my attention to sports now. On day 6 of the 2022 Commonwealth Games, India's Tejaswin Shankar scripted history by winning the country's first ever medal in high jump at the competition. This was also India's first athletics medal this year. The national record holder Shankar cleared 2.22 meters to finish third at the event. The 23-year-old was a very late entrant into the games contingent and even missed the opening ceremony. He was left out by the Athletics Federation initially because he had to skip Indian competition for the NCAA championship in the USA where he's studying. Despite achieving the qualification mark, he wasn't added in the Indian contingent, but he won a court battle and was added last minute on the orders of the Delhi High Court. The Delhiite proved himself worthy, and how. And the history maker is now joining us live. Tejaswin, many congratulations and thanks a lot for speaking to us. You nearly did not make it to Birmingham. You had to fight a court battle to even be there as part of the Indian team. Is this medal India's first ever in high jump, especially sweeter because of that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's sweeter just because of that. But yes, it's been a roller coaster of a journey to be able to get here. And that being said, I feel like I'm just so happy. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Is there any hard feelings that you had to fight this court battle to be there? You had to take the Athletics Federation to court despite achieving the qualification mark?
I wouldn't say there's any hard feelings, but at the end of the day, we all, be it Athletics Federation of India, be it SAI, be it IOA, be it anybody, be it the athlete, the only thing that everybody is concerned about is trying to maximize the medal tally for the country, and everybody has their own ways of doing it. And yes, there might be difference of opinion, and in this case there was, but ultimately everybody realized that, okay, I'm glad, I was given the opportunity at the end and I was able to make the most of it. And at that point, the only thing that I could have done was to bring a medal and contribute to the tally. And the fact that I did that, I'm just grateful that, okay, kehte hain, der hai, durust hai. So in the end, I was given that opportunity, and in the end, I was able to make the most of that opportunity. So that's what matters to me. It doesn't matter if, I had to fight a court battle or whatnot. Ultimately, we were able to get a medal for the country, and that's just a medal through me. It's not my medal, it's the country's medal, and I'm just so happy I am the bearer of that medal for our country, and that just makes me so happy.
Right. You made it to the games very late, as I mentioned. Did that make a difference to your performance, or did you feel that you were always very ready to perform when the day came?
So as an athlete, I feel like usually the one thing that all athletes like is certainty, and that's what we always try and build our training regimen around. And in my case, that's the one thing that I didn't have. So I wasn't sure what I was training for. But the other thing that as athletes we always train for, or the one thing that we look for, is to try and be adaptable and try and find some sort of a way to tackle any situation or condition.
Yes.
And that's what I feel like I was able to bank on in this situation, when I was able to find my rhythm, even though I had things were not going my way, even though things didn't happen the way I wanted them to happen. But I feel like through that adversity, I was able to find a way to actually make my training regimen, make things happen, not be picky about stuff, and actually go through my routine without, by being more adaptable, by being more adaptive to what I had around me. So all that being said and done, I feel like once I landed in Birmingham, before that, yes, there were a lot of, ifs and buts, and whether I will be here or whether I'll not be here. But once I landed in Birmingham, I knew that we just had one objective, which was to bring a medal for the country, win a medal for the country. And I think the fact that that happened, and in such a climatic way, I think it was very exciting for all of us to see how it unfolded.
Yes, it was exciting, and certainly it must be for you. Yours is now a historic achievement. How does that make you feel? As I said, this is India's first ever high jump medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's all right.
It's all right. Don't you feel great that you've scripted your name into history forever?
That's okay. I feel like, that's for you guys to figure out. I mean, for me, I just go there, compete, come back. Like, I don't really look back at what I did and how many centimeters or millimeters. For me, it's just like, okay, I did my best on that day. Like, since then, I haven't even watched videos of my high jump because I just feel nervous and anxious. I just don't want to go back and live that moment again. So for me, the competition part is over. Now I just want to celebrate, spend time with my family, just hang out with my friends. I think that's the better part for me. If I go back to watching videos of my competition, I'll just be like, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that.
Yeah.
I don't want any regrets or any expectations out of my performance. I'm just happy that I was able to bring a medal and on to the next competition. That's how I look at it, and that's how I will go.
But I will press you a little bit about your performance. I have a couple of questions on that. One, you had to gradually build up to that 2.22 meters mark. Was there a lot of tension as you were gradually doing this, although you were successful in all of your attempts? And the second question is that you have touched 2.27 in a previous competition this year. That would have won you gold here. Are there any regrets that you couldn't quite touch that mark?
So there's two parts to your question. I'd like to just explain the whole thing. Usually in a big competition, in a championship competition like this, it's, yes, you want to do your best, you want to be present, you want to, jump your best mark. But at the same time, it's more about the medals, more about being in the top 3 than anything else. So for me, coming into the competition, I had a strategy. I came here 3-4 days ago, and people talk about acclimatization and all these things. It's also about how you observe the environment, how you see how the conditions are. Track and field being an outdoor sport, I was here 3 days ago, and I was able to observe that after like 7 p.m., 8 p.m, Birmingham starts to get a little bit chilly. So the strategy that I made was, our final was at 7 p.m. So I knew that, okay, I had to make sure that I didn't have any early misses. So in the lower heights, I didn't want to have any misses, so that on the higher heights, I'll have a better chance compared to my competitors. So that's what I stuck to. I made sure that I didn't have any misses, because as the day, like it got colder in the evening, it'll be difficult for everybody.
Okay.
So this, all knew even before the competition started that this probably won't be a really high jumping competition, but it'll probably come down to who has less misses on the card or that sort of thing.
Okay.
So the guys who finished first and second with 225, those guys have jumped 236, 237. So they are extremely capable of jumping higher. And me myself, I'm capable of jumping higher. But on that given day yesterday, it was a little bit chilly and it was affecting everybody. So you saw that it was a low scoring final, but at the same time, the reason that I was able to do well was probably because I had a strategy which was to make sure that I didn't have any early misses, and that really helped me. I don't know if that was strategy or that was luck, but it played in my favor, and I'm glad that it ended the way it did.
Okay. Let me just ask you finally, what does this bronze medal mean to you after everything that you've been through? And how are you going to celebrate this?
It just means the whole world to me and my family. And before coming here, the only person who was, we didn't really hope to come here to the Commonwealth Games. We feud even 5-6 days before the Commonwealth Games. Even the opening ceremony, I was sitting in my house and with my mother. So my mother jokingly said, I really don't think you're going to compete. I was like, please mom, don't say all these things. I say, apshagun mat bolo, acha bolo. So then next day we found out that we were going. So everything just happened so fast that we never really had the time to process or, had the time to get excited about the possibility of competing at the Commonwealth Games, get excited about, competing with all these stalwart athletes. So for me, it was just a pick up your bag and just go moment, because it's still sinking in. So I'm just excited to go back home, spend time with my family, show it to my mother. I had a WhatsApp call with her yesterday, WhatsApp call with our family, and everybody was so excited. My grandmother was up watching, the competition on TV, and how in our family or in any family, you've made it in life when you're on TV. So for my life, I made it in life. So now I just want to go back home and show her the medal and just enjoy my time with the family.
All right. You certainly do deserve to enjoy your time. Thanks a lot for speaking to us, and all the best for future competitions as well, Tejaswin. Thanks a lot. With that, I am slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the day's biggest stories.
It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime. which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Here are some of the biggest stories from across the world. After the Enforcement Directorate grilled and arrested Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chaul land scam case, now the probe agency has summoned Raut's wife Varsha. The summons were issued after the probe agency found some transactions in her account. During the hearing on August 1st, court had observed that 112 crore rupees were siphoned off and the funds were transferred to Raut's wife, while 55 lakh rupees were used to purchase a flat. Bulldozers are back in action, this time in Assam. The Moregaon district administration demolished the Jamiul Huda Madrasa that was under NI radar for its alleged links to Bangladesh-based jihadi group Ansarullah Bangla team. Mufti Mustafa, a member of the Jamiul Huda Madrasa, was recently arrested for sheltering an Ansarul Bangla operative. Following that, a team of NIA investigated the matter and 19 students of the madrasa were also questioned on alleged links.
There are allegations made by Assam police that he was linked with certain terrorist activities of the banned outfit Ansarul Islam. And we came here to show you the madrasa. And today this is the scene of the madrasa. It has been demolished by the Assam government. And as far as the statement of the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is concerned, he has stated that he did not have permission to make this madrasa, for which it has been demolished.
In a boost to BJP in Haryana, ex-Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi joined the party in presence of Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar. Kuldeep Bishnoi was expelled by the Congress for cross-voting in the June Rajya Sabha polls. A big expose on Chinese loan apps. The Enforcement Directorate cracked a whip on these. While the borrowers were being promised quick loans, in return they had to pay a much bigger price and were being incessantly harassed for the same. The ED has provisionally attached bank balances worth 105.32 crore rupees lying in various accounts with payment gateway accounts of 12 NBFCs. Heavy rains continue to lash Karnataka and its adjoining districts. The heavy downpour washed away a bridge in Karnataka's Kodagu. Heavy downpour in Bengaluru has also left several low-lying areas completely flooded. Bengaluru has been reeling under a yellow alert for the past 3 days. The Met Department has announced a red warning till tomorrow in Kodagu, Chikmagaluru and Shivmoga districts. Landslides and flash floods in Kerala, triggered by heavy rains, killed at least 18 people and displaced thousands. Heavy rainfall is expected in parts of Kerala over the next 2 days as well. An orange alert has been issued in Alappuzha district, while a red alert has been issued in 8 other districts. Indian judoka Tulika Mann won a silver medal in the women's 78 kilograms category at the Commonwealth Games. Mann lost to Scotland's Sarah Adlington to settle for a silver, but gave India its 3rd judo medal at the Birmingham Games. This August 15th, India is set to mark its 75th year of independence, and in order to celebrate the significance of the Platinum Jubilee, several celebrities came together to sing a Tiranga anthem. The video is going viral on social media.
Har Ghar Tiranga, Har Ghar Tiranga, Har Ghar Tiranga.
After Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, China is conducting military exercises very close to the island country in a marked escalation.
Live-fire missile drills, choppers and jets deployed, long-range rockets launched. A day after Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, the Dragon is breathing fire. China is holding its largest ever military exercise in the seas around Taiwan. The exercises are taking place in multiple zones around Taiwan. Some are just within 20 kilometers of the island. In the border island of Pingtang, Chinese military choppers were seen flying past. China has also deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the north and south of Taiwan. According to Taipei's defense ministry, China fired multiple ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Beijing has defended the drills as necessary and blamed the US for the escalation.
For the first time in 36 years, parts of the Great Barrier Reef have recorded their highest amount of coral cover. A survey of 87 reefs has found that between August 2021 and May 2022, coral cover of the reef has increased by around 1/3. And finally, we leave you with visuals of a giant 3D dog in Japan who's bringing joy to those who are shopping in Tokyo's shopping district. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. Ladies and gentlemen, does the right to practice, propagate religion give you the right to radicalize? Should we not be worried about illegals not just opening educational institutions, but then using them as safe havens to harbor terrorists and also to radicalize young impressionable minds? This is happening in Assam, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the reason why the government of the day under the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has decided to bulldoze a radicalization factory, bulldoze a hub for terrorists to not just enter our soil, but then from there, in a hub and spoke model, dissipate or infiltrate other parts of our country. This entire demolition in Morigaon is because of this madrasa that was run by a Bangladeshi national, a mufti, who was sitting there and radicalizing. And not just radicalizing, he was also using that as a haven for terrorists. Not one, not two, many. He has been under the radar of the NIA for a while, and he had links, that's the allegation, with the Ansarul Bangla, which is also very closely ideologically linked with the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. They're all operating out of Bangladesh. What are these Bangladeshis doing illegally in our country? And how are they able to domesticate themselves here? How are they able to get papers? And how are they able to not just get land and build a madrasa and use an educational institution as a terror hub? These are questions that loom large. Here are the details that we have, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and look at these details very clearly. Very shocking that has come to the fore. First up, a radicalizer in chief is Mufti Mustafa, links with the Ansarullah Bangla team, that is the ABT, and of course, which is linked to the AQIS. Then we also have the aspect that he indoctrinated madrasa students, used videos and literature. He has an 18-year-old daughter. This man has an 18-year-old daughter, and his wife and daughter are also in cahoots. That's the allegation. They're under investigation right now. The jihadi training material was found on phone. That's what the investigation says. Had financial links with Ansarul Bangla. Huge amounts of money have come in from this outfit into this guy, this Mufti. And the Jamiul Madrasa is a big terror threat because it was used as a safe house for Ansarul Bangla team operatives. That's the information that we have. It was a hub of fundraising for anti-India operations and for terrorists. It was also giving terrorists a huge amount of cover. Now the Jamiul Madrasa, big terrorists, it was disseminated. Anti-India propaganda is something which has been found there. Lots of literature which is quite incriminating was also found. Now, the funds have come from Bangladesh, deposited in madrasa accounts. So plenty of information. The Bangladesh nationals were visiting this madrasa since 2019. So since 2019, they have been running an outfit. This is as per the Assam police. This is the investigation that has come through so far. Now we've got big news coming through. More news coming through on the front on this aspect. Let's try and understand this, ladies and gentlemen. The information that we are getting now, and this even the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has shared these details. The information is that huge amounts, there were phones, and the phone, Mufti's phone, revealed terror dealings. That's the information. In fact, what's interesting is that the wife, the moment the cops, the ATS reached there, the wife actually broke the phone. This is now started becoming a modus operandi where they try to destroy the phone. The phone is broken. Encrypted chats with Bangladesh terrorists were found. He was regularly in touch with these terrorist outfits. And more importantly, he was in close contact with the big terror faces. So multiple issues that are now coming to the fore, breaking on the right stand, that there are proof of money transactions for terror, and both the wife and the daughter, an 18-year-old daughter, are under scrutiny. He used high-tech communication software, so it was highly encrypted. This was the communication software that was used, and the reason why these people break their phones is they believe that the contact should not be given, but there is a digital footprint that's now been found, and from the digital footprint, encrypted chat rooms and encrypted chats, and he's in touch with a lot of the terrorists who have also been nabbed in Goalpara, Barpeta, Guwahati and other parts of Assam. But how many more were there, and how many more, and where were they going? These are questions that remain at this point. So is it time to bulldoze these radical factories? That's the question that we are asking, ladies and gentlemen. Is it the right time to bulldoze these radical factories? And should there not be an out-and-out crackdown on radicals? No corners should be, and no holding back. No corners cut and no holding back. Dr. Rajdeep Roy, Lok Sabha MP and Vice President of the Assam BJP with us. Kamru Chaudhary, Congress leader, is with us. Dr. Ankita Datta, researcher, writer and columnist with us. And RVS Mani, former Under Secretary, MHA, is also with us. Namaste to everybody. Thank you very, very much. RVS Maniji, I'm going to ask you this. This has not happened in recent past. It's happened over a period of time. How are these people able to embed themselves into our country? How and who are the people who are giving them these fake documents and papers? How are they able to localize and domesticate, acquire land, build illegal structures right under the very nose of the authorities?
Let me begin right. See, basically, if you see, the entire Assam agitation was about the illegal Bangladeshis, but it was on a lower key. 86 Accord, thereafter, what was the takeaway, we do not know. Of course, the NRC is one thing, against which a lot of agitation is there, but it is a fallout of 86 riot, and they later on, one couple called Buyan couple, they moved the Supreme Court to get it enforced, and even now there is a lot of resistance. That is one part of the story. Former Congress Chief Minister Gaurav, I log your memory back, even Gaurav, Tarun Gogoi had also flagged this. Former Congress Chief Minister had flagged this. Former Chief Election Commissioner, Mr. H.S. Brahma, had also said that almost 12 in 2012, that 12 districts of Assam have turned Muslim dominated. We had the Kokrajhar riots. Kokrajhar is under BTCA, Bodoland territory, autonomous territorial, but still there were a lot of Bangladeshis settled there, and that was the reason that triggered the riots in 2012 Kokrajhar. Now I come to this Kachar. Recently, last year, we had the Bangladeshi legal settlement settling in the Assam-Mizoram border, creating an interstate dispute and lot of issues, and it was mediated well. It is now only that Himanta Biswa Sarma, even last week also, he had done a crackdown. He is getting after them. It's a very welcome step, but lot needs to be done, because it is a very, very easy exchange of things. So this has been happening for long. We are now taking the crackdown, and here also there is a lot of trying to giving it a communal color. It is not about communal color. It is about Northeast being an integral part of India. Why the between there had been a swap? In 2014 to 18, there are a lot of infrastructure and development work had been done. The disaffection had been overcome in the Northeast. But again, there have been, after the surge of NRC, CAA, etc., some forces had started spreading disaffection among the Northeast. Prior to that also, India insurgent groups were supported, had their bases in Bangladesh. which were caught and which were brought to book. But now this is a new trend. Although it is simply an extension of a new way, but for this type of madrasas coming, especially within the 5 kilometers of the Indo-Bangladesh border, on both sides, on the Bangladesh side, West Bengal side, as well as the Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura side.
My point is, sir,
rapid.
It's not about rapid or rapid. How is it being allowed? Point is, one, if you are illegal, if you are coming without valid documents into our country, then you are an illegal citizen. If you are illegal, you declare yourself. We are not saying a lot of illegals are coming because they are running away or they are fleeing persecution there and they are coming here or they are looking at opportunity. Not all illegals are terrorists. Not all illegals are radicals. Let's say all of that, but they are illegals. If they are illegals, then they need to be accounted for. Secondly,
this is the first time Hemanta, under Chief Minister Hemanta Biswal Sarma only, the real effective crackdown has really happened. Prior to that, it was still all a rhetoric.
Crackdown will happen, Mr. Mani, only it's not just one madrasa. It's I don't even want to call it a madrasa. It's a terror factory. It's a radical factory, because otherwise everybody will say you're blaming all madrasas. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying those that are supposed to impart education, if they are going to become a hub for radicals and terrorists, then that becomes a radical terror factory. Then breaking down one factory, bulldozing one, it's not going to stop there, because they may relocate somewhere else and the others will go somewhere else, and then they will all wisen up. It has to be run in such a way that it's systematic, that no illegal dares foot on our soil. Mr. Kamru Chaudhary, where do you stand? Yeah. The fact is, this is endemic to Assam. There cannot be any politics about it.
One clear first, I need to place out a disclaimer out here. I'm here not representing any political party, nor do I represent any particular community. I'm here as a clean follower, as a close follower of the Assam geopolitical affairs. I can only say out here that law must take its own course. If this particular madrasa was involved in any anti-national activities, let the strictest law of the land be used against this particular individual. But then I see something different out here. You might agree, you might not agree. But then I see a little mix of regionalism, Hindutva and nationalism out here in play in Assam. Let me finish before you go over to your next panelist. Here what's happened, a particular madrasa was found to be involved in some anti-national activities. I do not deny this because it is under investigation. And as I said, let the law take its own course. But then you see the sequence of events over the last few months or few years that the BJP government is there in Assam. I seriously find that there is a stereotyping and demonizing of a particular community in Assam. Why do I say this? Just a few months ago, in Assam's Karimganj district, Pathargandi area, around 7,500 people were rendered homeless. The bulldozer was used in their houses, seemingly that they were encroached on government land.
Let me ask you
this.
No. You can say, why are you saying particular community? Why don't you say particular nationality, sir? Why aren't you saying, is there a difference between indigenous Muslims or Indian Muslims and Bangladeshi Muslims?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Is there a difference or not?
You have raised. No, you have raised a very good point.
Is there a difference or not?
Difference is not there. All Indians are Indians for the sake of being an Indian national. But then who created this difference?
Which difference? Bangladeshis are Bangladeshis. Bangladeshis are Bangladeshis. Illegals are illegals. If that land was encroached upon, if the people were... Kamruji, my point is, don't...
Just give me 30 more seconds.
You please take your time. I am just asking a question. My point is, if there is encroachment and if any construction is illegal and if these people are living on a particular land or staying in a particular place which is illegal, it's illegal. If these are Bangladeshi nationals who are in India with furji papers, then they are again illegals and they should be cracked down upon.
Okay. Neither Kamru has got the authority nor Anand has got the authority to decide whether a particular person whose house has been bulldozed is a Bangladeshi or an Indian.
Who has got the authority?
The government of India has got its
the state government has. Sir, the state government. The state government has, because law and order is a state subject. So the state government has to decide if the encroachment is illegal and they will decide. So for you to then say why particular community, why didn't you say whether or not whether their antecedents were dubious, whether they were encroaching upon that particular land, whether there were locals in Assam who had complained against that encroachment and the fact that that place had been deliberately occupied? Why didn't you raise those issues? Why did you then say particular community?
After 50, 60 years of these people living in a particular place, they become
No,
encroachers.
it is not about 50, 60 years. Sir, it is not about 50, 60 years. It is about those who have come in the last 8 to 10 years and who have got furgy papers. It is not about, it is after, no, very clear.
Why are you stereotyping
No,
the rest
nobody is
of the
stereotyping
Muslim
anybody.
population of
Nobody is
Assam?
stereotyping anybody. I said
giving you
illegals.
some
Did I say
examples.
Indian nationals? I said illegals.
If
The
you want to
stereotyping is
debate,
coming
if you
from
want
you because you are putting all of them under the garb of religion and saying particular community. I am saying Indians and illegals, sir. I am very clearly saying Indians and illegals. This man is a Bangladeshi national. This man is, he was harboring Bangladeshis. He was harboring Bangladeshi terrorists. He was somebody who has built land there and who has got papers there. He was somebody who was engaging with Bangladeshi nationals.
No,
What is a
I'm not here
Bangladeshi
to
national
debate.
illegally doing
I'm
in
not
my
here to
country? Is
debate
that
on
an
a
unfair question
Bangladeshi
to
or
ask, sir?
Indian. Why I said this, that the Assam government is stereotyping and demonizing the Muslim community of Assam. I'll give you some.
Why isn't every Assamese? Why isn't every Assamese?
First and foremost, Assam government abolished the Madrasa Board of Assam, which has been running for the last 100 odd years. Second point, they brought in the cattle slaughter bill, which in fact was seen to be demoralizing the particular community.
Why?
Then you had introduced the identity card for only the Muslims and the minority others,
Correct,
which are in a
because
very
they wanted to identify. They wanted to identify who are the indigenous Muslims. Who are indigenous Muslims? 5 sects have been identified who are deemed as Indian Muslims and indigenous Muslims, and those who are coming, who have come into Assam from Bangladesh. Do you not want to identify them? Secondly, are Muslims the only people who eat beef? Are Muslims the only people who eat beef? Anybody or anybody, any Indian citizen who is eating cow meat, sir, the cow is revered and it's enshrined in our constitution, and that has to be. Why are you giving it a religious color? Why are you giving it a religious color? Why are you saying that cattle slaughter, that is cow slaughter, is okay? Why are you saying, you as an Indian citizen should say it is enshrined in our constitution that cow slaughter is not allowed as per our constitution? Why are you playing this card?
You should not have invited me. If you want a healthy debate, let me cross also. I'm not talking only about the cattle slaughter bill. These are sequence of events that have been brought out here.
My point, Mr. Kamru Chaudhary, is the fact that you enter, this is how you are stereotyping, sir. Mr. Chaudhary, very respectfully, you are the one who's stereotyping. The moment you put, Mr. Kamru Chaudhary, the moment you add cattle slaughter bill or an act against cattle slaughter into your list, that means you are the one who's stereotyping. You are the one who's pushing the agenda. Don't try and make. Why are you making cattle slaughter about Muslims? Cattle slaughter is not about Muslims. Cattle slaughter is about Go Hatya. Go Hatya is not allowed as per our constitution. It's as straightforward.
But then you cannot say that within a mandir, within a 5 kilometers of a mandir, that itself, the bill itself is communal.
Why is that bill communal? Why is the bill communal? If you can sit here and argue that don't take out a Hindu procession outside a masjid because it interrupts their namaz. But if a temple says don't have slaughter of animals in and around the periphery of the temple, that then becomes communal. So who's reading it from a bigoted prism, sir? How is then it's not equanimity? So when Hindus make a demand and the government exceeds, it's communal. But if non-Hindus make a demand and the government concedes, then that is what the government should do. Wow, fantastic argument.
No, Anandji,
that's exactly what you're saying, Mr. Chaudhary. Now let me go across to Dr. Rajdeep Roy. Dr. Rajdeep Roy.
So 10 seconds point. 10 seconds.
Okay,
please,
10 more seconds. Since I have interrupted you many times. Yes.
Already had more than 10 minutes of this.
Yeah, Rajdeep ji, I'm sorry, sir. I'm coming to you. Please wait. Yeah. He wants 10 more seconds.
If you want to demonize a particular community, then
you are the one who's demonizing. You are the one deliberately stereotyping. You are the one deliberately trying to draw parallels to what is supposed to be a law and order issue and how a state is supposed to be governed with equanimity, with no appeasement, absolute governance. Mr. Chaudhary, your 10 seconds are up. Dr. Rajdeep Roy. Dr. Rajdeep Roy, why after 6 years of the BJP in power is the first crackdown happening? These bulldozers should have been done long time back, because this is not the first and the only factory. There are many others which are illegal, which are encroached, which are occupied upon, and there are people who are living on Indian soil who are illegals in our country, and it all starts from Assam.
At the very outset, I would like to tell you that Mr. Kamron Chaudhary has an uninterrupted run. He has got the habit of sometimes interrupting. I would request him, please do not interrupt, let me speak. Number one. Number two is like, look, the Congress argument that we are demonizing the Muslims is absolutely not true. He, in his very first sentence, in his argument that he put forward today, he said that let law take its own course. But look, beside the point, what's happening in the National Herald case? They are not even letting the law take its own course. In one state, they are holding one position. In the other state, they are holding some other position. Coming back to Assam, the issue that has been raked up here is that like the Muslims are being demonized. Now, if the Muslims were demonized, if the Muslims were victimized, why would just answer a simple question? Why would the Assam government admit those 43 students, young students who were studying in these madrasas, take them to the government schools and give them admission to the surrounding schools? Because Assam government had a good humanitarian approach to those 43 madrasa students. The government made it an effort to get them admitted. This gentleman was arrested on 28th of July, which is almost about 7 days. Now, after 7 days, when the inquiry went on, they realized that he flouted the rules of DDMA, that is disaster management. And when he did not get the permission to construct that madrasa, which he was running illegally, the government took its action. Now, there are two issues in it. There is a legal action which will befall on him and his family because he has done illegal work. He has set up contacts with terrorists and terrorist operators from outside the border, and he was operating in Indian soil trying to radicalize those young minds which are at a very vulnerable age. Number two, he has made illegal construction within the area where he should not have, or rather he should have taken permission for any such construction. Number two. Number three is that government of Assam, this time, it is not the 6 years you are talking of and all. In 6 years, we have not done. We have actually done, we have been doing it systematically. Anyone who's illegal, anyone who's done illegal activity, we have closed the border. In the first 5 years, we have made all relevant activities to close the border. You must admit that Assam and Bangladesh shares a huge border area, and not all the border areas are land border. Much of it is riverine border. To monitor those riverine border, it is very difficult.
But you can monitor
those
district-wise, taluka-wise, ward-wise. Dr. Roy, in Assam and especially in a state which
there are five districts. I understand.
District-wise, taluka-wise, border-wise, every 6 months you can get a population count and you can get a register made that what is the state population, who are the legals and illegals,
Assam
and where
government
are they coming
in the
from?
last 5 years has, Mr. Anand, just let me complete. In the last 5 years, Assam government has got high technology border management with laser, they have already employed in certain areas. Now, it was done on a pilot scheme basis. Now, if these are successful, obviously this will get implemented in the entire almost 2,000 kilometer of border that we have with Bangladesh. And this time, after Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma came to power, you have seen that there has been a major crackdown on the ecosystem. The drugs, where drug cartels and the drug dealers were arrested. Multiple things of drugs were apprehended by the Assam police, and they were burnt off and all. Number two, 800 madrasas by an act of the government, they has been suspended. Student has been taken into other government colleges, and these madrasas were converted into government college. We have not stopped the educational rights of the madrasa student. We have given them their educational rights. But what we have said is that we will not tolerate. Please, I have not interrupted anybody. I have not interrupted.
And if I remember the ruling, this applies.
Please extend me the courtesy that I extended you.
This is Anand here, Dr. Roy.
Please extend me the courtesy that I extended you.
No, Dr. Roy.
Otherwise,
Dr. Roy, this is Anand here. 1 minute.
About.
It's not Mr. Chaudhary. What I am asking you is that this rule of the madrasas does not extend only to the madrasas. It also extends to the satras. So the satras also have not got any state backing. There are also those who have been converted into government schools. So it is not saying that we are going to ban only madrasas. The other aspect, my Dr. Roy, I am asking you, Dr. Asdeep Roy, before I bring in Ankita Datta, my concern is, do you know How many Bangladeshis are staying in Assam today without valid papers? And who are these people who are getting them
20
fake
lakhs.
documents? How are they getting
20
how,
lakhs.
how
20
are they
lakhs is
getting
the illegal Bangladeshis.
how are they
We
getting
don't know
how
because
are they
and most
getting
of
fake
them-
Aadhaar cards?
most of them
How
are
are they
Bengali
getting
speaking
fake PAN
people.
cards? Because the people who are providing them with these PAN cards, voter IDs, etc., are equally criminal and equally terrorists because they are also acting against the sovereignty of our country.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
I'm
we'd
not
like their
defending them.
offices, their
There
homes
has
also
been an
bulldozed and them
ecosystem.
also carted out into prisons, sir.
Anand, let me come in once.
I am absolutely not defending what you are saying. I am absolutely not defending, but let me in a very brief make a statement and all. We did this NRC exercise to identify the illegal and all. In the first place, we identified almost there are about 4 million people who did not have valid papers. They were given a second chance, of which almost 21 lakh people were passed away. So 19 lakh population almost left behind without valid papers. Obviously, that is next to investigation, which will take place in over a period of time. But what you are saying is that we have noticed why we as a party, we objected to the NRC because we were sure that the ecosystem that was dealing with getting those papers of NRC were appointed by the Congress government of that time, and they did lot of illegal activities which
NRC
has
was
come
a
to light
Supreme
in
Court
various districts
monitored
across
probe,
Assam.
sir.
And that
Rajdeep,
is
you
the
are an
reason why
MP.
as a party
You
we
just
took a
cannot
stand.
spread lies on national television, sir. NRC was a Supreme Court monitored in
NRC was an exercise to which we had objected as a party. What I am saying is my official stand of the party.
As a party,
It is
do
not
you
a lie.
object to the
This is
Assam
an
Accord
official
of
stand of the
1985?
party.
The issue is not who monitored and who didn't.
You are trying to put your own words into
the
my
simple
mouth.
question
You
is
please
who
do
is
not put
issuing
your own
these
words into my
papers
mouth.
in such a way that those who are actually not Indian citizens have Indian documents. I'm running out of time, but Ankita Datta has not
I said
spoken.
there is an ecosystem which has been done.
Yes. So
Anand,
now please name, put them out, hang them out to dry, treat them as terrorists, slap them with UAPA and give them the harshest punishment, treat them as members of the Al-Qaeda and Ansarul Bangla. That's how these people have to be treated, not as Indian citizens, but those who are actually working with illegals against the interest of the country. RVS Mani Saab, I'm coming to you in just a bit. Dr. Ankita Datta, yes, quick word, please.
Yes, this is something, I mean, the systematic brainwashing of the Muslims that has been taking place through the madrasas is a reality that we just cannot downplay or ignore at any cost. Now, intelligence reports have time and again pointed suspicious fingers at several organizations, and this is an entire network. For example, at the Jamaat-e-Islami and its patron, which is the Inter-Services Intelligence, the ISI of Pakistan, because both of them have been actively using madrasas proliferating in increasing numbers along the lower Assam, West Bengal, Bangladesh border to infiltrate migrants into India to be used spies. Earlier, the Assam police had also established a link between the PFI and the Ansarullah Bangla team. It was on the 15th of April that a case was registered in Borpeta district of Lower Assam in which some 16 ABT activists were arrested, and one of them was the one Akibul Hussain, and during the interaction he later confessed that he was president of the PFI of Borpeta district. And the NIA in one of its recent reports had also mentioned that besides the PFI, JMB, Jamaatul Mujahideen Bangladesh, is trying to gain a foothold in the border districts of Lower Assam through several home-run madrasas. And following the interrogation of a few arrested JMB cadres, the NIA found that this Islamist terrorist outfit has been trying to strengthen its presence in not just Assam but the entire northeast through several madrasas that are run from homes. Now what has become worrisome for the law enforcement agencies is the fact that the terrorist organizations such as the JMB have been involved in online recruitment and radicalization of the local Muslim youth in these madrasas. And the new recruits are then given fake Indian voter ID cards, Aadhaar cards, and various other such incriminating documents for illegal acquisition of Indian identity. And we also cannot overlook the char areas of Assam in this respect, have emerged as the hotbeds of several anti-national and criminal elements in the recent times. The char areas have become the dens of Islamic terrorism in Assam, where Maulavis and Maulanas associated with several madrasas have been responsible for spreading
why are they still
unrest
operating?
among the
Why are
people.
they still operating? Why aren't they behind bars, or why aren't they being sent back to where they come from? You have to send them back to where they come from, and somewhere the exercise has to be now biometrically linked. Not just when the Aadhaar card is being made, but when they present a document, there has to be a way to verify that this is the real person, the address is genuine, the person is genuine, and this person is a citizen of India and a legal resident of this country.
And after the ban on the state-run madrasas, the nearly around 1,000 private madrasas which are currently running in Assam are now being considered for regulation by the government of Assam. And interestingly, one last point I would like to make here is that there is a private board by the name of it was formerly known as Madaris-e-Qawmiya, which is now known as the All Assam Tanzim Madaris-Qawmiya. It has its headquarters at a place called Neel Bagan in Hojai district of Central Assam. And this is the board that governs all the private madrasas in Assam. And interestingly, not just Assam, this same board controls madrasas in the adjacent states of Nagaland and Meghalaya as well. And the operations of this board till a few years back was limited only to a few areas of Nagaon district. But in the past few years, its reach and expansion have been gradually widened, which is very, very dangerous. And,
if the madrasa is above board, if it is functioning, it is imparting education, it is teaching, and it is not radicalizing, and its source of funds and its origins are antecedents are above board and law, there is nothing that stops us because the constitution provides for it. But if there is dubious funds that has come, if the money is coming from outfits which are operating out of our country, and if the actions of this group is against the interest of our country, then it is a serious concern. I have to wind up this debate, but we'll take this conversation forward. I thank all our panelists, Dr. Roy, Kamru Chaudhary ji, Dr. Ankita Datta, and RVS Mani ji. Thank you very much. Moving on quickly to our other big exclusive story, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big exclusive here at CNN News 18 and on the right stand. Have a look at this. Do you have these loan apps? Do you know people who are stuck because of these loan apps? Especially those who have borrowed short sums of money, small sums of money for a short period and now are being hounded. Have you read about the cases of suicides? Well, this is all linked to another China's loot scam. This is the loan app nightmare. This is the setup. Fake Chinese fintech company linked with loan apps created and uploaded, and of course email IDs used to trace. Email IDs used have been traced to China, Hong Kong and Macau. So what would they do? They linked up with about 12 NBFCs in India, said that we will be your front, but you give us your accounts to access. Then set up apps saying we are the loan guys. And that's how the whole game was played. Advertised on social media, email, TV channels. What the ad says is loans in one click, interest rate rupees 400 per week. This is what they say. And what happens? The target audience and victims are small businesses hit by COVID lockdown. That's what they try to get into. 3,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees. Hafte mein 400 rupees bakaya interest, jaldi wapas kar dena. That's what they did. The loan app nightmare stage 2 was the app marketing. The victim approaches the loan app, and then stage 3, victim approaches the loan app communicated with payment gateway, and then what happens? Info, profile of the victim is taken, and suddenly all the information is accessed. So the loan disbursed from the fake fintech company, but they have access to everything that's there on your phone. Then what happens? Stage 4 is the recovery factor. The muscle men come into place. What happens is call center units are deployed, Indian callers, but the victims are shamed among contacts. And there is open threatening which happens because they have access to your phone, they access your social media profiles, they access your private conversations, your pictures, and then go ahead and try and shame you, bully you, and push you to take extreme steps. Data on the victim is harvested, pics of the victim morphed and distributed. Let's listen in to some of the victims, some of those who have suffered at the hands of these loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks, they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my morphed photos to my friends, relatives, family. And then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could.
The callers they used to call, the way they abuse, seriously, it was a very bad nightmare for me. The day how I passed, I know. So I didn't had any other option. So I came to Mumbai BKC Cyber Cell and I registered an FIR. I told them the scenario, so and so the scenario is, I've paid more than 15 lakhs. They took my complaint, and seriously Mumbai BKC Cyber Cell, they helped me a lot, and now I don't receive any calls and messages. But seriously, they morphed my photos. They have morphed my photos and the text messages in the WhatsApp what they have sent me. Seriously, it's very bad and very vulgar. I know how I have been to this situation.
This is how they work, ladies and gentlemen. It's all going down to these Chinese companies. They are pulling the strings. They are operated on the instructions coming in from China and Hong Kong. They're driving a mega scam. They've developed a loan app. And via the app, they've taken control of the lives of people. Social media of their clients, that's how they make their way in, control their phones, know everything in and out, and then they harass them. Fixed interest rates, processing fee, platform fee, and once you're sucked in so deep that you just don't know how to get out. They've controlled all onboarding, lending, and recovery. This is how they're driving this scam, this loot, and they piggybacked on the licenses of NBFCs. The Enforcement Directorate has actually now seized and freezed nearly 105 crore rupees in the accounts of 12 NBFCs who linked with these China loan apps. Unmask this China's defraud India plot is what we are asking. Let's go straight across to our experts who will throw more details and inputs on this. I have NS Napinai, Advocate, Supreme Court and founder, Cyber Sathi Foundation. Nishakant Ojaji is also with us. He is an advisor in cyber and aerospace security. Kanish Gaur, cyber security expert who's been tracking a lot of these activities of the Chinese and what they've been trying to do. This loot and scoot and try and destabilize India from within, create a certain level of social distress because of the financial distress. NS Napinai ji, how do we crack this? How are these loan apps able to get into our country so easily, embed themselves and run this entire looting scam? And they are targeting the most vulnerable, those who will fall for this lure. I'll give you 5,000 rupees. You have to just give me 400 rupees per week. They'll think, in 3 weeks, I'll be able to return this money. Let's jump for it. And then in 3 weeks becomes 6 months and their life is all gone for a toss. There are 3 or 4 suicides that have been committed by family members.
Anand, what do we do? In a situation where people are desperate for financial support, they just let caution, they throw caution into the air. There are a couple of things. One is we can look at a possible regulatory framework beyond what RBI has done in terms of having registered versus unregistered loan apps and cautioning customers in terms of the use of unregistered loan apps. The second aspect, which is already happening, including through channels like yours, is awareness amongst users. But I can tell you, despite all the awareness programs, despite every news item carrying cautionary tales to customers, people still fall for it because at the time of need, they just forget sensibility or logic and they jump into it. So the first step in terms of how we deal with something like this from a customer's perspective would be to stay safe, to prevent and protect yourself first, and then only look at legal remedies as the last step if you still fall victim to it. Prevention and protection would mean that you would use caution, you would verify, you would check the source, and a lot of cautionary messages are already out there to talk about how you use an app from an app store, but we already know from experience that even that may not necessarily give you protection. But the first rule is, if something sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. So you have to exercise caution. The second level is, we have to get more success stories out there in terms of law enforcement. If you recollect, a lot of issues in terms of money collection happened even with respect to credit and debit card companies and bank loans, etc. it needed the courts and certain decisions that came out to say that you cannot go and start threatening people to recover. You have to follow due process. Similarly, if we have enough success stories to show that these scamsters can be traced, they can be tracked, and they can be prosecuted and punished, that would also create better awareness than just telling people do's and don'ts, etc. And finally, from a policy or a law perspective, we have to start relooking existing provisions and see how we can apply them to these evolving scenarios. We have to understand that we don't have to wait for any new laws to come forward to take recourse against these kind of activities, such as morphed pictures being circulated, obscene content being circulated,
Yes.
etc. We had remedies even under the Indian Penal Code against all this,
Ji.
and now you have a specific remedy under the Information Technology Act.
Ji.
So it's really important for victims to not feel stigmatized with all this, to not allow the scamsters to blackmail them, but to instead immediately take recourse to law. They have to know that they have remedies.
So
in
why
law.
don't
I was really happy to hear that victims say he found the remedies.
Right.
So that's the real story we need spreading
No,
out.
but that's post facto, right? That's post. That's saying there is a law that will protect you. Why can't the state and the law make sure that such apps don't have access? So this is freedom with reasonable restrictions. So let's bring in the reasonable restrictions, Nishakant Ojadi. If these are unregistered apps, there is no access.
Yeah. Actually, see, Anand, this is when we talk about these kind of incident. So Beijing was always following these kind of strategies, and the China invasion was always well planned. Dummy Indians director was always used to incorporate. So it's not something like that. It is happening just in one day. So there are two ways what they are. First is there's a physical presence they want to create within the soil of India, and then do a kind of a wide labeling in preparation of these kind of apps. Then that apps basically indulge in these kind of a malified intentions of fetching the money or doing some kind of these things. Another is then they are using the different cloud services where they are using creating those kind of malwares and these apps and putting in the Dropbox or some kind of other modes of cloud, and then basically from there they basically penetrate into the different social sites, and from there they lure, and then how the person becomes. So it's I mean, when we talk about it's not like that these apps just came by themselves and we started using it. It's a kind of a you can say Ponzi, basically a kind of exercise which basically first they create, lure, then they make to enter, and then they basically do these kind of illegal intentions. Companies have floated more than 500 similar looking websites which are there already, which has been identified. And you won't believe, if you remember in our previous law many time back, there was a conversation where these Chinese have even created their fake identity.
Right.
So they are looking like an Indian, they are getting their the LLP registered and the company registered, and they are using those things.
Got it.
So it's not just simple kind of an app which is working. There is a long string which is enhanced and it's going somewhere, and then putting into the PLA, PT, and thus things work like that.
Right, right. Karish Gaur?
We have to work with platforms such as Google Play Store to get these apps taken down. So far, if you see the response that we have done so far for reporting these apps is relatively low. It's more reactive. If we create a program where we give safety rating to apps based on user feedback, then it is much easier. I've seen some of the other countries launch such programs. So if you go to a country like UK, they have a program where they define the safety of the app and they work with different Play Stores, whether it is Android Play Store or iOS Play Store, and those apps are regularly removed. So if we use enforcement measures, a lot of these apps can be taken down, right? So far, we have just been focusing on national security section 69A, but from a broader consumer safety standpoint lens, if you have to look at, these are great hazards which are running in this country. If we start taking them down, then a lot could happen. The biggest issue is these apps are operating, say, in different states, and state police get this reported. Now, state police have to work with central bodies such as ED or CBIs. because this is organized crime which is perpetrated against Indian consumers. So this requires greater collaboration. This would require more of public-private partnership where not just the app stores but also government takes measures. Also, we will have to bring in stronger measures for regulating and auditing non-banking financial services. NBFCs is a booming market, but the way they are lending money, who is giving them money? Nobody is monitoring that. Right? A lot of this money is originating from, say, China or Hong Kong. Who's tracking those channels? Nobody is looking at those channels. So this has become a new policy scheme which is running in this country. So stronger mechanisms for regulating and auditing them would be there. Also, what kind of permissions these apps are taking from the user's phone.
Yes.
The biggest issue is they take all the contacts
Correct.
and they start threatening people that they will send morphed images.
Correct.
So these kinds of permissions, they have to be restricted. If certain apps are asking for such permissions, they have to be taken down. So it has to be a constant monitoring mechanism.
Rather than they should not be available in the first place. If they are not registered and if they are not sanctioned, if they are not above board, then they should not be available in the first place. So let's start it there. Let's nip them in the bud. Let's not. If any Play Store is offering these apps, then you got to take down that Play Store and their platform itself. Then go after that platform. The responsibility lies on the platform. That's how we'll have to frame our laws. Then I thank you all. Thank you very much to all our panelists, and we brought this up. Be aware of these loan apps, ladies and gentlemen. Now, be alert. You got the number flashing at the bottom of your screen. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to ask you questions on the tricolor. How well do you know your Tiranga? Stay with us for the Tiranga quiz after the break.
as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, Where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The number is flashing at the bottom of your screen right there. It's time for the Tiranga quiz. This is our effort to celebrate 75 years of our independence and also Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, but more importantly, the aspect of Har Ghar Tiranga. But we should also know a little bit of our history around the tricolor. There is so much. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to put out a question. You have the option to either digitally answer this question on our web streams, on Twitter, on Facebook, or on our YouTube feed if you're watching us live on YouTube, or pick up the phone and call. So I'm just going to quickly put the number. That's it, 0120-434-1895. That's where you've got to pick up your phone, call us, and our team at the back end, I know they're going to have a little bit of a tough time managing the calls, but they'll try and put you through. My first question this evening on the Tiranga quiz is, who presented the tricolor? Our tricolor, who presented the tricolor to the first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in 1947. So there are four options. Option one is that was a group of women led by Hansa Mehta. Hansa Mehta is herself a feminist, a writer, a freedom fighter, an activist, and she is the wife of Jivraj Mehta, the first chief minister of Gujarat. A group of men by Mahatma Gandhi, a person who needs no introduction because he's there in our hearts and all around us because he's the father of our nation. First Prime Minister of our country, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, a group of men led by him, or a group of women led by Sarojini Naidu. What do you think is the answer? We've got some answers digitally also. We'll try and see if we've got somebody who's given the answer digitally. I'm also going to wait to see if anybody is calling us on 0120-434-1895 with the first answer. So let me just quickly check. What do you think? The question that I'm asking again is, who presented the tricolor to the first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in 1947? Pick up the phone, tell us what you think on the Tiranga quiz. A group of women led by Hansa Mehta, option 1. A group of men led by Mahatma Gandhi, option 2. I have Subhash from Bhubaneswar. Yes, Subhash, good evening.
The answer is A, group of women led by Hansa Mehta.
Group of women led by Hansa Mehta. You are bang on. Well done. Well done. Bahut achhe, Subhash. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for joining us here on the quiz. So our first caller this evening joins us with the right answer that it's a group of women led by Hansa Mehta, an activist, a feminist, a writer, an independent freedom fighter, and the wife of the first Chief Minister of Gujarat, Jivraj Mehta. Hansa Mehta was the one who presented, it was led by a group of women who presented the first tricolour to our first President of India, Rajendra Prasad, in 1947. Time for question number 2. Which colour? Saffron, white, green. Which colour represents courage? Or does courage is represented by all the 3 colours of our tricolour? This is a simple one, ladies and gentlemen. Pick up the phone and tell me what you think. Saffron, white, green. These are the 3 options. Which colour, or all of the above, that's the 4th option. Which colour in the flag represents courage? We have Yamini119 who's given us an answer. Kavya_Techie has also given us an answer, and I think both of them have answered correctly. I've got a caller also, Kiran Kumar from Bengaluru, joining us. Yes, Kiran Kumar. Namaskara. Kiran, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So, which color in the flag represents courage? Green, white, saffron, or all of the above?
Saffron.
It is.
Saffron.
It is saffron. Well done, Kiran. Well done, Kiran. So, Kiran calling us from Bengaluru, and Yamini119, that's your handle, and Kavya_Techie, that's your handle. All of you have got the answer right. It is saffron that represents courage. So let's move on to question number 3 quickly. Question number 3 is, when was the charkha changed to the Ashok Chakra? So the tricolour had the colours, and also in the centre had the charkha for the longest time. Now, was it on the 22nd of July 1945, 22nd of July 1947, 22nd of July 1949, 22nd of July 1950? Which year was it? The month and date to hum batai rahe hain aapko. It is 22nd of July. But which of these years was the charkha changed to the Ashok Chakra? I think we've got a caller, Chandrasekhar, calling us from Mumbai. Hi, Chandrasekhar.
Hi. It is July 22, 1949.
July 22, 1949 is what you are saying, is the answer. That means that when they said in the bid, it's a tryst with destiny, and the flag was hoisted on the Red Fort, the flag, did it have charkha there? Because you are saying it's not July 22, 1947 or July 22, 1945 before the Constituent Assembly elections and when they arrived upon the tricolour, but July 22nd, 1949. Chandrasekhar, I don't think you are right. So, anybody else on the phone? Balaji on the phone line with us. Yes, Mr. Balaji. Is Chandrasekhar right?
Balaji.
Hi Balaji. Which year?
Its answer is C, July 22, 1949.
July 22, 1949. So, a second caller is coming out and saying July 22, 1949 was when the charkha was changed to the Ashok Chakra. But no, there seems to be some confusion here. There seems to be some people making a mistake with the year here. The correct year is July 22, 19. And I stopped because I got another caller, Jai Kishan, calling us. Yes, Jai Kishan.
Yeah, the question, please.
The question is on your screen, please. When was the charkha changed to the Ashok Chakra? July 22, 1945, July 22, 1947, July 22, 1949, or July 22, 1950?
1945.
July 22, 1945 is what you are saying. I have 2 callers who called us before this, Chandrasekhar and Balaji, who said it is July 22, 1949. Srinivas is calling us. Yes, Mr. Srinivas.
July 22, 1947.
July 22, 1947. Srinivas Garu calling us from Udupi. Ab jaake sahi phuti. Yes, that is the correct answer. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Srinivas. Thank you for giving us the right answer for question number 3 tonight. That is, when was the charkha changed to the Ashok Chakra? It was on the 22nd of July, 1947, ladies and gentlemen. So let's now quickly move on to question number 4. Q4 on your screens right now is, it will be necessary for all faiths. It will be necessary for all faiths to recognize a common flag. Who said this? Who am I quoting when I say it will be necessary for all faiths to recognize a common flag? Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar. So Nehru, Gandhi, Patel, Ambedkar, four stalwarts. Four stalwarts who said this. It will be necessary for all faiths to recognize a common flag. Who said this? We have somebody who's given us a digital answer. Kavya Techie, oh, you've taken all our quizzes. You seem to be a Tiranga enthusiast or a quiz enthusiast. Kavya_Techie for the second time. She's there who's given us the right answer. Let me see. I've got people now messaging me saying, look at our answers here. We are going to send you answers here. Oh, there's somebody else who's now putting out the answers. Tell us what you think. Social media or on the phone right now. 0120 0120. You have the number flashing there. 0120 434 1895. Mr. Taneja is calling us from Jalandhar. Taneja ji, Sasikal. Please mute your phone. Please mute your TV. Please mute your TV and tell us. It will be necessary for all faiths to recognize a common flag. Who said this? Mr. Taneja. Please mute your TV and speak to us. Yes, Mr. Taneja. Do you know the answer? Well, I think I've run out of time. So last question quickly. This answer is Mahatma Gandhi. It was Mahatma Gandhi. He said it will be necessary for all faiths to follow this. Finally, where was the tricolour first hoisted abroad? Tricolour. It is not the tricolour eventually what it came to be, but it was what was the first representation of the Indian flag. Ladies and gentlemen, the answer to this question, straight away I'll tell you, it was done in Germany in 1907 by Madame Bhikaji Cama. She is the one who first unfurled or hoisted a flag that represented India. It had red, white and green at that time. Three different colors at that point in time. It didn't have the Ashok Chakra, but that was the first perhaps representation of India as a nation that was done by Madame Bhikaji Cama, which was done way back at that time in Germany, 1907. With that, we call it a wrap on this edition of The Right Stand. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for calling in. Anusha is ready with brass tacks.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Anusha Soni. The crisis in the Taiwan Strait is only escalating with the Chinese dragon breathing fire. After the US House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi visit to Taiwan, it's Xi's turn, and he has not just heightened the war rhetoric, but has taken it many steps further. The Chinese have announced joint air and sea drills near Taiwan, along with test launches of conventional missiles in the East Sea of the country. China fired ballistic missiles, deployed fighter jets and warships as it held its largest ever military exercises around the island nation. In the midst of this brewing crisis, there's a stunning claim by the neighbor country Japan. Japanese defense minister says that 5 ballistic missiles launched by the Chinese military have fallen into Japan's exclusive economic zone. They call it a violation. With this move, the Chinese have made it clear that US or Taiwan can't get away if they cross the red line drawn by Beijing. How grave would be the consequences, and to what extent? How would the US respond? Our top focus tonight, but first up, a special report.
Live-fire missile drills. Choppers and jets deployed. Long-range rockets launched. A day after Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, the dragon is breathing fire. China is holding its largest ever military exercise in the seas around Taiwan. The exercises are taking place in multiple zones around Taiwan. Some are just within 20 kilometers of the island. In the border island of Pingtang, Chinese military choppers were seen flying past. China has deployed more than 100 fighter jets, bombers and other warplanes in the airspace of Taiwan. According to Taipei's defense ministry, China fired multiple ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Taiwan has in turn moved howitzers and mortars close to areas where PLA is carrying out drills. Beijing has defended the drills as necessary and blamed the US for the escalation.
We are left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And will this become a new normal? It hinges on the action of the US side and the Taiwan independence forces.
Despite China's fury, Nancy Pelosi's extraordinary stopover in Taiwan was the first high-level visit by a US official in 25 years. But by pledging support to Taiwan's democracy, a shadow has been cast on Washington's One China policy.
America stands with Taiwan. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time.
In a major escalation, Japan claimed 5 ballistic missiles launched by China's military landed inside Japan's exclusive economic zone for the very first time. Japan has lodged a protest, and at least a dozen Japanese and US F-15 fighter jets have taken off from Okinawa. So given the backlash that we're witnessing from China, has Pelosi's visit caused more harm than good?
Getting you all the updates. Joining us on the broadcast is CNN's Will Ripley. He's joining us live from Taipei. Thank you, Will, for speaking to us and joining us on the broadcast. My first question to you is about the Chinese aggression. China is mounting offensive post Nancy Pelosi's visit. But is the threat to Taiwan real or rhetorical? Is it just posturing, or we could actually see this war rhetoric actually translating into reality on the ground?
Well, it depends on what you would consider actual. I mean, launching missiles over Taiwan and splashing down in the waters off of Japan is certainly at least a reminder of the actual threat that Taiwan has faced for decades. I mean, Chinese missiles are always pointed at this island. We've always known they could arrive here in a matter of minutes. China is simply demonstrating it in a way, at a scale that we have not seen before. And the provocations are dialed up, and they're using Nancy Pelosi's visit as an excuse to cross the median line of the Taiwan Strait now, dozens of times, to fire these ballistic missiles for the first time in this trajectory, and then to conduct military exercises that are so close to Taiwan and, encircling the island. None of these things have happened before, and they're all happening right now. And China is using the Nancy Pelosi visit as the reason why they're doing it. So I thought the question you raised at the beginning is a good one. Did the visit do more harm than good? And I think we won't know the answer to that until we see how this all plays out.
Yeah. Going forward, how critical are the next 72 hours? As you pointed out, the escalation that we are seeing on the ground with the missiles being pointed. We have also seen a sort of statement that came from the Japanese side where they said that there were missiles that entered their economic zones, which were under the Japanese. How the next 72 hours are going to be is very, very critical for that regional security and stability.
Well, clearly, these military drills, these live-fire drills are taking place in these 6 locations near Taiwan. And so for the next 72 hours through the weekend, essentially, they're going to have to reroute flights, either Japan or the Philippines flight routes, because of some flight routes are not going to work right now because they'd have to fly over the drill zone. You also have the potential for collateral damage if people were to get into one of these military drill zones. And there, until these drills are over and until the temperature dials back down, we don't know what's going to happen because, as you said, there's a lot more military hardware that's actively engaging right now. But look, I think the bigger question is we need to watch over the next 12 months, 24 months. I mean, we know U.S. intelligence certainly believes, and I think a lot of analysts would agree, that China is working towards getting its military at a point where they feel comfortable that they could just take Taiwan. And a lot of analysts say if Xi Jinping felt that he could take Taiwan very quickly and painlessly, not a Ukraine scenario, but faster, that he would have already done it. And he would like to do it while he's in power. So if that is the case, then Taiwan certainly has a lot on its plate in terms of training its defense, its own defensive forces, and also continuing to have allies like Nancy Pelosi speaking on their behalf at democracies in legislatures around the world, because it's going to require help if Taiwan is going to survive an attack by mainland China someday.
Well, that leads me to another question. And as you're tracking all the details from Taipei, how prepared is Taiwan with this threat looking imminent right into their face? And as you said, not just 72 hours, the next 12 to 24 months are going to be very, very critical. How prepared are they?
Well, look, I mean, Taiwan has one might argue, a bit of an outdated military structure. It still has a lot of old school, big budget weapon systems that, frankly, could be destroyed in a matter of hours if they came under attack, a heavy attack, from China.
Yeah.
Even the most advanced fighter jets, the F-16Vs that Taiwan has in their fleet now, are no match for the Chinese fighter jets that they are flying now into the Taiwan Strait. In fact, 22 more, we just got word, crossed over the median line of the Taiwan Strait this evening, or earlier today as well. So in a direct military type of scenario, the best thing that Taiwan could probably hope for is to be able to fend them off just long enough for reinforcements to arrive. And this is not going to be a situation where you can just ship weapons into Taiwan like they're doing to Ukraine, because Taiwan is an island. And if China had set up some sort of a blockade, basically this would involve other nations having to commit resources, in a Pacific, combat that we have not seen in decades.
Yes.
And except now we're in a world with lots of nuclear weapons. And China relies on artificial intelligence in many cases to make some of these decisions, because they don't have the experience, the long-term experience within their ranks of generals that they have in the United States, where they rely on humans to make the calls. It's a scary scenario any way you look at it, so one can only hope that the tensions dial down and that they find some sort of a diplomatic way out of all of this.
Yes, my last question to you is about the economic concerns. There are various economic consequences which Chinese warned against, and there's a lot of action that they have taken against. How much are the Chinese businesses affected in the next few days, other than this, brewing military conflict? The consequences, the economic consequences for Taiwan could be very, very real and damaging.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know that Taiwan relies on exports to China for a huge portion of its economy. I mean, China is Taiwan's top export partner, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's 100 miles across the Taiwan Strait to mainland China. They speak the same language. Up until 70 plus years ago, they shared a heritage. They share so many things. They have so many things in common, and yet unfortunately they have two governmental systems that are so drastically different that that's what sets up this dynamic. And so China's now banning the imports of a growing list of items from Taiwan. That could certainly hurt the economy here. And yes, so there's going to be economic collateral damage, not to mention any potential military and diplomatic damage as well.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure to have you on the broadcast. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for joining us. Well, joining us on the broadcast is also our eminent panel. Brian Heo, he's the editor of New Blue magazine, is joining us on the broadcast. We also have Mr. James M. Dorsey. He's a senior fellow at S. Rajaratnam School at International Studies at the NTU University. And also we have Mr. Sushant Sareen. He's a senior fellow at the ORF and also a strategic affairs expert. Mr. Ashok Sajnar, who's a former diplomat, is also joining us on the broadcast. And Raymond Vickery is also with us on the show, getting us all the details. I want to take in a quick word. Thank you everyone for joining us on the show. And Brian, coming to you first and taking in a perspective from you, as my colleague Will Ripley was pointing out from Taipei, that the situation is very, very tense, and the next few months and days are going to be very critical into what kind of action the Chinese actually take. Will this war rhetoric actually turn into a reality and into a kind of escalation that the Pacific region has not really seen?
I'd actually offer a word of caution there, because the mood is actually fairly calm in terms of the past 48 hours. There's been much more notice of the Pelosi visit, but while the world was discussing this for weeks and weeks, it was actually until then that Taiwanese seemed to realize that this was taking place. And so Taiwan's faced military drills in the past and military threats from China for literally decades. And so right now, I actually don't see too much panic. I mean, we are on day one of these drills. We don't know what will occur. There might be more escalation. And I also do think for this kind of thing, it takes time for images and video to filter through the news and social media to people. But I think we're going to have to see. And I think the jury's still out if people will actually panic. I don't see that happening at present. In terms of Chinese action, I think that jury is also still out. The ball is often in their court, and I think that's the case with this too.
All right, so you think that there's no case for a panic right now. James, I'm coming to you. Xi Jinping has responded very sharply after Nancy Pelosi's visit. The sort of aggression that the Japanese have reported is also very worrisome for that entire region. How do you see this really progressing in the next 72 hours? Because that's going to be very, very critical.
Well, I think that fundamentally neither China nor the United States wants an armed confrontation, at least not at this point. I think the problem is that what you've seen is, or let me put it differently, Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was an accident waiting to happen. In a situation in which you have increased big power rivalry and a hardening position on the part of the political elites, both in the United States and in China, as well as in terms of public opinion. The problem you're going to have going forward is that the degree of confrontation, or if you wish, of showmanship in the around Taiwan that is now being established with these Chinese exercises is something that we're probably going to see more permanently. Okay. For example, these kind of exercises not being a one-off event, but potentially an annual event. The other thing, of course, is that the economic sanctions that my colleague mentioned that the Chinese are already imposing, those are sanctions that are going to last much longer than the next 72 hours. So the question is going to be managing increased tension and increased showmanship up until the point where presumably the Chinese would want to make their claim of Taiwan being part of China a realistic thing, rather than right now a notional claim.
All right. I think that's also in line with what Will was also pointing out. And he was saying that the next 12 to 24 months are going to be very critical, keeping in mind that does China make this a more aggressive exercise to actually start a conflict that we have not seen earlier. So, Shant, I'm coming to you. 2 points that James mentioned. This was an accident waiting to happen, and we're talking about the visit of Nancy Pelosi. And some kind of permanent annual event where the Chinese military or their maritime might is at display, threatening Taiwan, looking at an eventual takeover of the country. Is that a possibility you consider?
Well, that's a possibility you cannot ignore. I think that's a very real possibility, but have the Chinese factored in and gamed all the consequences of such a move? Because clearly there will be consequences, and not just military. There'll be economic and political and diplomatic consequences. A lot of it, of course, will depend upon how much the Taiwanese are willing to stand up for their independence, and how much the rest of the world is willing to put its money where its mouth is. So a lot of it will depend upon that. The other part of it is, look, I don't necessarily agree with the thing that Pelosi's visit was an accident waiting to happen. I think the tensions have been mounting for a fair bit of time. And my own sense is that it was important for the Americans to show that they are not going to be a pushover for the kind of aggressive moves that the Chinese have been making. For example, before the Ukraine war started, the Chinese were trying to intimidate the Taiwanese by constantly, sending their aircraft over, constantly, pressing other pressure points of the Taiwanese. And now, of course, that whole situation has got escalated to a very dangerous level. But will the Chinese want to push the envelope further and actually risk an all-out confrontation at this point in time, with all the economic consequences, which even if the rest of the world was to, behave like they behaved in Afghanistan, pretend that the place does not exist and move on, can the Chinese, afford that kind of a confrontation even with Taiwan, with all the disruptions it begins? Look, the economic disruptions are not just going to affect Taiwan. They're also going to affect China.
Okay.
And yes, so it kind of works both ways. But yes, we are not in a very comfortable position. And this pressure is only going to stay and going to increase going forward, unless somebody, is able to make the Chinese back off. And I don't know if anybody is ready to do that just yet.
Mr. Ashok Sajjanara, I'm coming to you. When the visit of Nancy Pelosi was being talked about, there was much discussion and the controversy around it, and the Joe Biden administration also tried to maintain a certain degree of arm's distance. However, that visit she went ahead with the visit. The US must have calculated the ramifications of it, what China is doing, maybe the degree to which you can't precisely guess, but the response from the Chinese was inevitable. The US would have calculated it, and in the days to come, how do you see an administration like the Biden administration responding to what is happening in Taiwan Strait?
You know, Anusha, there was no way that the United States could have backed down from this visit once discussions were taking place on it, because, you know, that would have been such a huge loss of face, and that would have really been seen to be, you know, committing harakiri, even as far as the whole notion of Indo-Pacific is concerned, the whole notion of the Quad is concerned, in terms of the South China Sea maintaining, you know, rule of law and freedom of navigation, freedom of overflights, etc. All that would have come crashing down, because if a power cannot even send one of its senior representatives to a country because of threats that are verbal threats that are that are sent out to it, then of course, you know, it will not be able to withstand any of the, when push comes to shove, it will really not be able to handle these things. So there was no way that the US could have resiled on the visit not taking place. That having been said, I think the United States and the world at large, knows and believes that this is no time that Xi Jinping will go to war. There is no way that he can go to war, because in November, you are going to have the Congress of the Communist Party of China, at which very significant decisions are to be made. The third term of Xi Jinping, which as president, which will come up next year, that is going to be decided at this Congress. So he wants to give this image of a powerful person, of a strong man who's in control of things. And if he were to sort of, go to war, the end of which, the result of which is uncertain, there is no way that he will go for it. So fine muscle flexing, he's been doing that. China has been doing that for quite some time. Over the last several months, we have seen that. So, he might push this envelope a little further without crossing really the red line of sort of, going into any sort of kinetic conflict or confrontation. But I think beyond that, it is not going to be anything more than that I can see. Of course, as far as economic sanctions are concerned, they have been used by many countries at many times. It is a two-way street. It works both ways. So, if it is going to hurt Taiwan, it will hurt China. There are huge investments that Taiwan has made in China. They are investments are moving out, they come out. And the economic situation in China is not pretty. The zero COVID policy is backfiring as far as Xi Jinping is concerned. And it is seen to be his project. His project also as far as the restrictions on technology, restrictions on education, the manner in which the real estate sector has been handled there, and the economic prosperity levels are coming down. So, this is all a matter of worry and going into this uncharted territory of a conflict, of a war, the end of which is uncertain. Definitely Xi Jinping is not going to go through it. So maybe some more of economic sanctions, a little more of muscle flexing, sending out a message to the ASEAN countries and to some of the others. Like in the case even of India, they have said one China policy is absolutely sacrosanct and so on and so forth. But I think when it talks about China, talks about its own territorial integrity, etc., I think it is the worst violator of territorial integrity.
And that is a view that has been shared by many experts in various countries. Raymond Vickery, I'm coming to you. Taking that point forward from Mr. Sajjanara, do you agree that China at this point in time, due to various global and domestic reasons, cannot afford a full-fledged direct military confrontation? And if no, then will it be ready for this kind of confrontation in the next 12 to 24 months? Because as my colleague from CNN was pointing out, we need to see whether this is just a one-time posturing that China is doing by pointing missiles, or this would rather become more consistent over the next few months and years.
Well, thanks for having me. I think it's absolutely certain that this is a very difficult and dangerous time, not only for the United States, but India and the world. What is at stake here really is the rule of law that's enshrined in the UN Charter, that you don't use force in order to try to get somebody else's territory. India has a great stake in this. China claims Arunachal Pradesh, has said that visits by Indian officials to Arunachal Pradesh can be a provocation. In Kashmir, they have recognized or are using that territory in conjunction with Pakistan for their Belt and Road. So it's a very widespread principle here that is at stake. Now, coming to the commercial part of it, I would point out that China has a lot at stake here. Chinese exports to the United States have been the foundation of its prosperity. So they have to think twice before they're going to start a war and cut off the export market, which has made them rich. And I would point out that all of this is really tied to what Putin is doing in Ukraine. I have no doubt that Xi is looking at what is happening in Ukraine and seeing if Putin can get away with this, the use of force, the contravention of international law, then maybe Xi can get away with it, not only in regard to Taiwan, but the South China Sea, Arunachal Pradesh, and so forth. So it's a time to wage peace, and the United States and India need to stand together on all fronts, including the commercial front, in order to be able to wage peace and convince Xi that he shouldn't be another Putin and invade his neighbors and try to get his way by the use of force.
Okay. James Dorsey, I'm coming to you. How do you see what Raymond is pointing out? He's saying that perhaps what has happened in Ukraine, what Putin has done, has served an example for Xi Jinping. And while he might be constrained by a post-COVID economy, the troubles of getting once again the economy back on track and ensuring that people have jobs and their life is stable, to a larger Chinese expansionist policies that they've been talking about, whether it's here along the LAC in Arunachal Pradesh or multiple other fronts that the Chinese have opened.
There are 2 points I'd like to make. I agree with much that has been said. I think there's, in terms of the timing of a potential armed conflict, also another point. While the Chinese have made incredible strides in upgrading and advancing their military is not yet on par with the United States. And that's one thing that Xi Jinping will take into account. The second thing he needs to take into account, and certainly will, is the United States is a battle-hardened military. The Chinese have yet to prove themselves on the battlefield, irrespective of what they look like on paper in terms of their personnel and equipment. The other point I'd like to make is that Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, other world leaders like Viktor Orban, are leaders who think in terms of civilizational borders, not national borders. And so they constitute, by definition, challenges to international law and the rule of law under which you have nation states with sovereignty that is inviolable. And I think that's part of the problem here. And it becomes then, as we've clearly seen with Ukraine, a question of when rather than if leaders like that decide that it's time to take military action.
James, but to augment my question, how do you see the United States really responding to what Chinese are doing? I mean, they went ahead with Nancy Pelosi's visit. That has happened. They clearly expected that Beijing is going to respond. The manner, tone and tenor, of course, you can't predict precisely. But is the U.S. prepared for this sort of a response coming in from the Chinese?
Well, first of all, I think that we've got to understand what we mean by the US here. If we take it at face value, by design or by default, you've had the Pentagon saying that they do not like the visit. You've had Pelosi saying, I'm going ahead with the visit. And you've had the White House essentially initially practicing strategic ambiguity, not saying anything, and now bending over backwards to emphasize that the United States does not support Taiwanese independence and remains adherent to the one China policy, despite, of course, calls within the United States as well as Chinese suspicions that the Americans are hollowing out that policy. I think that the Americans at this point, depending on how far the Chinese go, may or may not have to respond by having, for example, by some sort of maritime presence in the region to emphasize their commitment to maintaining free maritime navigation. But I don't think that I think in both the Chinese and the American cases, they'll both be very cautious and potentially walk to the brink, but they don't want to go across that red line.
Brinkmanship, or more than that, that is the million-dollar question, and we'll see in the next few days how this really transpires. Brian Heo, James M. Dorsey, Sushant Sareen, Mr. Ashok Sajana, Raymond Vikri, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on the broadcast. And these developments are worrying for the entire world, especially for the ASEAN countries. India has not issued a statement so far, but all eyes on what happens in the Taiwanese Strait. Well, moving on, and here's another top story of the day, and this is about the National Herald case. You remember what happened yesterday. All hell broke loose yesterday when the National Herald office, the 4th floor, was sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress party has called the move an open threat and an intimidation tactic by the BJP. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has openly dared the government, saying he is not scared of anyone and he has done nothing wrong. The case traces its origin to a complaint by Dr. Subramaniam Swamy. That was about 7 years ago. This is a case that has come to haunt the first family of the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. The National Herald newspaper is in the limelight because allegedly its assets and proceeds have been illegally laundered. The matter is sub judice, investigation is underway, but as we track the story with each raid, with each passing day, with each step of the investigating agency, this continues to cause a political battle between the BJP and the Congress. A special report.
ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है, ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, चुप नहीं होने वाले।
Rahul Gandhi coming out all guns blazing after the Enforcement Directorate temporarily sealed the office of Young Indian. He slammed the Prime Minister for what he called pressure tactics to silence voices of the opposition by using central agencies.
और मोदी से तो मैं मतलब बिल्कुल नहीं सर, लगातार ये बात और लगाएं और बैरिकेडिंग करें।
और सर आपको जिस तरह से कल AICC मुख्यालय को भी बैरिकेड किया गया है,
सच्चाई को बैरिकेड नहीं करा जाता।
While Rahul Gandhi fumed at the centre, the Enforcement Directorate resumed its raids at Young Indian after senior party leader Mallikarjun Kharge turned up at Herald House.
जो ईडी का प्रोसीजर है वो कर रहे हैं और हम ज़्यादा इस पे टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करना चाहते हैं। ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की बात है।
Rahul and Sonia Gandhi are the majority shareholders in Young Indian. Both of them have been questioned multiple times by the Enforcement Directorate over allegations of money laundering. The Congress staged massive protests every time the Gandhis were summoned for questioning.
300 policemen are sent to the Congress President's house. 300 policemen are sent to the former Congress President's house. Some 200 policemen have surrounded the AICC office. What is all this? Are we at war with each other?
And now they're planning to gherav the Prime Minister's residence and hold a pan-India agitation on the 5th of August. But the BJP claims that the Congress's sole agenda is to save the Gandhis.
अगर कुछ किया नहीं है तो इतना डर क्यों है कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं में, कांग्रेस के बड़े नेताओं में, और खास करके सबका एक ही कवायद है, सबकी कवायद है कि किस प्रकार से एक ही परिवार के लिए हम आंदोलन करें, एक परिवार को कैसे बचाया जाए।
So why is the Congress objecting to a routine part of the investigation? Is it digging itself into a bigger hole?
Well, joining us on the broadcast are our guests from the Congress and the BJP. We are expecting Shazia Almi from the BJP to join us in a few minutes from now. Dr. Shama Mohammed of the Congress Party, who's the national spokesperson, is joining us on the show. Good evening, Shama. Thank you so much for speaking to us. There were multiple statements that came from various BJP leaders today, and most of them arguing that the Congress Party is only trying to save the first family and they are not ready to face the due process of law. Please answer those allegations.
If we were not ready to face the due process of law, when Rahul ji was questioned for 5 days and 50 hours, he was called for questioning. He never said no, he never protested, he went there for questioning. Mrs. Sonia Gandhi was called for questioning. She went there, and in fact, when they asked her to leave, she said, listen, you can continue to question me. I'm ready to answer all your questions if you want to continue again further today. So this is all a reason by the present dispensation, the government, to divert from the most important issue today is price rise, is unemployment, is the 5% GST on your pulses, dal, wheat, rice, hospitals, you know, what all we have heard, what have we, I mean, various things, the GST has gone up, pencils, sharpeners, I can go on with it. So they don't want us to protest. And they want to keep on bringing about this ED thing. The ED questioning is happening on one side. Nobody said, you know, only thing we ask on that particular ED questioning is that don't harass people, because there are many in the government itself who should be questioned by the ED, like Himanta Biswa Sarma, Subindu Adhikari, Narayan Rane. They were all questioned before they joined the party, but once they join the party, they get cleansed as if they've been put into the Ganga. So why is it? There was recently an FIR also against Himanta Biswa Sarma by an MLA from Jharkhand. So when there are serious allegations against the BJP leaders, I fail to understand why the ED is not let loose on them. And you know, we also know that there were some Shiv Sena leaders, they were questioning Sarnaik. You know, so why is the questioning on him? Stop, because he is now in the part of Eknath Shinde. So that is the thing, you know.
Okay.
Pratap
Let me bring in Shazia also into this discussion. Shazia, the argument that Shama Mohammed is making is that if the Congress party was trying to evade the due process of law, you wouldn't have Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi going for each round of questioning each time the Enforcement Directorate has called them. They have taken the legal recourse, they are cooperating with the investigation, but this is an attempt by the BJP only to divert the attention from the real issues. How correct is that?
First of all, I don't see the connection. I mean, I don't see the connection between this and that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what is the connection between the two, between the two premises that were made by my friend Shama. So there are very basic questions, and this is exactly what ED has been asking. ED and the whole inquiry has been mandated now by the Supreme Court, as we all know. ED is responsible to the judiciary. And we know that both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, another member of the first family of Congress, Robert Vadra ji, they all have been on bail. And there are real reasons why they are on bail. So one thing is you can make a case about witch hunting and political subjugation, so to speak. The other case is very, very real. The other premise is based on hard facts, is based on money trail, money laundering, is based on a very which can become actually a huge case study in Harvard Business School as to how 15 lakhs can actually yield 2,000 crores. Is based on a real building and the shares and AGL, the company, and a lot of transactions that have taken place and are being attributed to the decisions of which were having been
Shazia,
made by
to
late
add to the
Motilal
point,
Vora.
and then I'll go to Shama as well. She also made another point, and she said that there were various leaders who were, when in the Congress party or when they were in the opposition camps, they were being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. But the moment they shifted camps, they moved to the BJP, somewhat the investigation stopped.
I mean, a lot of people also say that and blame the BJP that there has been no there was so much talk about action having to be taken against Robert Vadra, but nothing really happened. So a lot of people say that. I mean, I can't speak for the ED because I do not work with the ED. I can only speak for my party. And maybe because Congress is so used to using all the agencies for its own advantage. Now, if you do corruption, people will come after you. There would be nobody in this government, nobody is going to be there. It won't be like I scratch your back, you scratch my back. As it used to happen.
Okay.
If you've been there, nobody's gonna save you.
Let me take those questions.
So if you hadn't indulged in all of these, the ED would not have come after you. But definitely there is nothing transactional, and there are no favors to curry as they would have done with some other party or in some other coalition arrangement.
Dr. Shama Mohammed,
it's a case.
The question there's a direct question that Shazia Ali is asking.
And they're very basic questions here.
I'm going to address them. I'm going to address them. I'm going to address him. I'm going to address them to Dr. Shama Mohammed. Dr. Shama Mohammed, while politically it might be a very fancy argument to make that this is political witch hunt and vendetta and you're trying to deflect from the main issues, the argument of the BJP is that there is something fishy and that is why this investigation is going on for so long, and you want to raise the issue of inflation and GST, you're more than welcome to do it, but there is no diversionary tactic. This is a mere argument without any substance.
Okay, so for example, this case is 10 years old. They suddenly wake up. There is a section, Young India is a section 25 company where money laundering can never happen because, you know, the directors, the shareholders cannot get any dividends from this country. And we have also given our tax books, whatever it is there is all given. It's there in the court right now because the allegation is an income tax issue, right? The allegation. But not prevention of money, it doesn't come under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So that itself says one thing. Number two, if it is a problem with what she's saying is ED and everything, like I mentioned, we were ready for questioning Mrs. Gandhi as well as they are even questioning Mallikarjun Kharge ji. But the issue is when I went to my office yesterday in the evening, why is the Delhi police outside and not letting us in? I fail to understand. Like she said, what is the connection? I fail to understand what is the connection of ED questioning and me getting into my karyalaya, my office. It's my right. And when we are out to protest in a peaceful manner, even the other time when we said we are going to walk from the parliamentarian said from the parliament to Vijay Chowk, they did not allow them. The police came and picked them up. I don't understand that in a peaceful manner, in a democracy, can't we protest? Now, the other thing she says is allegation is one. But what is the truth is when you're convicted. Now, before 2000... No, let me finish. You have to let me finish my point. Before 2014, we had a number of allegations. They alleged about coal scam. They said 2G. And we came to know that there was no scam, the Supreme Court said in 2G. There was no conviction in terms of the coal thing with us, but some bureaucrats were convicted. Now, the only person I know in politics who has been convicted of corruption in 2011 is Yediyurappa, and he's from the Bharatiya Janata Party. So they just cannot point fingers and say allegations. Allegations are proven when you have evidence and you're convicted. And the person convicted is Yediyurappa. So where is corruption in us? We are ready for questioning. And I'm telling you why is the
one thing I want to point out. One thing I want to point out, Shana, that the Supreme Court at no point, the Supreme Court at no point said that there was no coal scam or there was no 2G scam. You're right that there were no convictions that happened at the trial court. You're right about that. But the fact that in principle, the allegations were wrong. The allegations were wrong that was said by the Supreme Court.
Can I come in, please?
Yes, Shazia, I'll come to you. Let her make a brief point and I'll come to you.
In terms of 2G, I want to finish my point.
Finish your point. Finish your point.
In terms of 2G, they said in terms of 2G, no, let me finish my point. In terms of 2G, I want to correct the anchor. In terms of 2G, the Supreme Court said, there is no scam. I didn't talk about coal. I said our politicians were not convicted. It was the bureaucrats. So you can't say something else.
Okay, let Shazia respond now. Let Shazia respond. Shazia, go ahead.
So I will go point after. So the very fact that my learned friend Shama mentions 2G is testimony to the fact that the Supreme Court will be unbiased. Just now she mentioned the Supreme Court said that there was indeed nothing to say that there was any wrongdoing. It was the same enforcement directorate. It was under the same government, which is my party, which is NDA. So this goes on to say this is the same Supreme Court. Same ED, which goes on to say that nothing.
It was during our time, my dear.
No, our time, because you were always giving laddus, and it was our time. The verdict just came, my dear friend.
It was just as soon as you came in. It's just as soon as you came in. The case was going on during our time.
See,
I know the facts of this story. You can't come and lie on national television.
No.
But you have to talk about Yedurappa, who got convicted in 2011. You never talk about that.
I don't want to be part of this.
The conviction is of your leader. Why don't you? Why are you? No, you have to talk about Yedurappa. Yedurappa, why are you diverting?
Okay, Shama, let her answer. Very specific allegations that she's made against Yedurappa, and she's also arguing there are various leaders within the BJP accused of corruption.
She can say anything to run away, but the fact is, and they're very serious facts, and the fact is that Young India paid 50 lakhs from the amount of money to AJL and to take over 99% of the shareholding of the company. So she's totally wrong, and nobody's talking about PMLA. But ED finds no trail of VRS payment to any other expenditure of 90.21 crores by AGL, as was earlier claimed by Congress leaders. Rahul Gandhi also told ED only about late Motilal Vora, and they see that he's the only one who knew about his transactions. Now, Income Tax Department in its assessment order said that there was a loan entry, and the loan entry of 90.21 crores was fixed. Now, Sonia Gandhi, being president of the party, must answer how Congress paid 90 crores to AJL. But how was that entry done? And you know, and it is for these reasons that the Delhi court has taken cognizance of the charges against Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And they were ordered for trial. And the sections, as you very well mentioned, are 120B and
Shama,
420.
I have a very simple question. You know, we've been talking about courts so much. You can respond to what Shazia said, but I also have a question. The Congress party has an illustrious number of lawyers and top legal eagles as their party members who have served in the party for many years. If this case was a complete botched up investigation with no substance or no merit, why hasn't the quashing application ever been entertained by any court of law? You could have moved an application for the quashing of the FIR or an ECIR. The courts have let the investigation really go further.
So that's what now I'm going to say. So they want to do an investigation. They are doing an investigation. No, we are cooperating. That's what I'm saying. When there's an investigation, we have given our books, whatever. She is going on talking about Young India. Again, I'm going to repeat it. Debt was converted into equity. There is no wrongdoing by Young India or, for that matter, AJR. So what my only issue out here is, I'm again going to
Shazia, let her respond. Shazia, let her respond. Shazia, let her respond. You've had your time.
No, you said it was way before we came to
power. Shazia, let her respond. I'm very short of time. Allow Shama to have 30 seconds.
Judgment came.
Shama, 30 seconds. Shama, 30 seconds. Please go ahead. Shama, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah. So
2017.
So what happens is, what I'm trying to say here.
2017,
what I'm trying to say, you never answered about Yedurappa. You haven't answered about Yedurappa. I asked you. You are not answering. No. You changed to Young India and ED. You did not.
All right, Dr. Shama Mohammed and Shazia Ilmi, thank you. Thank you both of you for joining us on the broadcast. In these politically heated debate, there is a court of law. There's investigation which is actually going on. And the job of any objective and independent agency is to find out that if there is money that was laundered with, if there are people who are accountable, however high and mighty, and the law must take its process. Whether conviction or acquittal, we should know very soon. We're stepping into a very short break, but coming up after the break, these are dramatic landslides in the state of Himachal Pradesh following heavy rains. Stay tuned.
As the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy, China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. but none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 special report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew.
Welcome back. Incessant rains in Himachal Pradesh have triggered landslides in several parts of the state.
In Chamba district, bystanders watched in horror as a huge chunk of the mountain crumbled and fell down. The road below was completely blocked after huge pieces of debris fell on it. More than a dozen people were travelling on the Koti Bridge when the landslide began. But it intensified in seconds, making people run for cover. A cloud of dust surrounded the area as huge chunks of the mountain broke away and fell. Had the debris fallen on the Koti Bridge, the damage would have been far more.
And record-breaking rains have brought life to a standstill in many parts of Karnataka. At least 7 deaths have been reported in the state in rain-related incidents. Now, new forecasts indicate a strong possibility of similarly intense rains across the state for the next 4 days at least. The landslides and flash floods in Kerala triggered by heavy rains killed 18 people in the last few days, damaged hundreds of properties and displaced thousands of people. Red alert has been sounded in 6 dams as the water level reached full capacity. The government also imposed a temporary ban on fishing till the weather situation improves. A 15-member gang abducted a young woman from her house in Tamil Nadu's one of the towns, and this is what the incident really is about. Have a look. Wearing masks and carrying sharp weapons, the gang members forcibly entered the woman's house. They dragged her out after threatening the family. The family members ran after them in vain, trying to stop the brazen abduction. After the accused fled with the woman, her family informed the police. With the help of CCTV footage, the police nabbed the accused and rescued the woman. It turns out that she had turned down a proposal from the head of the gang who had been stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her. In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25 feet high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-storied building. The driver allegedly lost control of the steering wheel after the brakes failed. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident and bystanders managed to pull the driver out of the car. And after getting death threats, actor Salman Khan is ramping up his security. Now, what the actor has done, he has upgraded his Toyota Land Cruiser SUV car, now has armor and bulletproof glass. The upgraded vehicle is now worth 1.5 crore rupees. It costs extra to install bulletproof screens. The actor has also received a firearms license, something that he had requested the commissioner for. And dramatic visuals from Rajasthan's Sirohi show the extent of flood mayhem in the state. Have a look. The abandoned auto was stuck smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away. The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did not hoist the tricolour for 52 years. AIMIM chief Mr. Asauddin Owaisi said that RSS had rejected the idea of independent India.
कि आरएसएस उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि आरएसएस की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 के अपने ऑर्गेनाइजर वीकली ने कहा था कि इस देश का झंडा तिरंगा नहीं बल्कि भगवा होना चाहिए, कि उसमें 3 रंग है, वो खुद अशुभ है, ईवल है.
And this is not good. A majority of Indians are drinking contaminated water. According to the data given by the Centre to Rajya Sabha, 80% Indians drink contaminated water. Centre says that there are excess toxic metals in groundwater in many districts across the country. The problem is more serious in villages than in cities. There is an increased risk of skin diseases, cancer, and excess lead in water can affect the nervous system of humans. Now, a madrasa linked to a terror accused was demolished in Assam's Moregaon area. The madrasa owner, Mufti Mustafa, was recently arrested for his links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. 43 students were studying in this madrasa. They have now been admitted to different schools.
Reactions have been coming on this demolishment of the madrasa by the authorities. Chief Minister today in the press conference also stated that here 42 students were studying in this madrasa and they were residential students where they were taught about jihad day and night.
And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended till the 8th of August. Meanwhile, the agency has summoned his wife Varsha Raut in the Patra Chaul land scam case. She will appear for questioning on Friday. The summons have been sent to her after transactions done on Varsha Raut's account in the money laundering case came to light before the agency. A school bus driver was arrested for putting the lives of 30 children at risk in Noida. Have a look.
The driver rammed the bus full of children into a closed railway barrier. When the bus was approaching the railway line, The barricade was just closing. But the speeding bus did not stop and rammed into the barrier. Even after breaking the barrier, the driver did not stop and continued to speed ahead. The bus driver was directed to stop ahead by the railway officials, but he did not heed to their advice. A train was going to pass through the railway line when the driver sped through it dangerously. At least 30 children between the ages of 6 and 10 were inside the bus at the time of the incident.
The Taliban claims it was unaware that Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri was living in downtown Kabul. This comes after US announced that Zawahiri was killed with 2 Hellfire missiles fired from a US drone last month. The CIA had identified the safe house that Zawahiri was living in back in April and had been planning the precision strike ever since then. A Russian court sentenced US basketball star Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison on drug charges. This after finding her guilty of narcotics possession and smuggling for bringing cannabis-infused vape cartridges into Russia. US President Joe Biden said his administration would continue to pursue every possible avenue to bring Griner home. Hollywood actor Jason Momoa surprised passengers aboard a flight as he turned into a flight attendant pushing the snacks cart and handing out water bottles. In the video, he's seen in a grey suit with a pink flower tucked behind his ear, just like other attendants of the flight. Well, with that, it's a wrap from me on this edition. Maria Shakil takes it forward.
America stands with Taiwan. Democrats and Republicans, House and Senate, both sides of the aisle, united in our support for Taiwan.
You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The United States has sparked a geopolitical storm in Asia after the historic visit of the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, to Taiwan. Despite multiple warnings from China demanding the US refrain from disrespecting the One China principle or policy by expanding diplomatic ties with Taiwan, Pelosi powered ahead with America's diplomatic agenda, promising to aid Taiwan militarily, diplomatically, and economically, highlighting support for its democracy against the autocratic rule of the Chinese regime. Not only that, Pelosi also held talks with representatives of the Tibetan government in exile during her visit to Taiwan. She is currently in Japan, which is the final stop in her Asia tour. But the dragon is breathing fire, which is turning into an inferno, quite literally. China has boosted its war rhetoric, flexing its military muscle near Taiwan. The Chinese regime is conducting live fire exercises with artillery and missile batteries and has mobilized jets and ships which have repeatedly entered Taiwan's airspace and maritime territory. China maintains the exercises are focused on training and testing the joint combat capabilities of the Chinese military. Japan has raised the diplomatic alarm after 5 Chinese missiles landed in the nation's exclusive economic zone, demanding the immediate end of this military drill. Meanwhile, the US has positioned a carrier strike group to the east of Taiwan, while South Korea has suspended flights bound for Taiwan. These military exercises are likely to continue till Pelosi heads back to the US. But the unprecedented mobilization begs the question, is this purely muscle flexing by China or signs of an impending conflict?
live-fire missile drills. Choppers and jets deployed. Long-range rockets launched. A day after Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, the Dragon is breathing fire. China is holding its largest ever military exercise in the seas around Taiwan. The exercises are taking place in multiple zones around Taiwan. Some are just within 20 kilometers of the island. In the border island of Pingtang, Chinese military choppers were seen flying past. China has deployed more than 100 fighter jets, bombers and other warplanes in the airspace of Taiwan. According to Taipei's defense ministry, China fired multiple ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Taiwan has in turn moved howitzers and mortars close to areas where PLA is carrying out drills. Beijing has defended the drills as necessary and blamed the US for the escalation.
We are left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And will this become a new normal? It hinges on the action of the US side and the Taiwan independence forces.
Despite China's fury, Nancy Pelosi's extraordinary stopover in Taiwan was the first high-level visit by a US official in 25 years. But by pledging support to Taiwan's democracy, a shadow has been cast on Washington's One China policy.
America stands with Taiwan. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time.
In a major escalation, Japan claimed 5 ballistic missiles launched by China's military landed inside Japan's exclusive economic zone for the very first time. Japan has lodged a protest and at least a dozen Japanese and US F-15 fighter jets have taken off from Okinawa. So given the backlash that we're witnessing from China, has Pelosi's visit caused more harm than good?
And let me take that question to the panelists on News Epicenter this evening. Laura Hart is director at European-based human rights NGO Safeguard Defenders. She is joining me from Rome. We also have Dr. Nagao, visiting fellow, Hudson Institute, joining me from Tokyo, Japan. G. Parthasarathy, former diplomat. Keone Everington is senior editor of Taiwan News. Dr. Nagao, really appreciate your time. I know it's early morning in Tokyo, and you have been kind enough to give us time. For the first time, Dr. Nagao, ballistic missiles fired by China are believed to have landed in Japan's exclusive economic zone. That's what Tokyo's defense minister said, all emanating from one visit, that is of Nancy Pelosi. How far do you think China could go?
Yes, China is very arrogant. China should learn the lesson in the history. What happened in the World War I when the German submarine attacked US ship? US joined the war. So if China fires a missile indiscriminately, Japan will join and US will join. So real loser will be China if the US, Japan, and Taiwan strengthen our relation and coordinately we will fight against China.
Okay, tell me, Dr. Nagao, is there a sense in Tokyo at present that all this is only because of Nancy Pelosi's visit?
Of course, China prepares such kind of the exercises for a long time because this is one of the options anytime they can use. But at the same time, currently, US, Japan try to support Taiwan. And as a part of the support, yes, Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. That's true. So her visit is very courageous and based on strong will. But at the same time, the process itself has a problem, I believe. Because if Nancy Pelosi's visit is a little surprising visit, In this case, China cannot do anything. But someone revealed the information. The media reports, the White House itself leaks this information. And so after that, China thinks the U.S. attitude is a little too weak. That's why if the China rise the tension, President Biden will persuade Pelosi to cancel the visit. China believes. That's why China declared many military reaction and to rise the tension. After that, Nancy Pelosi's will is very strong. So people understand that this visit has really happened. So because China has already promised, China needs to do something. So this is a demonstration, and China will be loser because when China try to demonstrate
is China really a loser here, Laura Hart? Or are you of the opinion that given the kind of military deployment that's happening from multiple sides, there could be a rethink now as to what really was this visit of a top-ranking U.S. official to Taiwan after 25 years really achieve?
Well, I think it's impossible to say. Nobody can think that, you know, the visit of one single person warrants this kind of reaction. I think, well, it's been said already before, these exercises had been announced before. There is a clear escalation. I think we're all worried about what is happening these days in the Taiwan Strait, and we see this, you know, moving more widely with the 4 or 5 missiles falling into Japan's exclusive economic zone. So I really, first of all, want to commend, you know, the strong resolve of the Taiwanese people, also their calm, I'd say, in responding to this. And I think it's very clear who are the responsible countries and actors in this clear escalation, which really has no excuse. I mean, it's very clear that, you know, the authorities of the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Communist Party, tries to spin this in its propaganda as, you know, the fault of Nancy Pelosi, blames the US. I think nobody could actually take this seriously. It's very clear that China wants to escalate. China is escalating, and we should really refute all these kinds of propaganda, trying to put the blame on anyone. Any politician, any citizen in the world is free to travel to Taiwan if they want to. And so we cannot have Beijing telling anyone where they can or cannot
visit. Absolutely.
They alone are responsible for this escalation.
Absolutely. And Everington, China is now holding its largest ever military exercises around Taiwan. Of course, as Laura rightly said, this kind of propaganda that is all linked to Nancy Pelosi's visit has to be completely dismissed. But Nancy Pelosi actually left Taipei over 24 hours ago. Is there a sense now that perhaps Taiwan could have avoided this diplomatic visit?
Well, I think maybe. I mean, it's become such a tremendous, maybe you could say disaster, really. But it's, I think Taiwan has the right to have leaders visit their country. And so Taiwan was right in doing that. I don't know that they could foresee such an intense reaction by China. I think this is beyond what hardly anyone had predicted. Yeah, I mean, I think there might be some regret, but the thing is that, as the previous speaker said, they've been building up to this sort of escalation and looking for an excuse to move to their next phase in their plans for Taiwan. And so they want this kind of tension. This is something that they are generating themselves. All of this vitriol and provocation is self-generated by China.
Okay.
And yes.
Yes. So since you say that there could be some regret, Ambassador Parthasarathy, what really explains this belligerence of China? We are seeing that only because Nancy Pelosi went to Japan, there is this reaction that has come against Japan. Should India be worried?
No, I don't think there's any reason for us to worry. We have a good relationship with Taiwan and we manage it properly. Yes, our members of parliament go there occasionally meet them, and it's a good relationship which will continue, and we're one of the very few in Asia who have that sort of relationship with Taiwan. Now, here I think really it the Taiwan. You must remember that Xi Jinping goes to Parliament soon. We're going to get a lifetime extension if word from Beijing is to go by. Now,
obviously, in such a situation, if the US speaker lands up in Taiwan, which is unusual, you've not had a speaker for a very long time, and there is this to China policy, but with very clear understandings between the two sides. So China, Xi Jinping used this as a good opportunity with it. He had to behave in a very macho manner. And I think by and large, there has been a lot of understanding behind the scenes between the US and China on this, that each will play his own cards. As I said, Biden could not pull back. He's already seen as a weak president, and he's in the United States. So I think what has worked out is what suits everybody. China, Xi Jinping shows his macho, artillery shelling across Taiwan, flying a fighter aircraft, and let me tell you, the analysis we have is that no way they can take on the American F-16 supplied by the United States to Taiwan. So that happens. It pleases also.
So, Ambassador Parthasarathy, are you then of the opinion that after Pelosi exits Asia, all this drill will end?
No, it will continue for another day or two. After all, Xi Jinping has to make his point to his own electorate. Taiwan emerges firm and strong that they stood. And Biden will claim that, look, she made our viewpoint, and we got our fleet deployed all around. So I think we must understand that behind the scenes in such issues, there are serious negotiations which you don't know about. I mean, I've seen it when we have been in conflict. I was in Pakistan. We were having a chat with them on what to do or what not to do. It is very normal in a situation which is escalating, which really nobody wants the situation to get out of hand, that this sort of talks will be going on behind the scenes. I'm certain the Pentagon is in touch with all the other countries, its counterparts in Taiwan and China. So I think this will continue for 2 days, at least. Heavy shelling, news of how tough Xi Jinping is, news how the Taiwanese stood up, and the Americans will go back. But as I said, in my view...
so you are foreseeing perhaps a win-win situation from all the sides.
Everybody is talking about win-win situation. You talk to the Chinese, every second word they talk is win-win situation.
Okay. And it's also about one man's political ambition that has always been the case in history, be it Putin or here Xi Jinping. Laura, come in on this. Politically, China, Taiwan reunification is core of the CCP's political vision and internal political tussle. Xi Jinping needs to take a heroic action to silence his rivals in the party and win backing for his third presidential term later this year. So he understands what this messaging is, and that's what Ambassador Parthasarathy was highlighting. He is hopeful that perhaps it will all end in the next 2 days, and this will not really escalate to a level that what we saw in the case of invasion by Russia of Ukraine.
Yeah, obviously, we all hope it won't escalate, especially in the coming days. Again, we have to thank the responsible actions of other nations for that, including Taiwan and not China, obviously. Let's also not talk about reunification, but about annexation, which is exactly the plan that Xi Jinping has laid out several times. I also wish to highlight what was said actually yesterday or the day before by the Chinese ambassador to France, who went on public television to actually declare that, after this so-called reunification, which is obviously their propaganda, they would follow re-education of the Taiwanese people. Now, we all know what this means. We've seen the re-education going on in Xinjiang. We know what's happening in Tibet. We know what's happening all over mainland China. What is happening increasingly also in Hong Kong. And I think, again, this highlights why Pelosi's visit was so important, not only because of Nancy Pelosi and her position itself, but because of the message it wanted to send, the message of standing with the people of Taiwan, of standing for freedom, of standing for democracy, of standing for human rights. So there is so much at stake, not only for Taiwan, but for the wider world. And we all need to stand up to the Chinese Communist Party, and we cannot be bullied by these sort of tactics, which is why it's so important. We don't buy into the propaganda. We don't feed it. We all remain calm as much as we can. And we take the example of the Taiwanese people who are behaving really, I think, exemplary throughout this whole crisis. And I also wish to commend actually Japan today, who remained very calm. Obviously, they made diplomatic representations, but I think that's the kind of action we're looking for from responsible nations, unlike, once again, the People's Republic of China, notwithstanding everything it tries to say to the global audiences. It's very clear who's escalating, and obviously we hope there will be soon an end to this, but I fear that that we'll at least look at some low intensity warfare from China.
Okay, Ambassador Parthasarathy,
forward, also because
Ambassador Parthasarathy, given the propaganda war that is happening, and there has been propaganda video that was put out by Taiwan, another one by China. I'm just going to rewind in time, and the flashpoint behind the 1996 China-Taiwan missile test fire in Taipei was then Taiwan President Lee Teng-hui's visit to US in 1995 just to attend an alumni celebration at Cornell University. One may say it was completely innocuous. This was just an alumni celebration, but it became a flashpoint. And this time it is far bigger. There is a diplomatic visit, first in 25 years.
Well, let me put one thing to the favor of Taiwan. I don't think China dares to attack Taiwan. Taiwan is the world's best producer of semiconductors, which everybody loves, whether it's the Indians, the Americans, or the Chinese. So therefore, to expect China to knock off Taiwan in a military assault is, I think, cutting one's nose to spite one's face. As I said, I'm a great admirer. I've been to Taiwan several times of their semiconductor industry. I hope we can cooperate with them. So Taiwan has its assets. Let's not forget that. And China's greatest economic asset, Taiwan's today, is its semiconductor industry. Even the Americans can't manage in several places without it. So, as I said, this is really what the Chinese talk about, a win-win situation. And I think as far as Taiwan's credit goes, it makes it very clear that, okay, they may not recognize them politically, but Taiwan is a factor which India wants to cooperate with in this field. So, as I said, as you said, win-win. Everybody, a day or two from now,
or a low-intensity war, as Laura is sensing.
Unless something unexpected happens.
Unless something unexpected. Fine enough. Everington, as Ambassador Parthasarathy was rightly pointing out, economically, Taiwan is a world leader in high-tech industry and a dominant power in semiconductor business. And Taiwan's semiconductor players even outshine the US in advanced technologies. And given that kind of economic interest that the world has in Taiwan, what kind of noise has this entire visit of Nancy Pelosi and also now the development that has happened vis-a-vis China created on ground? Because last time when I had a guest from Taipei, he gave me a sense that this is perhaps of interest to journalists outside Taipei and Taiwan. For people, it's business as usual, just another normal day.
Yes, that's exactly right. And the reason is because Taiwanese people have grown up with this their entire lives. So they deal with this kind of thing every day, and so they've become numb to the situation, and so there's very little that phases them. And but as another speaker said, they're also very resilient and smart in the way that they're dealing with this, because they know the best way to deal with this is to not overreact and give China any inkling of any excuse to take actual military action. And so that's the strategy. But yeah, everybody's going through their day as normal. I was out on the streets and restaurants were packed. People were out and about town, and you'd never know that literally there were missiles flying over Taipei at that moment. We think that at least 4 flew over Taipei. So yeah, it's quite extraordinary how casual everybody is and very relaxed. And they're definitely inside in their subconsciously, for sure. There's definitely a lot of concern.
So there's no alarm per se, despite flights being cancelled by South Korea to Taiwan.
Right. Among Taiwanese, there's not a strong reaction, and people, it's not really much of a topic of conversation. It's more among foreigners here are more concerned because they don't have this kind of experience. And yes, news agencies and journalists from overseas, tend to be more concerned. But rightly so. I mean, this is a very serious matter.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be taken lightly at all. And so that's why we in the media are definitely covering this, because it's extremely important and highly consequential. It's just that the average Taiwanese person knows that it is beyond their control. So there's no point in them trying to get, getting worked up about it, because they know there's nothing they can really do about it, basically.
Okay. Dr. Nagao, Taiwan and South Korea, in fact, control 70% of semiconductor manufacturing globally. Given that kind of interest just about every country has in Taiwan, what is it that Japan is looking at with all the mobilization that has happened of forces, and is Japan of the opinion that there has to be a counter mobilization?
Of course, semiconductor is a vital part of the developing the new technologies. And currently, because of the strategic competition between US and China and economic sanction against Russia, so this supply chain of the semiconductor is a very vital part to develop technology as a part of competition. So that's why if China try to intervene in this supply chain, of course we need to protect it. But at the same time, these exercises will end in the August 7th, China said. So that's why this is just a temporary event. If China will end this exercise. So that's why the strategic issue will be affected by this exercise. So Dr. Nagao, the sense in the
establishment in Tokyo is that this is temporary, that this will not really be escalating into a full-blown conflict.
I think so, because China China promised to do something. China tried to demonstrate their military power, but as a preparation period, they do not have enough time to do that. That's why this exercise is just exercise, not a real war. This is just a demonstration. So this is just a training, they said. And indeed, this is a training for not only for China, but also for us, indeed. So we will strengthen our cooperation, and this is the response of us.
So then Japan actually feels that now that they have lodged protests with China through diplomatic channels, that's good enough.
Protest diplomatically is on surface, because real protest is our strengthening our cooperation.
Okay.
US, Japan, we can plan to support Taiwan based on these exercises. This exercise is not exercise only for China. We can train ourselves by using these exercises. And we can raise the motivation to resist China's domination in this region. That's why we will be the winner and they are loser.
Okay, so Tokyo will be the winner and China will be the loser. That's what you're saying.
I think so.
Okay. Ambassador Parthasarathy, let me give you the final words. You got a sense all's well as far as Taipei is concerned. It's people are continuing with their lives, and the excitement about the news is largely outside, and with journalists and newsmen there, and a voice from Tokyo was certainly of similar kind. So you may very well get the assessment right.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it will be a very happy ending if we can sign a collaboration agreement with Taiwan, because we are talking of setting up a semiconductor industry in India, perhaps in Bangalore. So I look at these things economically, because these are all mature people. I mean, we may have differences with China, but it's not fair to mislead them. And at the same time, as I said, I have great admiration. And our Japanese friends are very mature. They have made their power and position primarily by economic power. And therefore, as I said, you have to look at the whole situation holistically. Nobody wants a conflict now. I mean, the Americans are broke. We're all faced with a COVID. Our budgets are running hard. Nobody wants a conflict.
All right, Ambassador Parthasarathy, really appreciate your time. Dr. Nagawa, appreciate your time. Everington and Laura Hart, thank you so much. Shifting focus to debate 2. Hundreds of people are falling prey to loan apps being pushed by Chinese firms. The Enforcement Directorate has launched an investigation into these online scams where borrowers are promised quick loans and then forced to pay very high rates of interest and steep late fees. Failure to pay has led to threats from money lenders linked to these apps, including blackmail and intimidation after lenders use the social media data of clients. At least 7 people have died by suicide in the last 2 months. The ED has provisionally attached bank balances of over 105 crore lying in various accounts, with payment gateway accounts of around 12 non-bank financial companies. NBFCs are often called shadow banks as they function a lot like banks but with fewer regulatory controls. ED sources say fintech companies backed by Chinese funds have entered into arrangements with NBFC companies for pushing these loans. These fintech companies operated from China and Hong Kong falsely claim that they are providing technical assistance services to these NBFCs and in fact develop the apps and control the entire lending process, piggybacking on NBFC for licenses. The user base of these apps is only increasing and is a major threat to the common man. So how do we plug the legal loopholes that allow these apps to function in Indian market with impunity? Before I get the guests, here's an exclusive report on the damage these apps are causing.
Threatened, bullied, harassed, named and shamed. They borrowed quick loans to support their families, but the killer Chinese loan apps got the better of them. At least 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. The latest is that of 17-year-old Harita Varshini from NTR district of Andhra Pradesh, who took her own life as she couldn't endure the prolonged harassment that she and her family were facing for borrowing an educational loan of 6.5 lakhs. In Hyderabad, 25-year-old Sai Arvind is still recovering from the trauma he went through last year after borrowing 15,000 rupees from multiple loan apps.
I took the money from my bank loan app, and after around 1 week or 2 weeks they started demanding me like 10 times the money I took. So I have paid them once, twice, and after that I could not pay because the amount was crossed around 1.25 lakhs. So then they started harassing me by sending my more photos to my friends, relatives, family, and then later I approached the police to solve my matter, and for around 15 to 20 days they have tortured me, my family members, everyone. They have damaged in whatever possible way they could. Respond to their calls, they will start doing all the stuff they used to add around 10 members of my contact list, and they used to send them like he is fraud, he is thief, and he has took money from a bank. No one should give money to this person.
Loans can be obtained only via two means, banks or NBFCs. Now these apps are no longer dependent on NBFCs. The Telangana police has identified more than 200 shell companies based in Delhi, Bengaluru and Bihar, which are dispersing the loan through current accounts. They are also masking their identity behind VPN to evade police crackdown.
Earlier, they used to have a tie-up with the NBFCs. Now they don't have a tie-up with NBFCs. So what they are doing, they are creating fake fintech companies. They have contacts where earlier the people who worked in the call centers, they're continuing the contacts. The Chinese people, they're continuing the contact, and they're convincing the people here in India, and they're asking them to provide these fintech company accounts.
Unlike last time where the police could crack down on these fraudulent call centers operating in cities like Delhi, Bengaluru, Gurugram and Hyderabad, this time around it has been found that these Chinese operators are running big rackets in Nepal. They're running these call centers, hiring people who can speak Hindi to blackmail Indians back home who have borrowed money.
Local agencies in Nepal have arrested 4 Chinese nationals and cracked down on at least 3 such call centers in Kathmandu and Butwal, where they seized Indian SIM cards and laptops containing confidential details of borrowers from India. The call center agents used 2 software, NX Cloud Tele and STI, through which outgoing calls couldn't be tracked back to them. Calls were also made using WhatsApp, and those who failed to repay the loans were threatened with morphed pictures and pornographic content. Some Indians trained here are now said to be operating multiple gangs in India and are currently working from home.
According to the policy of WhatsApp, it will ask for an OTP when certain number is registered on WhatsApp. If that number is shared and that OTP is shared, the WhatsApp number of the genuine user will be activated in the device of somebody else.
The scale of the investigation is enormous, even as more victims fall prey to the loan apps. Police officials say the only solution to curb this menace is more awareness among people and stricter guidelines for payment gateways.
Yeah, first of all, people should have awareness regarding these loan apps, because they are giving permissions to contacts, locations, media and all these. They should not give permissions to such confidential information.
As Chinese masterminds continue to hide in other countries, the Enforcement Directorate has provisionally attached unaccounted bank balances to the tune of 264 crores. But that is just the tip of the iceberg of this mega scam, which has ruined hundreds of lives. With Swastika Das and video journalist Venkatesh in Hyderabad, Anisya Kumar for CNN News 18.
And joining me now, Dr. Nishikant Ojha. He is advisor, cybersecurity and a counter-terrorism expert. We also have Dr. Pawan Duggal. He is advocate of the Supreme Court and also a cyber law expert. And Ankit, he is a victim of cyber cell, the entire loan scam. He's joining me as well. Ankit is joining me from Delhi. Let me begin with you. Ankit, कैसे पता चला ये पूरा वेब ऑफ लोन्स है और आप उसमें ऑलमोस्ट घुस करके आप एक विक्टिम हो गए?
ओके, एक्चुअली मैम क्या हुआ था, मैं एक्चुअली दिल्ली में रहता हूँ मैं, और मैं प्रिपरेशन कर रहा था गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स की। तो मेरे पास थोड़ा फॉर्म्स वगैरह जैसे भरते रहते हैं, थोड़ा कंडीशंस सही नहीं होती हैं, तो मुझे किसी ने बताया कि ऑनलाइन आप लोन ले सकते हो। तो ये कुछ जो लोन वाली ऐप है, मैंने यहाँ पे अप्लाई करा, तो इन लोगों ने मेरे को स्टार्टिंग में कुछ अमाउंट मेरे को मेरे अकाउंट में ट्रांसफ़र करा, ठीक है, जिसमें इन्होंने मेरे से चार्जेस लिए। जो रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट था वो मोर देन 10 और 15% था, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा था। 2000 रुपीज़ मुझे दिए इन्होंने, मेरे से 3000 रुपीज़ के आसपास लिए, जिसमें इन्होंने मुझे टाइम दिया कि 7 दिन के अंदर अंदर मुझे जो अमाउंट है वो रिटर्न करना है विद इंटरेस्ट। लेकिन 7 दिन के पहले ही मैम 6 दिन भी नहीं कंप्लीट हुए थे, इनके मेरे पास मैसेजेस और मेरे पास कॉल्स आनी शुरू हुई कि आपको ये पेमेंट करनी है। मैंने डिनाई किया कि अभी मेरा 7 दिन भी कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है। तो इन लोगों ने मेरे कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में जितनी मेरी फीमेल्स, जितने भी मेरे कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में ऐड हैं, लड़कियां, लेडीज़, उनके सारे कॉन्टैक्ट निकाल के और जितने भी मेरे और कॉन्टेक्ट्स हैं सब पे इन लोगों ने फॉरवर्ड करे बहुत गंदे गंदे मैसेजेस। सबको कॉल की गई, थ्रेटनिंग की कि हाँ भाई आपको ये अमाउंट देना पड़ेगा, ये वो। मैम बहुत ज्यादा जो मेरी लाइफ थी सोशल बहुत ज्यादा खराब की गई। मैं बहुत ज्यादा परेशान था। मेरी न्यूड फोटोज वगैरह बना के, मतलब जो एक लेवल होता है ना, सारा लेवल इन लोगों ने क्रॉस किया। मैंने साइबर में कंप्लेन कराई दिल्ली के अंदर ही जहाँ मैं रहता हूँ। तो उसके बाद भी मुझे लगा कि जो रिजल्ट मिलना चाहिए वो रिजल्ट भी वहां से नहीं मिल पाया,
तो क्या
क्योंकि उन
आपको
लोगों का कहना था
आपकी
कि भाई
मॉब्ड
ये जो कंपनीज
फोटो
हैं।
सर्कुलेट हो रही थी और आपकी फीमेल फ्रेंड्स को या रिलेटिव्स को जो जिस तरह के मैसेज आ रहे थे, क्या उन लोगों ने आपको बताया कि आ रहे हैं? क्योंकि यूजुअली इस केस में वो लोग भी
उसमें
शायद पुलिस को
उसमें
इन्फॉर्म कर सकती थी।
उसमें उन लोगों ने भी पुलिस में कंप्लेन कराई और वो मेरे रिलेटिव्स थे, ठीक है, मेरे कई वो मेरे फ्रेंड्स थे। उन लोगों ने मुझे बताया, मैंने भी अपनी तरफ से मैंने कंप्लेन करी, उन लोगों ने भी कंप्लेन करी, लेकिन उसका रिजल्ट मुझे लगा कि जो मिलना चाहिए था वो उस वे में नहीं हो पाया। हालांकि आज की डेट में, क्योंकि ये इंसिडेंट मैम मेरे को 2-2.5 महीना हो गया है इस बात को, आज की डेट में कॉल्स मेरे पास आनी बंद हो गई हैं, लेकिन मुझे लगा कि हाँ जो चीजें होनी चाहिए थी वो चीजें नहीं हुई।
लेकिन अंकित, इतना जब हाई रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट था तो फिर आपने नॉर्मल बैंक से क्यों नहीं लोन लिया? आपको ये नहीं लगा कि इस ऐप के थ्रू लोन ले रहे हैं तो गलत भी हो सकता है?
मैम एक्चुअली क्या था, मैंने ना जिंदगी में पहली बार कभी लोन लिया था। मैंने इसके पहले कभी कहीं पे भी अप्लाई नहीं करा था। मुझे पहले कभी नहीं पता था कि हाँ कहाँ पे सेफर है, कहाँ पे सेफ है और क्या फ्रॉड चल रहा है। मैंने जिंदगी में पहली बार ये 2-3 ऐप हैं। एक कैश वर्ल्ड नाम था ऐप का, कैश वर्ल्ड करके गूगल प्ले पे भी है। एक पापा मनी करके है और एक कैश लाइट करके है। मेरा पहली बार एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था मैम, मुझे नहीं पता था और मैं इनमें फंस गया। इन्होंने मेरे से मैम एक्स्ट्रा पैसे मांगे, मैंने पे भी किया इन लोगों को, इन्होंने जितना बोला मैंने पे किया। फिर दोबारा से सडनली इन लोगों ने, इनको लगा कि हाँ ये मेरे को ब्लैकमेल कर सकते हैं और मैं ब्लैकमेल के नाम पे इनको पेमेंट कर रहा हूँ। तो इन लोगों ने मेरे को डेली मेरे को बहुत हैरेस किया, बहुत ज्यादा मेरे साथ हैरेसमेंट किया गया। मैंने इन लोगों को ये भी बोला कि भाई मैं पुलिस में जाऊंगा, कंप्लेन करता हूँ, साइबर जाऊंगा, बट ये लोग डरते नहीं है मैम। इन लोगों का कहना था आप जहां मर्जी जाओ, आप जो मर्जी कंप्लेन करो, जहां मर्जी रहो, कुछ नहीं होगा।
ओके, अंकित हमारे साथ रहिए। लेट मी ब्रिंग इन डॉक्टर निशिकांत Oja. Dr. Oja, what loopholes allow these loan apps to function in the Indian market?
See, the basic thing is that what Ankit was telling, it has become now an you can say daily routine exercise which is going on. I come across many cases where people are getting victimized by these kind of activities and they are not getting a remedial measures, or not even there is a proper mechanism by which we can trace or reverse trace and find out the culprit. Cybercrime has become as a service now. It's something like that which is there. Now the problem is that these kind of things which it's not like that there's the app pop up and we just install it and the exercise begin. It's basically a well planned strategy how basically the apps needs to be proliferated in basically the Indian soil. तो उसमें जो Chinese nationals होते हैं, they are basically in a simple layman I will say it's a kind of a white labeling which is going on.
Okay.
So they do a masking. They even have got so much facility or so much arrangement, they can change the identity of themselves. They open the account and then they trade account with online wallets including Paytm, cash free and everything. So front on a curtain there is an Indian and at the back there is a Chinese who is basically guiding and directing that particular Indian entity to work according to that. It's a kind of a Ponzi which is going on. Means you are not able to track.
Okay,
so
Dr. Oja, if this is a Ponzi, then what roadblocks do the police face when cracking down on these loan sharks?
See, what Ankit has told, that that's some of the things, challenges which is happening. अब अगर वो अगना जो malware है, kind of an app है, अगर वो Dropbox से admin 338 के through drop कर देता है, तो there is no reverse mechanism by which we can track. Now what they have done is these Chinese or we call it as a kind of direct handlers of the PLA which they are doing. It's something which they are using the cloud services. Cloud services is a big challenge for us. VPN को काफी हद तक कंट्रोल कर लिया गया है, गवर्नमेंट ने डायरेक्शंस दे दिए गए हैं कि दैट if you are in India you are not allowed to use the VPN, but it's impossible if I'm providing a VPN services from the cloud, you cannot track me. मैं सर्वर इंडिया में नहीं लेके मैं सर्वर सिंगापुर का ले लेता हूं और वहां से जो घोस्ट सर्वर चल रहा है उसमें मैं VPN कर सकता हूं ये सब। लेकिन अगर आप इनका आज भी एनालिसिस करते हो तो we have come across and I mean on the national TV I'm telling you that we have got the evidence where the Chinese have converted their identity into an Indian entity. So अगर इंडियन एंटिटी बन जाता है, उसका आधार कार्ड बन जाता है, उसके बाद वो अपना बैंक अकाउंट खोल लेता है, बैंक अकाउंट खोलने के बाद वो he can do anything in the Indian soil. So it's not government is doing, I mean वो अपना awareness कर रही है, लेकिन it is our call also. And
okay, then in that case, because the onus is certainly on the victims in many ways, because if this is the way they are operating, Ankit, जब आपको लगा कि आप ट्रैप हो गए हैं इस लोन ऐप के थ्रू, तो फिर आपका फर्स्ट रिएक्शन क्या था कि ये और लोगों के बारे में जाने कि जिन लोगों को ये ट्रैप कर रहे हैं, आपने क्या किया फिर?
मैम टू बी वेरी फ्रैंक, मैंने ना मतलब मेरे को डर लगता था कि मैं किससे बात करूं और क्या बोलूं, कि मेरी जो सोशल इमेज है, मेरे बारे में लोग क्या सोचते हैं, जिनके पास कॉल्स गई हैं या जा रही हैं, मैसेजेस जा रहे हैं। कई लोगों के जो मेरे पास कॉल आए, मेरे पास सडनली एक कॉल आया, तो वो मेरे जानने वाले थे, मेरे पड़ोसी है, नेबर है, तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि आपके नाम से आपका नाम लिखा हुआ है और आपके फोन कॉन्टेक्ट की मतलब आपके नाम से आपने सेव करे होंगे लड़कियों के नंबर, वो लड़कियों के नंबर इतने गंदे तरीके से रिप्रेजेंट करे गए हैं यहाँ पे और इतने गंदे तरीके से मैसेज आया है कि आप क्या कर रहे हो। मैंने उनको बोला भैया मुझे इस बारे में नहीं पता था किसने करा है, क्या करा है। तब मैं समझा कि इन लोगों ने करा है और मैम कंडीशन ये थी, मुझे बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आ रहा था, मुझे लगता था कि यार मेरी सोशल लाइफ पूरी खराब हो गई है, अब मैं क्या करूं। कई बार ऐसा लगता था कि पता नहीं कि सब खत्म हो गया है, कुछ नहीं बचा अब। फिर मेरे एक फ्रेंड से बात हुई, उन्होंने मेरे को बताया कि भाई कि ये सब चीजें मार्केट में बहुत ज्यादा चल रही हैं इस समय, बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ ये डेली बेसिस पे फ्रॉड हो रहे हैं, तो तुम टेंशन मत लो और हम लोग साइबर में चलते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं। तो हमने केस रजिस्टर करवाया मैम, पुलिस लोकल स्टेशन में गए, वहां पे रेस्पॉन्स नहीं मिला, पॉजिटिव इतना नहीं मिला। साइबर में गए, साइबर में भी हमने बहुत वेट किया, लेकिन जो रेस्पॉन्स मुझे लगता है मिलना चाहिए था वो नहीं मिला। और मैं समझता हूँ मैम ये मेरे साथ हुआ है, मेरे फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनको अगर मैं इस चीज के बारे में बताता हूँ, उनको वो भी अवेयर नहीं है, हालांकि पढ़े लिखे सब लोग हैं, सब लोग ठीक है, लेकिन वो भी इन चीजों के, क्योंकि जब होता है ना मैम, हमारे साथ पहले कभी हुआ नहीं था, जब हो जाता है तो हमें नॉलेज आती है। तो मेरे कई फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनको ये चीजें नहीं पता है, वो लोग मेरे को बोलते हैं कि भाई ऐसे भी होता है क्या, तो मैं उनको बताता हूँ कि भाई
there have been 7 suicides in 2 months because of this entire nexus which is playing out. Amit Dubey, how do the operators behind these apps set up an infrastructure to evade police?
Actually, first of all, this is a very organized system. This is not done by one or two people, but there are lots of people those are behind it, and most of these apps actually governed by the same management. So when we trace out one person, one app, these are just collection agents. When we arrest them, we get to know that actually they are working for other apps as well. So it's a very organized system, and first of all, they create a company in India. There are some CAs, they help them to register a company, and then they open an account, and then some money comes through illegal channels over here. We have identified some loopholes in the system through which they get into it, and then they are collecting money from different sources in those accounts, and then parking that money out of India. The money is actually going out of India. So this entire process involves multiple things. Developing app is normally hosted in Chinese servers, and then they use promotional infrastructure through Telegram, through Instagram, through Facebook, or even through call centers. There are some call centers running around, those are offering these loans to all those people, and they are
then Mr. Dubey, what red flags should users be watching out for?
See, first of all, whenever somebody asks you to install such app, you should check few things. The app should not take your permissions of your contact details, your memory, your camera, your microphone. These are 4 critical parameters or peripherals of your mobile phone, which should not be given to any app as an access, because this will be misused eventually. So this is very first thing. Second, when you install any app, you need to take care of few things, that when this app was hosted, is it 2 months old, 1 month old, or 1 year, 2 years old? How many downloads are there of that app? Whether this is just 100 or 500 downloads, or it has millions and more than that. So some authenticity should be checked first of all, and whether it is governed by some authentic company, or there is some Gmail mentioned to upload that email, or there is some website of some authentic company which is mentioned. Whether the company is listed on RBI website as an authentic NBFC. So these are few checks those someone should definitely do now whenever they are going for any such loan through loan apps. I will right now recommend that please, without any such verification, never ever trust or believe on any such app, because they are mostly viruses, and they are in huge numbers. Hundreds of such apps are available. You just search on Telegram and you will find lots of such links, even on Play stores. Not many of these apps are still not removed from Play stores. They are still working over there. When I have checked it today, I've installed many of these apps today during demonstration, and I found that they are still taking your permissions of your camera, your phone book, and all other details. Though legally any such app should not be given this permission, they should be taken care of by Google itself. But they are actually bypassing all these checks, parameters, and they host it for a few months. By the time Google gets about it and they remove it,
yes. By then they have terrorized
done their job. Yeah,
they have terrorized millions in India. Let me give the final words to Ankit. Ankit, आपको इस ऐप के बारे में किसने बताया, और जब आपने डाउनलोड किया तो क्या सोच करके डाउनलोड किया था?
मैम एक्चुअली क्या था, जैसे मैं फेसबुक और यूट्यूब ये सर्फिंग करता था, ठीक है, सर्फिंग करते हुए उसमें एड्स आते हैं इन ऐप के। अब जैसे कि सर ने बताया था, मैं सुन रहा था, तो ऐप के इनके अगर उसमें जाएंगे ना ऐप पे, प्ले स्टोर पे, तो वहां पे इनके डाउनलोड्स भी मिलियंस में है, ऐसा नहीं है इनके डाउनलोड्स कम में है। और जो जेन्युइन भी ऐप है, क्योंकि ये मैंने बाद में R&D करी है, जो जेन्युइन ऐप भी है, जो NBFC से रजिस्टर्ड भी हैं, तो जब उनको भी इंस्टॉल हम करते हैं तो फोन के अंदर परमिशंस वो भी सारे कैमरे की, गैलरी की, कॉन्टेक्ट्स की वो भी मांगते हैं। और मैम ये जो ऐप है, जितनी भी ऐप है, मेन हमें लगता है कि जैसे सिस्टम है, सिस्टम इन द सेंस कि भाई हमने जहाँ पे कंप्लेन करी कि वहां पे अगर हम कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं या जो हमें सॉल्यूशन जहाँ से मिलने वाला है, मेन मुझे जो लगता है, मेरा ओपिनियन ये है कि उन लोगों का कहना ये है कि भाई ये जो एप्लीकेशंस हैं, ऐप है, ये यहाँ से ऑपरेट नहीं हो रही हैं। बट मैम इंडिया के नंबर से सारे, ठीक है, ये फोन भी व्हाट्सएप पे भी यूज कर रहे हैं, यानी फोन ट्रैक हो सकते हैं, बैंक अकाउंट सारे इंडिया के हैं, तो मैम ये ट्रैक क्यों नहीं हो सकते फिर?
That's right.
हमारा सिस्टम क्या सच में,
and that's the reason why the agencies have to get into it to ensure that there are less victims like Ankit, and in future there are several who are far more careful. Thank you so much for joining us, Amit Dubey, Dr. Oja and Ankit. We are slipping into a short break ahead of the 75th Independence Day. We get you the Tiranga anthem that is making waves on social media, featuring celebrities from all walks of life, appealing for national unity. That is coming up right after a very short break. Stay with us.
घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा, घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
China scrambled its military assets, including tanks, jets, and aircraft carriers in provinces neighboring Taiwan, including the South and East China, and is set to conduct military exercises over the next 5 days. But none of these faced Pelosi. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen struck a defiant note as she hosted Nancy Pelosi. Tsai thanked Pelosi and said that despite facing deliberate, heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. She added that Taiwan will continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. Tsai is the first female president of Taiwan, and her warm welcome for Pelosi further angered Beijing. The words "Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi" were displayed on the facade of Taiwan's tallest skyscraper, Taipei 101. Hundreds of Taiwanese people gathered at Taipei Songshan Airport to greet Pelosi's plane. Outside the Grand Hyatt, where Pelosi spent the night, she got a rousing welcome. But some protesters held up signs reading "Yankee, go home." The bully only warned, like bullies do. Pelosi, who is the highest-ranked US official to visit Taiwan in 25 years, has had a long history of opposing Beijing. And she struck a chord with Taiwan and its people. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil. It was one of the most watched diplomatic visits in recent years. The Speaker of the US House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, wrapped up her historic Taiwan visit under the shadow of threats and military mobilizations by the Chinese regime, which warned the US not to mess with the status quo of its One China policy. Meanwhile, Pelosi assured support to Taiwan on all fronts, from security to trade to governance. Pelosi also urged the world to recognize Taiwan's leadership and choose democracy over autocracy. This is CNN News 18 Special Report. US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen. For the last 48 hours, the world's eyes have been on these two women. They have stood their ground and refused to give in to China's bullying.
Our delegation came here to send an unequivocal message. America stands with Taiwan.
Speaker Pelosi is truly one of Taiwan's most devoted friends. Facing deliberately heightened military threats, Taiwan will not back down. We will firmly uphold our nation's sovereignty and continue to hold the line of defense for democracy. We will continue to work with the U.S. Congress as well as the administration, strengthen cooperation in areas such as Indo-Pacific security, economic development.
As Nancy Pelosi, the number 3 in the power structure of the United States, headed to Taiwan, the dragon fretted and fumed. The warnings from China grew shriller by the hour, with Xi Jinping even telling Joe Biden that the US is playing with fire and should be prepared for consequences. But Pelosi was resolute. Her plans were kept under the wraps, but the rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the Chinese warnings. Her flight from Kuala Lumpur to Taipei was the most tracked ever. And when she did touch down, Pelosi kept it purely diplomatic. Her tweet read, "The visit honors America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever, as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy. China was quick to react to the speaker's visit, saying it violates the One China principle and diplomatic agreements between Beijing and Washington. The Chinese government said it will protect its territorial sovereignty and the consequences must be borne by the US and Taiwan.
Those who want to play with fire will perish by it, and those who want to offend China will be punished.
घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा, घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा। घर घर तिरंगा, रथ घर तिरंगा, घरों घरी तिरंगा, आसमान को पाना है, आसमान से आगे जाना है। नए भारत की नई कहानी अब आसमां को सुनाना है। गर्व है इस तिरंगे पर, सारे जहां को ये दिखाएंगे। अमृत काल मनाएंगे, घर घर तिरंगा लहराएंगे। घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा, इंटिंटा झंडा मने मनेगू त्रिवर्णा। इल्लंगंग वर्ण कोड़ी दीर्घदोरा त्रिवर्णा। केसरिया रंग है क्या? ये रंग मेरी शक्ति का है, ये रंग मेरी ताकत का है, ये रंग देश के माथे पे सजा। श्वेत है क्या? रंग सत्य का। ये श्वेत रंग शांति का है, ये श्वेत रंग एके का है, ये रंग देश के दिल में है बसा। रंग हरा तो खुशहाली का है, ये धर्म चक्र विकास का। इन्हीं उसूलों से है ये बना तिरंगा हमारा, तिरंगा प्यारा। घोरे घोरे तिरंगा, शौक घोरे तिरंगा। तिरंगो धोती घोरे पताका, घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा। घर घर तिरंगा, हर घर तिरंगा, घर घर तिरंगा।
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin from Jammu and Kashmir, just ahead of the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Now, there is a terror attack that has been reported from the Pulwama district, where terrorists have hurled a grenade at non-local labourers. One of the non-locals, identified as Mohammad Mumtaz, was killed in the attack, while 3 others have been injured. The injured have been moved to the Pulwama District Hospital. The area has now been cordoned off. That's the piece of breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi on the broadcast to get the latest from Ground Zero. Tejinder, over to you.
Yes, Ayushman, this terror attack has come just as you know that tomorrow is the third anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, and this terror attack has come hours before the nation celebrates the third anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. As per the Jammu and Kashmir police, the terrorists, they hurled a grenade on the outside migrant laborers who were working at a place called Gadura, which is in the Pulwama district of South Kashmir. One non-local laborer identified as Mohammad Mumtaz, son of Muhammad Jalu, a resident of Sakwa Parsa, Bihar, succumbed to his injuries, whereas 2 others who have been identified as Muhammad Arif, a resident of Bihar, and also Muhammad Majbool, another resident of Bihar, they have been injured and they are being under treatment at the Pulwama District Hospital, where their condition is stated to be stable. These 4 migrant laborers, they were working in a place called Gadura, and one of the eyewitnesses say that when they were preparing for their dinner, somebody threw a grenade towards them, which exploded, and in that explosion, one non-local migrant laborer identified as Mohammad Mumtaz, he succumbed to his injury. He was grievously injured. However, when he was being shifted to the hospital, he succumbed to his injuries, while the 2 others, they are being treated for their injuries. The entire area has been cordoned off by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF and the army, and a massive manhunt has already been launched in the area to identify and neutralize the terrorists responsible for this attack. Ayushman, if you remember, we have been continuously reporting that the entire union territory of Jammu and Kashmir has been put on high alert ahead of the third anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. This because the security agencies have the inputs that the terrorists based in Pakistan, they would try to carry out attacks on the security force personnel and the non-local migrants who have been working in Kashmir.
Absolutely.
Another update, Ayushman, which I want to share right now, this happened right now, that United Liberation Front, a terror outfit, has taken the responsibility of this attack on non-local laborers in South Kashmir. The ULF, the United Liberation Front, Jammu and Kashmir, a terror outfit, they have issued a statement just now saying that they are the one who carried out this grenade attack on non-locals in South Kashmir. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. So the ULF has taken responsibility for this attack that's coming in from Pulwama, and as Tejinder was saying, a manhunt is currently underway. I'm also joined by Mufti Isla, who's reporting from Srinagar as this cordon and search operation is currently underway. Mufti, what more details can you get for us?
Well, it's getting dark, so the security forces will have some kind of trouble in really finding out those assassins who carried out this attack, which took place in a village called Gadura. Now, Gadura is only 3 kilometers away from Pulwama district headquarters, and it's a built-up area. Clearly, I've been seeing these laborers who work on either side of the road on quilt making. These are people who make quilt weavers essentially, and they, in fact, assemble out there, and that's when militants, according to police, had thrown a grenade at them. The splinter slew, and in that we know now 1 person has been killed. There are 2 others who have been injured. Those injured were taken to the hospital, as I said, 3 kilometers only, so they could be treated. Now, police is saying that both of them are stable. In fact, our reporter there on the ground did speak to some of them, and they said that when they were, in fact, working on a machine, when all of a sudden there was this grenade attack, they didn't know what had happened, but hearing the blast, they came to know that 1 person was grievously injured. His name was Mohammad Mumtaz, and upon being taken to the hospital, he succumbed to his wounds. 2 others have been injured, but it will be really difficult now for police to really track these militants down because of the darkness and the searches will really resume in the morning, and the police is really trying to look for more clues. They know that, this is a module which has been active in Pulwama as well as Shopian. So,
right.
One has to really wait for morning till police comes up with some kind of an investigation, because they've been speaking to a lot of eyewitnesses on this. And not only that, tomorrow they will come again in the village and really question some of the suspects out there. So let's wait for the morning till police get some kind of a breakthrough in this case.
Absolutely. That's the update that's coming in, where the ULF has taken responsibility for this attack. And as Mufti is pointing out, even though the cordon and search operations are underway, because of the cover of darkness, it will be quite a challenge. So the morning could reveal more details coming in as the crackdown on the ULF continues in the wake of this terror attack, where they've been able to kill one non-local labourer and injure 3 others. So that's the latest coming in from Pulwama in the wake of this terror attack. But more breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Army Chief General Manoj Pandey will kick off a 2-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir from tomorrow. This news coming in right after this terror attack has shaken the Kashmir Valley. The Army Chief will visit the headquarters of the 16th Corps in Nagrota, where he will be briefed by senior army commanders. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in now, right after this terror attack, which has rocked the Kashmir Valley and Pulwama. Now this news coming in that the Army Chief will be in Jammu and Kashmir from tomorrow. It will be a 2-day visit where he will be briefed on the security situation by senior army commanders. Tejinder continues to be with us on the broadcast. So Tejinder, the need of the hour is to kind of tighten the security cover in Jammu and Kashmir. This coming right ahead of the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, as well as Independence Day, the 75th Independence Day, where the government is very ambitiously pushing that Har Ghar Tiranga initiative.
Ashman, you rightly pointed out that this is a very crucial visit of the Army Chief to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, which comes on the day when the nation celebrates the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. The security apparatus, they have been getting inputs from various quarters that terror outfits based out in Pakistan. They are trying to send in large number of terrorists. We also got the input from security establishment that large number of terrorists, they are waiting in several launch pads on the other side of the line of control and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir, waiting for an opportunity to sneak into the Indian side. And also ahead of the snowfall, which would result in the closure of passes on the line of control in the hilly areas, the terrorists would want to infiltrate into the Indian side before the snowfall closes all those passes. So the Army Chief, we are told that he is likely to visit the forward areas in Jammu region, wherein he would have the first-hand account of the ground situation, wherein he would be interacting with the troops deployed on the line of control. And this is a 2-day visit, we have been told by our sources, that the Army Chief, who is likely to visit Jammu and Kashmir tomorrow, he will arrive at 9:30 in the morning in Jammu, wherein then he would straight away head towards the Nagrota-based headquarters of the 16th Corps, wherein he would be briefed by the senior army commanders about the prevailing situation across the region. The army commander, the Army Chief, we are told that he is having a jam-packed 2-day visit in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, wherein apart from being briefed by the formation commanders, by the senior army commanders on the ground situation, he would also be visiting the forward areas. This is a very crucial visit wherein he is coming on the day of the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, and ahead of the celebration of the 75th Independence Day, wherein there are reports that terror outfits, they are planning to carry out a major terror strike, so as to show their presence across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejinder, for joining us on the broadcast. So the Army Chief will visit the forward areas, and as Tejinder is also pointing out, there is an intelligence input that on the 15th of August, many terror groups are planning some major attack to shake up the entire agenda of the central government, which is pushing that Har Ghar Tiranga initiative. And this also is coming tomorrow when the Army Chief visit starts, which is the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, that historic moment where Article 370 was lifted from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, which is now the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. So the Army Chief will visit Jammu and Kashmir tomorrow. We'll keep a close watch on all the developments coming in from J&K in the wake of the security situation that has been given a massive shake-up after that terror attack in Pulwama. But getting you a wrap of all the other news, as the ED continues to crack the whip on several netas, the ruckus continued in both houses of parliament against the probe agency. Opposition MPs raised slogans saying, ED Shahi Band Karo, after the agency sealed the office of Young Indian in connection with the National Herald probe. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi slammed the central government over the ED action against Young Indian, calling it against democracy, adding that he is not scared of Prime Minister Modi. He further said that it's his job to raise issues and he will do just that.
आप नेशनल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे हैं जी सर। देखिए ये पूरा इंटिमिडेशन का अटेम्प्ट है। ये सोचते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मतलब प्रेशर डाल के हमें चुप कर देंगे, चुप नहीं होने वाले जी। जो इस देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ, उसके खिलाफ हम खड़े रहेंगे, चाहे कुछ भी कर। हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं। समझ गए बात? कर लें जो करना है।
And Congress MP Rahul Gandhi has taken a fresh dig at the Tiranga campaign, labeling BJP leaders as anti-nationals. Rahul accused the Sangh of not hoisting the Tiranga for 52 years. Meanwhile, the BJP hit out at Rahul Gandhi and said that the opposition should not bring politics into this.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हर घर तिरंगा लगाने का एक आह्वान किया है। इसमें भी राजनीति करना, और वो भी इस प्रकार की छोटी राजनीति करना, ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन उचित नहीं। तिरंगा इस देश का है, भारत माँ का है। आइए राहुल जी, आप भी तिरंगा फहराइए। पूरे देश में, पूरे अपने जिन भी राज्य में कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनसे आप निवेदन करिए कि वह भी हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम में भाग लें।
And a bulldozer drive took place in Assam as the Moregaon district administration demolished a madrasa with links to the Ansar Bangla team. The head of the madrasa, a cleric named Mustafa, is in custody. Students of the madrasa were also interrogated by the NIA.
There are allegations made by Assam police that he was linked with certain terrorist activities of the banned outfit Ansarul Islam. And we came here to show you the madrasa. And today this is the scene of the madrasa. It has been demolished by the Assam government. And as far as the statement of the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is concerned, he has stated that he did not have permission to make this madrasa, for which it has been demolished.
And more breaking news coming in after China's aggressive military exercises near Taiwan. The Taiwanese government has sent a clear message to China. Taiwan's president has urged the Chinese government to act with reason and exercise restraint. The president has said Taiwan will not escalate the conflict, but will resolutely defend its sovereignty, security, and democracy.
是在国际最繁忙的航道上进行危险的飞弹射击。 这不只是对台湾，对于国际社会都是不负责任的做法。这不但破坏了台海的现状，侵犯了我们的主权，更造成印太区域的高度紧张，而海空运输的安全、国际贸易的正常运作都受到空前的威胁。我们严正要求中国理性自治。
I'm joined by Abhishek Jha on the phone line. Abhishek, that message coming in from Taiwan that no matter the aggression coming in from the Chinese regime, America is resolutely behind it.
Of course, and this statement holds very significance, especially because the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan has also earlier, in its statement, has sought international support so that the democratic values that Taiwan is symbolically, defending could be protected. In fact, there has been multiple statements from various group of countries also. G7 countries have also released a statement. ASEAN and the other foreign ministers who were present at the ASEAN meeting, they have also released a statement for the, bringing down the tension in the Taiwanese strait. We have so in that light, we can see that globally every country has been watching very cautiously the development that is happening in the wake of China's military drill. Those military drills that have actually caused a lot of concern in Taiwanese state. We have reported that so many missiles have been fired. Those who have actually flown over Taiwan, and they have fallen into the special economic zone of Japan also. So the tension that is actually simmering in Taiwan Strait is, it looks like that is not just limited to the Taiwan Strait, but its implications are actually going beyond that, and other countries' maritime areas are also being breached and encroached upon by the Chinese missiles. So situation is actually very fluid there, and every country and every nation they have been very cautiously reading the signs of Chinese attempt, and they have been trying to bring down the tension that is actually happening in Taiwan Strait.
Right. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining us on the broadcast. So a sense of confidence coming in from Taiwan that despite the aggression coming in from the Chinese regime, the West will back it throughout this entire tussle that is going on with Beijing. Getting you a wrap of all the other news. No relief for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut as the Sessions Court extended his ED custody till the 8th of August in connection with the Patra Chowr land scam probe. Remember, Raut was arrested by the ED on the 1st of August after the agency conducted a day-long raid at his residence. After the Enforcement Directorate grilled and arrested Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chowr land scam case, now the probe agency has summoned Raut's wife. The summons were issued after the probe agency found some transactions from her account. The court had observed that 112 crore was siphoned off and the funds were transferred to Raut's wife, while 55 lakhs was used to purchase a flat. Major boost to the BJP in Haryana as former Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi joined the BJP in the presence of Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Thakur. Kuldeep Bishnoi was expelled by the Congress for cross-voting in the June Rajya Sabha elections.
बीजेपी ज्वाइन करने का फैसला मैंने अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से और अपने मतदाताओं से विचार विमर्श करके किया, क्योंकि मैं माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी से और मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी से तो पहले से ही प्रभावित था। अमित शाह जी से भी मन मेरा था, लेकिन मेरी हिम्मत नहीं थी कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में जाके बोलने की। उन सब से बात करके और मैंने उनको समझाया कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश हित में सोचते हैं और हमें उनको और मजबूत करने के लिए अपना सहयोग देना चाहिए।
The Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramana, has recommended Justice Lalit's name as his successor. Yesterday, Law Minister Kiren Rijiju had written a letter asking the CJI to name his successor. Chief Justice Ramana is set to retire this month. 2 people have died and 1 injured due to a gas leak in the electro-steel iron pipe factory in West Bengal's Khardaha. According to the SDO, the accident occurred during the repair operations of a carbon monoxide gas line. Breaking news coming in from the national capital on the COVID front. Now, Delhi has reported 2,202 new cases in a single day. Compared to yesterday, Delhi has seen a spurt of 200 cases in its daily caseload. Now, for the 4th consecutive day, Delhi's positivity rate has been above 10%. The positivity rate currently stands at 11.84%. That's the big breaking news coming in on the COVID front. I'm joined by Rupashri Nanda on the broadcast. Rupashri, what more can you get from us from the Delhi government as the positivity rate only rises in the national capital?
Well, Ayushman, in fact, the positivity rate has been steadily rising and slowly inching towards 12%. And as far as the month of August is concerned, since the 1st of August, we have seen deaths being reported on every successive day. And even today, 4 deaths have been reported. In terms of the number of cases also, it has seen a very steady rise. Apart from the COVID, actually, the other cause for concern for Delhi is, of course, the possible, spread of monkeypox virus. So Delhi government is on alert, and it has, made its preparations for isolation and treatment if the situation takes a turn for the worse. But the point over here is that as far as abiding by COVID protocol is concerned, whether it is wearing masks or observing social distance or hand washing, that is really not being observed at all. And that actually is a cause of concern even when it comes to taming the monkeypox virus or ensuring that it does not spread. Now, ironically, actually, in both the cases, emphasis is always on prevention, emphasis is always on control, on surveillance, on monitoring, on isolation, quick identification and treatment. And therefore, the government does have a challenge on its hands, but because it has some experience when it comes to managing COVID, it is not alarmed at the situation now. More attention is being given to the monkeypox virus is what I'm getting to hear.
Right. Thank you, Rupashri, for joining us on the broadcast, getting us the update from the Delhi government as the COVID positivity rate only rises. Now, for the 4th straight day, it has been above 10%. But as Rupashri is also pointing out, the current priority for the Delhi government is the monkeypox scare. We'll continue to track all the developments which are coming in from the national capital. For now, a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Admitted to different schools.
Reactions have been coming on this demolishment of the madrasa by the authorities. Chief Minister today in the press conference also stated that here 42 students were studying in this madrasa, and they were residential students where they were taught about jihad day and night.
And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's ED custody has been extended till the 8th of August. Meanwhile, the agency has summoned his wife Varsha Raut in the Patrachal land scam case. She will appear for questioning on Friday. The summons have been sent to her after transactions done on Varsha Raut's account in the money laundering case came to light before the agency. A school bus driver was arrested for putting the lives of 30 children at risk in Noida. Have a look.
The driver rammed the bus full of children into a closed railway barrier. When the bus was approaching the railway line, the barricade was just closing. But the speeding bus did not stop and rammed into the barrier. Even after breaking the barrier, the driver did not stop and continued to speed ahead. The bus driver was directed to stop ahead by the railway officials, but he did not heed to their advice. A train was going to pass through the railway line when the driver sped through it dangerously. At least 30 children between the ages of 6 and 10 were inside the bus at the time of the incident.
The Taliban claims it was unaware that Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri was living in downtown Kabul. This comes after US announced that Zawahiri was killed with 2 Hellfire missiles fired from a US drone last month. The CIA had identified the safe house that Zawahiri was living in back in April and had been planning the precision strike ever since then. A Russian court sentenced US basketball star Brittany Griner to 9 years in prison on drug charges. This after finding her guilty of narcotics possession and smuggling for bringing cannabis-infused vape cartridges into Russia. US President Joe Biden said his administration would continue to pursue every possible avenue to bring Griner home. Hollywood actor Jason Momoa surprised passengers aboard a flight as he turned into a flight attendant pushing the snacks cart and handing out water bottles. In the video, he's seen in a grey suit with a pink flower tucked behind his ear, just like other attendants of the flight. Incessant rains in Himachal Pradesh have triggered landslides in several parts of the state. In Chamba district, bystanders watched in horror as a huge chunk of the mountain crumbled and fell down.
Welcome back. We shift our focus to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is now empowering the poor in many parts of the country as employment is being generated, given the rising demand for flags. We now get you this report from the Tapi district of Gujarat, where the tribal community specializing in bamboo work is now earning money by making flag poles. Janak Dave gets us this report. The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign goes much beyond the expression of pride in our nation ahead of the 75th Independence Day. In the district of Tapi in Gujarat, the campaign has given employment to many tribal families. Villagers in the Chindia district do not have time these days as they are busy making 5 lakh flag poles out of bamboo.
સરકારના આદેશ મુજબ અમારા સમાજમાં અમારા ગામ છીંડિયામાં જે હર ઘર તિરંગા અભિયાનનો જે કંઈ કામ ચાલુ કરવામાં આવ્યું એમાં મોટી સંખ્યામાં જે વાંસની સ્ટીકનું લાકડીનું જે જરૂર પડી તે અમારા ગામના સ્કોટવાડિયા સમાજના સખી મંડળના બહેનોએ તાત્કાલિક કામ શરૂ કરી દીધું. અમે કલ્પના પણ ના કરી શકીએ એ રીતે ડીડીઓ સાહેબના.
Orders are pouring in from Jamnagar, Amreli, Valsad, Surat, Bhavnagar and many other districts across the state.
ઘરે ઘરે આવીને વાત કરી અને એમણે કામ આપ્યું એટલે ભાઈઓને પણ ઘણી ખુશી છે અને બીજા જિલ્લાઓમાં પણ આ કામ આવવા લાગેલું છે એટલે ડીડીઓ સાહેબને પણ આભાર માનીએ છીએ અને ભાઈઓ જે મહેનત કરવા લાગે છે અને કામ પર આવે છે એમને પણ આભાર માનીએ છીએ.
Tribal families in these villages who specialize in bamboo work have taken it as a challenge. With the rising demand, each worker is estimated to earn 10,000 rupees.
Turned down a proposal from the head of the gang who had been stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her. In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25 feet high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-story building. The driver allegedly lost control of the steering wheel after the brakes failed. Thankfully, no one was hurt in the incident and bystanders managed to pull the driver out of the car. And after getting death threats, actor Salman Khan is ramping up his security. Now, what the actor has done, he has upgraded his Toyota Land Cruiser SUV car, now has armor and bulletproof glass. The upgraded vehicle is now worth 1.5 crore rupees. It costs extra to install bulletproof screens. The actor has also received a firearms license, something that he had requested the commissioner for. And dramatic visuals from Rajasthan's Sirohi show the extent of flood mayhem in the state. Have a look. The abandoned auto was stuck smack in the middle of the completely submerged road. But it turned out to be a savior for this man who fell off a flooded bridge and got swept away. The water was moving so fast that he had no choice but to go with the flow. But he managed to latch onto the vehicle and stood on its ledge, waiting for the help to come his way. Dozens of people gathered around and helplessly watched the man's plight. He was eventually pulled out to safety when police arrived at the spot. And there's massive politics over Centre's campaign Har Ghar Tiranga. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi said that those running the campaign have come from anti-national organizations which did not hoist the tricolour for 52 years. AIMIM chief Mr. Asauddin Owaisi said that RSS had rejected the idea of independent India.
कि आरएसएस उनका फाउंडेशन रहा है, तो क्या ये बात सच नहीं है कि आरएसएस की जो तर्जुमानी करता है, जिसको माउथपीस अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजर मैगजीन ने 1947 के अपने
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. The visit of the US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan has led to escalation of tensions in the Taiwan Strait. Today, the Chinese military announced joint air and sea drills near Taiwan along with test launches of conventional missiles in the sea east of the country. China fired ballistic missiles and deployed fighter jets and warships as it held its largest ever military exercise around the island nation. This is a clear escalation by the Chinese, and experts are worried about the peace and stability of yet another region in the country being jeopardized. While the key question is whether this is another confrontational front that the Chinese will indulge into. Can US and China afford another confrontation on the world map? Can the international community come together to douse this fire before it gets too big to contain? Our top focus on Viewpoint.
Live-fire missile drills. Choppers and jets deployed. Long-range rockets launched. A day after Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit, the Dragon is breathing fire. China is holding its largest ever military exercise in the seas around Taiwan. The exercises are taking place in multiple zones around Taiwan. Some are just within 20 kilometers of the island. In the border island of Pingtang, Chinese military choppers were seen flying past. China has also deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the north and south of Taiwan. According to Taipei's defense ministry, China fired multiple ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan. Beijing has defended the drills as necessary and blamed the US for the escalation.
We are left with no choice but to take resolute measures to uphold our sovereignty and territorial integrity. And will this become a new normal? It hinges on the action of the US side and the Taiwan independence forces.
Despite China's fury, Nancy Pelosi's extraordinary stopover in Taiwan was the first high-level visit by a US official in 25 years. But by pledging support to Taiwan's democracy, a shadow has been cast on Washington's One China policy.
America stands with Taiwan. I think that whatever China was going to do, they will do in their own good time.
So given the backlash that we're witnessing from China, has Pelosi's visit caused more harm than good?
Well, on your screen right now are the exclusive visuals that we are getting for you, which the Taiwanese media has put out. These are visuals that tell you how Taiwan as a nation, as an autonomous region, as it recognizes itself to be, India doesn't recognize that position, is guarding its own territory and its interest. That's what most journalists and experts from Taiwan have also been saying, that Taiwan wants peace and stability, but it's going to defend its interests. Let's see how that really plays out in the next few days. Well, joining us on the broadcast are our esteemed panel. Professor Brahma Chalni is joining us on the broadcast, who's a strategic affairs expert. Andrew K. P. Leung, who's an international independent China strategist based in Hong Kong, is also joining us. Manju Seth is also with us on the broadcast. She's a former diplomat. And Dr. Nancy Snow is also joining us. Professor Chalni, I'm coming to you first. How do you view this situation? Is it likely to get worse in the next few days? Is it reminiscent of the third Taiwanese Strait crisis that we had earlier seen?
Well, it's not so much about Nancy Pelosi's Taipei visit. It's more about U.S. policy.
Yes.
And the policy of appeasement that Joe Biden has been pursuing since he took office. He's been making a series of concessions to China. He's now even thinking of rolling back the Trump-era tariffs on Chinese goods. And more importantly, Beijing has seen that its expansionism in the South China Sea, its gobbling up of Hong Kong, its detention of more than 1 million Muslims in Xinjiang, all that has been cost-free for China. No tangible sanctions have been imposed on China in response to its expansionism or draconian steps. That is what's encouraging China. And if you look at the live fire drills that began today, they have effectively encircled Taiwan. They are creating a temporary blockade of much of Taiwan. These exercises are a dress rehearsal of what an invasion would look like. The drills simulate enforcing an air and sea blockade around Taiwan. And the target zones of the drills are the closest to Taiwan's main island that we have ever seen, because these drills have reached into waters within 12 miles of the Taiwanese coastline. So the actions are highly provocative. But these actions will not lead to war. What will lead to war is if Xi Jinping continues to perceive American weakness.
If Xi Jinping continues to perceive American weakness, is that the message that America has really put out? Andrew K. P. Leung, I'm coming to you. What is your view? What Beijing or the posturing of the Chinese, and this is not the first confrontational front that they have opened, they have adopted a very confrontational tone and tenor with multiple countries across the world. This is a very aggressive Beijing in China. Is it because of some kind of appeasement by the US? Or the changing dynamics of the geopolitics? And more importantly, what lies in the days to come? What is your assessment?
Well, let's face it. It was the United States, the Pelosi visit, which thoroughly provoked China into this, because China already warned very sternly, even at the level of President Xi with President Biden, that this is really the lubricant. And then if that happens, then China would have to take drastic action. And in spite of that, Nancy Pelosi went ahead with it, poking China in the eye. So you've got to relate to what has happened, what has caused this. And if for China to just turn the other cheek, that's simply not possible. Because otherwise, the one China policy will continue to be all about. Because in spite of the lip service paid by the United States government, honoring China policy is keeping on hollowing out the whole concept by feeding higher and higher level officials to visit Taiwan and creating more and more diplomatic and other space Taiwan play as if Taiwan was a separate country. So the red line was drawn firmly in the sand, and someone just walk over it, trample over it, and what do you expect China to do?
Well, but Andrew, there's also a caveat that had come from the United States of America. They were not exactly very happy with Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan. And in many ways, the Biden administration tried to maintain an arm's length with that visit.
Well, I mean, of course, there was an initial sort of displeasure. And of course, the United States government cannot order the Speaker of the House to do. But on the other hand, Nancy Pelosi is the third highest ranking official. It's the second in line in succession to the president. So it's no wonder that China feels extremely provoked, extremely feeling as slighted. And this is the reaction. Now, it's not as if China is mounting an invasion, because according to assessment given by the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, at his hearing at the Senate a couple of months ago, the conclusion was that Beijing has not yet possessed 100% confidence to prevail over Taiwan, because and so that was a very dangerous move, in fact, a very rash if China wanted to mount an invasion. But China needs to teach Taiwan a lesson, and this is not being taught.
All right. I want to bring in Dr. Nancy Snow also into this discussion. Dr. Snow, we've heard two sides. I mean, Professor Brahmachalani is of the view that this is somewhere the appeasement policies adopted by the United States of America and China has not been responded with in the adequate measure, versus what Andrew is talking about, that China had already drawn the red line, and it's in fact the U.S. administration or people and top leaders from the United States of America which have urged the Chinese. Between this dynamic going on between the Chinese and the Americans, there's the peace and stability of an entire region in jeopardy right now. What lies ahead?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. You raised the idea of the international community response.
Yes.
And this is more critical than ever now. We can talk about U.S. and China. In this context, it's the regimes, it's the militaries, but there is global civil society. Wherever I go in the world, people don't want war. They don't want provocation. Now, interestingly, though, there were some in Chinese social media who were disappointed. I don't know the percentage of them, but it's an extreme position. They were disappointed that China didn't go far enough, that should have been more aggressive with its military response. Now, that's the kind of response we don't need. We need the cooler heads to prevail. I thought the G7 statement was very appropriate. It said there's no reason to have this military response to the visit of a high-level Washington official, and let's have now more reasoned approaches. I'll quote here that there is no justification to use a visit as pretext for aggressive military activity. And the G7 urged all sides, including really the global civil society, to remain calm, exercise restraint, act with transparency, and maintain open lines of communication.
More than a dozen people were traveling on the Koti Bridge when the landslide began. But it intensified in seconds, making people run for cover. A cloud of dust surrounded the area as huge chunks of the mountain broke away and fell. Had the debris fallen on the Koti Bridge, the damage would have been far more. And record-breaking rains have brought life to a standstill in many parts of Karnataka. At least 7 deaths have been reported in the state in rain-related incidents. Now, new forecasts indicate a strong possibility of similarly intense rains across the state for the next 4 days at least. The landslides and flash floods in Kerala triggered by heavy rains killed 18 people in the last few days, damaged hundreds of properties and displaced thousands of people. Red alert has been sounded in 6 dams as the water level reached full capacity. The government also imposed a temporary ban on fishing till the weather situation improves. A 15-member gang abducted a young woman from her house in Tamil Nadu's one of the towns, and this is what the incident really is about. Have a look. Wearing masks and carrying sharp weapons, the gang members forcibly entered the woman's house. They dragged her out after threatening the family. The family members ran after them in vain, trying to stop the brazen abduction. After the accused fled with the woman, her family informed the police. With the help of CCTV footage, the police nabbed the accused and rescued the woman. It turns out that she had turned down a proposal from the head of the gang who had been stalking her for some time. That's when he got together some accomplices and decided to kidnap her. In Hyderabad, a car was seen precariously hanging from a 25 feet high wall. This happened after the vehicle crashed into railing wall of a multi-story building. Well, there's a stunning claim by Japan. It says that 5 ballistic missiles launched by China's military have fallen into Japan's exclusive economic zones. The EEZ are recognized as legal zones for a country to conduct their business operations. There is certain degree of business exclusivity that the nations recognize in exclusive economic zones. Defense Minister has said that it marked the first time a ballistic missile belonging to Chinese military had landed within the waters. And I'm quoting what he said, what the Japanese minister said. This is a grave issue that concerns our country's national security and the safety of people, unquote. Kishi further said that the Japanese government also lodged a diplomatic protest and they will continue to oppose such moves by the Chinese government. That's the word really coming in. So the Chinese aggressive stand is not just against Taiwan, but it has clearly led the entire maritime region into a tension area, and there are multiple countries which are involved there. There's US, there's Japan, there's China, and if there is any kind of maritime conflict that God forbid emerges, it's going to impact multiple nations, and that's the situation that one needs to avert. And this is also happening at a time when Pelosi is reaching Japan. Well, Nancy Pelosi, you remember that visit. When she was in Taiwan, it raised a huge ruckus. The Beijing was not clearly happy. They said, we've drawn a red line. Then why is it that Nancy Pelosi is visiting? Will China also open or put forward a very aggressive foreign policy towards the Japanese as well? The two traditionally have had issues on multiple occasions, and along with Taiwan, is this the building up of tensions with yet another nation, or there is likely to be some kind of retreat? So let's see what happens. Those are the visuals on your screen right now. Nancy Pelosi arriving in Tokyo. And with her visit, we're also witnessing these kind of tensions really play out. I'll go back to Professor Brahmachalni, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Professor, you pointed out that US perhaps has not put China in the right place. There's a certain policy of appeasement. Is this the policy of appeasement, or perhaps an indication of the changing global order where China is increasingly dominating and becoming more and more aggressive?
Well, it's also about politics in the US. The Democrats tend to be more focused on Russia, and the Republicans tend to look at China more closely. The issue is really this, that the future of American power will be determined not in Ukraine, but in Asia. and the conflict over the future status of Taiwan will determine the new global order. So if the Americans don't wake up to the new challenges in the Indo-Pacific, the US will not be able to retain its global preeminence. A Chinese takeover of Taiwan would upend the balance of power in the world and damage America's reputation as a reliable ally.
Professor,
Here I want to,
Professor,
yeah,
I want to understand this from you directly. Sorry to interrupt you, but if I were to ask you very directly, what would be the right action for the Americans right now, keeping in mind the regional stability, the power balance that needs to be maintained, something that you're talking about?
Well, the Americans should be focusing on deterring and thwarting a potential Chinese attack on Taiwan. That should be the focus. The focus should not be on seeking to offer concessions to China, including potentially rolling back trade tariffs on Chinese goods. The focus ought to be on shoring up the defenses of Taiwan so that if the Chinese were to attack Taiwan, they would get a bloody nose. That should be the policy and strategy of the US.
Okay.
But you know, here, whatever things that we are seeing today, for example, the firing of ballistic missiles or ballistic missiles falling into the EEZ of Japan, or these provocative actions against Taiwan, nothing would serve Taiwan's defense interests better than a Chinese counterproductive action that serves as a wake-up call for American power elites, which largely remain fixated on Russia.
Okay. Okay. Point taken.
So if the Chinese do something that is counterproductive to China's own long-term interests, it will serve Taiwan's defense interests.
Okay, I'm going to take that point to Dr. Nancy Snow and Manju Seth. Both of them have limited time. Dr. Snow, we were talking about the role of the regional blocs or the civil community and ensuring that there is peace and stability in the region. Perhaps Professor Chalani is giving us a reality check, and he's saying China needs to be responded to. They need to be told that their might can be countered, and perhaps that deterrent and that bloody nose is the only way possible. Do you agree?
Well, no, I don't agree with that. I think there are many different types of responses you can give. And what we're seeing now is strength is begetting strength. And so it's a tit for tat. It's the old sort of, you do this, I do that. It sort of at times looks like kids on the playground. And he made me do it, that type of language. Let me speak to why Pelosi is in Japan. Japan plays a critical role here. Japan and the US combined, the two largest democratic economies in the world. They are a counterweight, a counterbalance to China. I've lived in Japan the last 10 years, off and on, in Tokyo. And it is now taking on a larger role, a more assertive role. It's a member of the Quad. There was just the Quad meeting at the end of May. These are important regional dialogues. They're not treaty organizations, but they do have a role to play. And bloodying each other's noses is not the sort of picture I want to have.
I'm very short
in
of
my
time,
mind.
hence I'm interrupting you. Manju Seth, I'm coming to you. A very short response from you. What is your bet? I mean, is it time to give up on diplomacy and administer a bloody nose to the Chinese, who have been trying to dominate the world and at various other scenarios with their aggressive posturing, or perhaps time to retain the dialogue and diplomacy?
I think giving a bloody nose in actual this thing would be very counterproductive. Economic bloody nose is what needs to be done, and to decouple the economies and the economic dependence on China, that would hurt them. I think those are the actions that need to be taken. And of course, diplomacy and dialogue should continue, but I don't know how effective, as I said, I don't know how effective it's going to be, because China does not feel that it is, it should listen to anyone, because it says it is, a very powerful country. And in Asia particularly, it says, I'm numero uno, and this is my sphere of influence, and it is telling the US. And as Professor Chalani said, it is a decline. It perceives U.S. weakness as a weaker state. And that is why it is becoming more assertive.
Well, here's hoping that we don't see another escalation in the Taiwanese Strait. Thank you, Professor Brahmachalni, Andrew K.P. Leung, Manju Seth, and Dr. Nancy Snow, all of you for joining us on the show and in this special conversation. We also get you a special conversation with Ting Ting Liu. She's the Foreign Affairs and Military Correspondent for TVBS News from Taiwan. Let's get in a word from her and try and understand what exactly is happening. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. How is it that the Taiwanese administration views the Chinese action and aggression? And more importantly, how will the region guard its democratic interests?
Yes, we actually been seeing really very high military tension by the PLA around Taiwan. So the latest numbers I have here is that the Taiwanese Defense Ministry has confirmed that the PLA has actually fired 11 Dongfeng ballistic missiles around northern, eastern, and southern waters in Taiwan.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they are also the PLA also actually fired live firing exercises consisting of long-range rockets around Taiwan, especially near the outer islands. So, these are a pretty strong military action we are seeing from the PLA army. And the Defense Ministry in Taiwan strongly condemned such a move. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan has just also released a press release, not only condemning, but also saying that such action is very similar to North Korea. So in a way, is that we are seeing a very strong condemnation and words coming out from the Taiwanese government.
Yeah. Liu, what kind of support and help can the international community, really give Taiwan? What is it that Taiwan expects from them? And the bigger concern by Chinese action is the threat to overall regional peace and stability.
I mean, like the Defense Ministry in Taiwan has said it very clearly, is that Taiwan do not seek for war, but Taiwan is definitely prepared for war. But no doubt, I think nobody, especially in Taiwan, people in Taiwan are peace-loving people. People in Taiwan are resilient people. And then with that, I don't think anyone hopes to see full escalation into war. And but the problem now lies in whether there may be any miscalculation or mishandling of a situation, which result in a more or less than desirable development in that sense. So I think everyone is watching the situation really closely. And as for the international community, I think the Taiwanese government is actually actively seeking more international attention in this region. We are actually seeing Taiwanese ambassadors or representatives around the world giving interviews and also raising attention to the Taiwan issue. Now it's currently unfolding in Taiwan, and the pressure and tension, military tension that we are currently experiencing. But as to how to really diffuse the situation, I think it is not entirely up to Taiwanese to say that, because the current military drills and exercise are actually conducted by the PLA army.
Yeah. Liu, the Chinese argue that the present tensions are provoked after the visit of Nancy Pelosi. What kind of help does Taiwan expect from partner countries like United States of America? Because that's going to be very critical for Taiwan.
I think the Taiwanese government also do hope that the international community continues to monitor and pay attention to the tension we are experiencing here. But as we actually did see improvement and warmer ties between US and Taiwan over the past few years. And as to especially, I mean, and that is not only in terms of governments, culturally, economically, Taiwan it has actually been actively working with US and other democratic country counterparts.
Yeah. My last question to you: the Chinese are not just indulging into military action, but also threatening or are indulging into economic consequences as well. What are the fears of the business community post the Chinese threat?
I mean, after Pelosi's visit, we have seen very strong reaction economically from the PRC government. They have actually imposed sanctions, so they have banned the imports of more than, I think, from 1,400 companies which produce food products in Taiwan. So basically, they have banned food imports from Taiwan, and also and on top of that, Taiwanese citrus fruits, that's actually a lot, and also fishes from Taiwan, 2 types of fishes, And we are also seeing the Taiwanese business community watching this really, really closely on how things will eventually unfold. And I think as in terms of the Taiwanese stock market today, there was actually a bit of tension there. It actually opened on more on the low side. But I think currently it is still everything's still under control, and the government is telling people that no doubt the Taiwan will actually experience a lot of trafficking is coming out from the PLA, coming out from the PRC government. And I think the Taiwanese people are freedom-loving people, Taiwanese people are resilient people, and you need to know that actually this kind of threat has always been around there for quite some time.
All right, Leo, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and getting us all that perspective from the ground. The next 72 hours are going to be very, very critical, and the entire world watches with a bated breath about what happens in the Taiwan Strait. With that, it's a wrap. And fell down. The road below was completely blocked after huge pieces of debris fell on it. More than a dozen people were traveling on the Koti Bridge when the landslide began. But it intensified in seconds, making people run for cover. A cloud of dust surrounded the area as huge chunks of the mountain broke away and fell. Had the debris fallen on the Koti Bridge, the damage would have been far more. And record-breaking rains have brought life to a standstill in many parts of Karnataka. At least 7 deaths have been reported in the state in rain-related incidents. Now, new forecasts indicate a strong possibility of similarly intense rains across the state for the next 4 days at least. The landslides and flash floods in Kerala triggered by heavy rains killed 18 people in the last few days, damaged hundreds of properties and displaced thousands of people. Red alert has been sounded in 6 dams as the water level reached full capacity. The government also imposed a temporary ban on fishing till the weather situation improves. A 15-member gang abducted a young woman from her house in Tamil Nadu's one of the towns, and this is what the incident really is about. Have a look. Wearing masks and carrying sharp weapons, the gang members forcibly entered the woman's house. They dragged her out after threatening the family. The family members ran after them in vain, trying to stop the brazen abduction. After the accused fled with the woman, her family informed the police. With the help of CCTV footage, the police nabbed the accused and rescued the woman.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. Ladies and gentlemen, does the right to practice, propagate religion give you the right to radicalize? Should we not be worried about illegals not just opening educational institutions, but then using them as safe havens to harbor terrorists and also to radicalize young impressionable minds? This is happening in Assam, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the reason why the government of the day under the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has decided to demolish, bulldoze a radicalization factory, bulldoze a hub for terrorists to not just enter our soil, but then from there, in a hub and spoke model, dissipate or infiltrate other parts of our country. This entire demolition in Morigaon is because of this madrasa that was run by a Bangladeshi national, a mufti, who was sitting there and radicalizing. And not just radicalizing, he was also using that as a haven for terrorists. Not one, not two, many. He has been under the radar of the NIA for a while, and he had links, that's the allegation, with the Ansarul Bangla, which is also very closely ideologically linked with the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. They're all operating out of Bangladesh. What are these Bangladeshis doing illegally in our country? And how are they able to domesticate themselves here? How are they able to get papers? And how are they able to not just get land and build a madrasa and use an educational institution as a terror hub? These are questions that loom large. Here are the details that we have, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and look at these details.